Justin, are you trolling?
We'll see who counts the food.
Oh, Charlie!
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Well, I didn't expect to be doing this today. Holy shit. So let me go ahead and get you guys caught up. Here's what we know, which isn't a lot, because this happened within like the last hour. Charlie Kirk has been shot at a campus event. We have video. We have multiple videos of it. You're getting ready to see it. He is in critical condition. Apparently, he was shot in an area that would lead one to believe his chances of survival are not all that good. He was shot somewhere in this area, possibly in the neck. Now, there are a lot of people left and right on social media saying pray for Charlie Kirk. I don't give a shit. I don't want to see anybody get shot, but it's not like I don't have quotes over here from Charlie Kirk talking about shooting victims in a very callous manner. So, I've heard that it looks like it was the neck, but I've heard it could have been like the upper part of the chest. But this is all speculation at this point. We do not have any concrete information other than Charlie Kirk has been shot. A suspect has apparently been detained. But as we know with shootings like this, they oftentimes detain the wrong person. I have the video bound. You don't have to. Oh, why do you guys think you have to give me videos? I've got them. I did see that the suspect apparently had gray hair because I saw a picture of him being detained. I have the up close video. I have everything. I assure you, my friend, I have Twitter too. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. The shooter was probably right wing. Let's face it. As I said on Twitter, it was probably a far-right nut job that didn't think that Charlie went far enough on the Jewish question or something like that. No, see, here's the thing is I don't think it was a leftist because I don't think leftists would, I don't think leftists would care enough about Charlie Kirk to try to take him out. Luigi did something useful and took out a CEO. That's what a leftist would do. So that's why I'm going to say it was probably somebody who was terminally online, had some sort of personal beef with Charlie Kirk, or thought it was some personal beef. And I would say it was probably that Charlie wasn't. He's got these people all hopped up on the propaganda. And they're like, ooh, it didn't go far enough. Ooh. That's what I would assume. I guess let's start with the shooting video first. This was at an event in Utah. It's another reason why I would venture to say it was a right-winger. It happened in Utah. Not a lot of leftists running around in fucking Utah.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Now, as some people on Twitter pointed out, it says, prove me wrong on his tent. I guess you got proven wrong, didn't you?
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run. Oh.
So I do have video of a suspect being detained, but as I said, we need to be careful here. Because cops will often detain a suspect and be wrong. They get it wrong a lot in the haste of an event like this. But does that look like a leftist to you? Could be. I would say it looks more like a right winger. And yeah, I probably shouldn't show the close-up, and it does appear to be his neck now that I am seeing a very close-up shot. Let's go back to, I've not even gotten high today. Alien, welcome in. So let's make it happen.
Oh my.
Light one up, tip one back.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Yeah, I'm just relaying to you what I have seen reported. Don't come at me. I saw from an official source that he was shot in the neck or perhaps the upper chest. So don't get on to me, damn it.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody.
Light one up, tip one back in honor of Charlie Kirk.
Violence. Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh my God. Wait,
Yeah, that sounds muzzled.
oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run, run.
Oh yeah, I already tweeted it out. It's gonna turn out to be a right winger. I tweeted it out so I could make sure that I. Oh my God, Charlie Kirk and Please God are trending together. But now, if anyone wants to get on to me that I should have a heart for a shooting victim like Charlie Kirk, it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price, and that is part of liberty. Those are quotes from one Mr. Charlie Kirk.
All that good stuff.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. So I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. This is why I would not be a good politician, or maybe I would, I don't know, but because I actually speak my mind. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not even about personal defense. That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government.
Come on.
Oh, hey, perhaps the shooter in today's event thought that they were defending themselves from a tyrannical government, like the one that you helped install, Charlie Kirk. Remember when you bust people to January 6th?
And if that talk scares you, wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Yep. Number two, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you were actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart. So I don't know what alternative universe you're living in. Yep. You just don't want to...
C.S. Lewis is really smart.
...to get tyrannical. And that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families. Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty.
Wow.
Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How did we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of banks. How do we stop all the shootings at gun shows? Notice this.
Does he not know that there have absolutely been shootings at gun shows, airports, ball games?
A lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns.
There actually have been.
Everyone's armed.
Shootings at gun shows are way more common than right-wingers would like to let you on to believe.
Right on our children.
So there you have it, Charlie Kirk, and I think that this is, once again, irony. This shit like this is what makes me believe that there might be a God somewhere. So, two people founded TPUSA. The co-founder of TPUSA, as they were coming out against COVID measures, masking, vaccines, the founder that's not Charlie Kirk, I forget his name right now, died of COVID. Now Charlie Kirk, who has been on his Second Amendment crusade, may have died of gun violence. It's in the Discord, Media Winch. Warlord posted it. Let's go to KSL News out of Utah. They are live right now. We're going to take them for the latest information.
I wasn't like frantic or anything. I just got out of their safety quickly, but it was a crazy experience. I don't know why or how this happened, but it's Utah. I feel like this is a pretty nice local neighborhood state, you know what I mean? So I would think that would more happen in other states, you know, a little bit more violent, but it's tragic that it happened here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and it's actually wild that this is happening. Like, I don't even know how to describe it, but yeah, I can't believe that I was actually part of something like that. But you hear about it, but you're like, is this actually going to happen? Like, to me one day, and then
Did he say actually part of someone's death?
The craziest part is, like, there was no checkpoints, nothing to get in here. Everyone was just able to walk in here. I'm like, I have my back.
Nut Crusher, welcome in.
Just bring a gun with me, but like, I'm like, this is just crazy that everyone was just allowed in here and just with anything you could have in your backpack. And so I was like, and so there was no checkpoints, nothing. I just wish there was like some kind of checkpoints or something to at least check people, because if that was true, this probably wouldn't have happened. But I guess legislatively or by law, you can't have like checkpoints at some public schools. So I don't know how that works, but it's actually wild.
Had you seen a law enforcement presence generally around?
There was law enforcement presently around, but like the immediate response, I was like, is everyone like why are we not running more? Like, why is everybody sticking around? I was like, let's get the hell out of here. And I don't know. I just thought it was crazy. There was people there, but it didn't really. Everybody kind of just didn't know what was going on at the moment. They were just sitting there, like watching it. Like, oh, did he really? I'm like, yo, dude, he got shot, dude. Get out of here now, dude. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. And I heard you on the phone earlier sharing. I don't know if you were with family or friends talking, but I imagine you've probably got a lot of people hitting you up to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, no, totally. All my friends like, oh, dude, are you okay? Were you there? Like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, dude, it was crazy. I'm good. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm fine. But it was wild what happened. I saw him get shot, and I just immediately we got out of there, bolted out of there. Cops are good now. I mean, they evacuated everybody, which is great. But it's just surreal, really, being in the moment, because you're like, this could never happen to me until it does, you know.
Well, we do not have confirmation.
Many would say
yes, I would
where you come to hear political speech.
I would believe that his chances of survival are slim, but I'm not a medical professional.
God, I don't know why anybody would feel a certain type of way to shoot him. It's just a debater. Like, who cares? You're just a debater. Like, you're not doing anything or harming anyone. So why shoot anybody? Like, let's just talk. If we're
Well, that's another. He's not doing anything to harm
I don't
anyone.
know why we have to
That's complete bullshit.
I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
Charlie Kirk has caused stochastic terrorism all over this country.
You're okay.
Literal terrorism by busing insurrectionists to the Capitol on January 6th.
These were some tense moments for those students that were here, and now we're going to show you here with some law enforcement walking by with weapons.
I don't
here on the
have sympathy for him because he has made millions of dollars
enforcement. I mean, where we
going around the country on tour saying incendiary things on campus and on the internet to try to get people riled up and pissed off.
not seen anything like this.
That's his brand.
From here, grew up a couple miles to the east, and have not seen anything like that here, certainly at UVU or in this area. But
Someone said the chickens came home to roost. Absolutely.
a little bit more about what they saw. Tell me your name.
I'm Wesley.
Wesley, tell me what you noticed. You were inside there for this.
Yeah, so where I was at the line, I guess this side to the right of him, and I was just there to ask a question.
Funded predominantly by the Koch brothers.
We saw one person question him, just seemed business as usual. And then when the second person came up, he asked an interesting question about like whether like transgenders are disproportionately represented as mass shooters.
Wow.
And then I heard the shot.
They're not, by the way.
I saw what I thought was smoke, and then I got out of there. And yeah, I think it's really interesting.
Oh, yeah, and Foster Freeze.
The person asking the question was asking about shootings, like right as the shooting happened.
A tense moment. What did you do in the aftermath? Because I know everybody started to run.
Yes.
People think
I
trans people are overrepresented in mass shootings because of the propaganda that Charlie Kirk puts out.
Calm. I walked out. In that.
No, do you know who's overrepresented in mass shootings?
And then the
cis white men.
First they said they wanted to interview me, and then as things took a while, they were just like, hey, just give me your number. And then sent me on my way. So
pretty.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Wesley, thank you very much. Get your thoughts there. So we've heard from a number now of witnesses that me and others that have interviewed of people that were inside there.
The American Comeback Tour
Venue when the shots were fired, when Charlie Kirk was shot. That's what we've got here from the west side of UVU campus. We'll continue to be here, but we'll send it for now back to you, Brooke and Tamara, in the studio.
Daniel Woodruff reporting live from UVU campus, where earlier today Charlie...
What is UVU?
And we are hearing from the AP, who has confirmed that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at a hospital.
So he is still alive as of right now.
Held at UVU.
And though we don't know any other medical details on that, I think that's an exhale for a lot of people right now to at least hear the initial report of critical condition. The shot was fired. He recoiled. Bystanders described.
It is the University of Utah, or are they in Salt Lake?
It was quite a visually traumatic scene, but that's the latest update we can give, is that he is in critical condition. Dan Rascone is live there on the campus of Utah Valley University. Dan, orient us as to where you are.
Yeah, pretty incredible scene out here as far as talking to students, but let me give you a little idea as to where we're at here. Many of you, of course, know where the UCCU Center is at. We're just north of it right here. You can see all the traffic here, people trying to get out of this location, traffic completely backed up, a lot of cops, a lot of officers from a variety of different agencies all out here trying to be able to kind of lock down the campus, of course. And we've been hearing from students all along here. Many of these students right here, all these students have their own story. Let's start at the end here and kind of get your reaction. It's Ike.
Yes,
Did you
sir.
say, okay, Ike, tell me a little bit about where you were at, how close you were, and what you saw.
Yeah, so I was about 20 yards off the right-hand side of Charlie. Obviously, it's a traumatic thing. Nobody should have to see that in their lifetime. The taking of a life is hurtful.
They're all referring to it as if he's dead.
He was having a conversation with somebody about gun violence, actually.
So far, every student we have heard from has referred to him as dead.
Carotid artery area. And it was just a traumatic thing to see. I feel bad for all these wonderful students and alumni that were present and had to see that. It's a tough thing to see, but obviously it's a very serious thing that we need to all be able to work through and work through together as a community and come together and really rally around Charlie and his family. Nobody should have to worry about their father or husband going out and doing the things that he loves, and that's a tough thing to see.
How many shots did you hear, and what happened right after he was hit? What was the mood of the crowd?
Yeah, one shot rang out. From what I heard, I don't know if anybody else heard different. One shot rang out and hit Charlie, struck Charlie, and I don't know if it's angels or good bystanders who jumped in and stopped more shots from coming, but I'm grateful that if somebody did, they deserve high praise. One shot hit Charlie, one shot rang out, lots of chaos, lots of panic. It's hard to stay cool, calm, and collected in those moments. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Stick around for just a minute if you don't mind. Your name and just what you saw, where you were at, what you heard.
My name's Kaya Meek, and then we were just about 50 feet from the left of him. And then I just remember he was on his second conversation, and then that's when the shot came, and then we just saw his head.
This happened around 1 p.m. local time, which would have been 3 p.m.
The ground.
So about an hour ago, exactly.
Running. So we followed in with that, and were able to get to the apartment buildings and get in with a really kind girl that started driving us. And then
how scary was it?
You better live to watch all the leftists cry again. What are you talking about?
In shock, because I was like,
there's this thing about leftists crying, but I swear to God, we watch right wingers cry every fucking night.
or else I think that a lot more people could have been injured.
Okay, thank you very much. And where were you at, and what did you...
I mean, I've never met a more sensitive
We were just
bunch of pussies in my life. You guys cry over the Cracker Barrel logo.
I just saw his head fly back, and he just slumped in his chair and saw blood coming down his shirt. And this, people just yelling, "Get down!" and then just see a flood of people going throughout these doors. So just ran and followed them.
Wow. You know, we hear about school shootings.
Soup, welcome in. We are currently live with KSL out of Utah.
When it's happening, your thoughts about that?
What do you mean, says you? I just gave you a great example.
This event, you're not expecting anything to happen, so it's definitely shocking when something happens like that.
Tell me about why Charlie...
BK, thank you for the resub.
You wanted to go hear him, or what happened there?
He's on social media. I've seen a lot of him do a lot of debates. We just thought it'd be cool to come see him debate a couple people.
Okay, thank you very much. And share with us where you were at and kind of what you saw.
So the update right now is that Charlie Kirk shot in the neck.
Say that,
who's mad?
1.5 questions.
My friend, my problem with right-wingers is you all make up nonsense. I'm sitting over here laughing my ass off, making jokes. And you're like, what is everyone so mad about a man surviving?
And then he got a few words in, and then I heard that one shot rang out, and then he fell over to his left.
Cosmic Fox, welcome in. Yeah, we played Charlie Kirk's comments on the Second Amendment earlier, and how he feels there will be some victims of gun violence.
Event center here. Again, let me just kind of show you just traffic right here. You can see traffic completely still backed up.
I have no idea what you're talking about, buddy. You're asking me if I ride the short bus.
One after another. Just these are students that are just right there in the middle of it, and all of a sudden to have something like this happen right in front of them and witness something like this, just a very traumatic thing. But again,
we got some people that just got here, so I'll go ahead.
Of the campus, boy, it is just a...
We'll play the video again in case you didn't see it.
About 12:30, right around there, a little bit after, and
the shooting happened at around 1 o'clock local time, about 3 p.m. Eastern time in Utah. This was the shooting.
Oh my God! Wait, Cody, go, run! Whoa.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Buddy, my friend, you talk like every basic bitch right-winger. You probably don't have a clue about nothing besides daddy government providing your life till you get a job, bum. I run my own business, you dipshit. You're coming in here telling me to get a job.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God! Wait, Cody, go, run! Whoa.
Have the day you deserve, Muddy. You tried to come in here and start shit and it didn't work out.
Counting or not counting County gang violence.
So go get the fuck on out of here, buddy.
Go.
Come back later on tonight. Call in if you've got the balls.
Gang violence.
Oh my God. Go, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
The fuck are you talking about, Muddy? Try better. The fuck are you talking about? You've come in here and made idiotic points, my friend.
Like for you?
I mean, it was
another eyewitness to the shooting.
None of us knew what was going on. I was just in class. Someone heard a stampede of people running down the hallway. They checked it out and immediately they lock the doors, just go in. There's been a shooting.
How were you feeling in those moments?
I think we were all terrified. I mean, yeah, I was very terrified. I didn't know what was going on.
Well, it seemed like the shooter didn't have it out for anybody other than Charlie.
Now, there are people who have talked about, I wish there were metal detectors and, maybe some more safety measures going on. One thing that terrified you were telling me earlier, is that the doors wouldn't lock. So tell me about that experience.
Yeah,
Muddy, I have a degree in political philosophy.
So
I assure you, I'm far more educated on all these matters than you are.
Guarding the doors.
So they barricaded themselves.
You come in here and run your mouth, don't even know what you educate yourself. I have.
Make sure no one came in.
You hear about all these things happening across the nation, and folks here in Utah.
We're not liberals.
It's going to happen here in Orem,
And I promise you, if you had any bit of education, you wouldn't be coming in here and running your mouth about stupid shit.
No, I have not experienced anything like that, and I think no one would have thought this was going to happen, but unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sure you think you have.
As you've talked to other classmates.
Oh, no, you guys don't understand. College is actually a scam, according to right-wing propaganda.
Kind of maybe reassuring them about.
Woo!
So, I haven't talked to anyone really except my family, and they're just asking me what's going on.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't have the phone lines open, but fucking A. Muddy, call the fuck in. We would love to talk to you.
So that was good news.
917-830-4359.
No, I think we'll.
How am I living in denial, you dumb fuck? You're not saying anything. Come on. Everybody wants you to call in. 917-830-4359. But you're talking about college has changed. What the fuck do you know about college? You've never been on a college campus, have you? All you know about college is what Fox News or Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or some other right-wing grifter has programmed you to think, right? And you just march on like the little NPC that you are. College is a scam. It's an indoctrination factory. No, you can't argue with stupid. That's why I'm going to end up just mocking the shit out of you for being as stupid as you are. How do you know what I make, you stupid fuck? I run my own business. Come on, are you a coward or not? You want to come in here and run your cocksucker? There's the phone number in the chat, 917-830-4359. Call in and have an actual discussion with me. But you're not going to because you're a dumbass. And you will get schooled. Just like go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/JustinFREAKIN. You can see the last caller I had. It's the very first clip on the Troll Patrol clips. He was a right-wing caller, a Trump voter. Do you know what he ended up doing? He got woke. Because he told me I made sense. He didn't disagree with anything I had to say. Why? Because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I have my own content. I understand. You want to run your mouth in chat where we can't actually call you out on your bullshit, where you can't get cornered. Nobody said you had an affinity for Trump. Brother, here's my thing about you. You came in here and started running your cocksucker about my beliefs or what I think about things, telling me I need to get educated before I have views. You have no idea what my views are or what I believe. You complete fucking moron. Learn to feel embarrassment. You haven't made me mad. I'm mocking you, you dumb shit. Sparkles, welcome in.
My mom was with me.
This is live from KSL in Utah.
Grabbed hands and we ran out of the building.
Following the shooting of Charlie Kirk about an hour ago.
Up across from Utah Valley and just waited there. And we had a sweet retired law enforcement officer kind of help us out and make sure that we were safe. So,
because processing something like this, I mean, you mentioned your heart is still racing and probably still replaying what it is you saw and heard.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's definitely really traumatic, and I didn't really realize how shocked and traumatized I was until, I mean, at least 30 minutes after. I was really, I just couldn't stop crying, and I mean,
Markov.
It's so
now that's a conspiracy theory.
So yeah,
maybe hired somebody to shoot him in the ear and they missed.
To Charlie Kirk and his family.
And from your description, Sarah, it sounds like you were sitting fairly close to the front.
Yeah, I was in the 4th row back. That's when I saw him just get hit right in the neck, lower neck, and just blood spurting out all over. It was awful.
You had come here to this event to hear him speak. Why did you want to come, and what were your thoughts about him as you made the decision to be here on a Wednesday morning?
Yeah, so I have classes today, or did have classes. I had my morning class, and afterwards I went
Muddy.
to Charlie Kirk. I mean,
this is why I would like you to call in. What
beliefs
am I standing on that was doctored into my mind?
him, especially at
What are you talking about?
going out there to support him before my next class, and what a traumatizing experience it was. So.
Yeah, and I think a lot could be said for the fact that at an event like this, something like that happens. Have you been thinking about that since this occurred?
Yeah, definitely.
I gave you a great example of something you have been doctored to believe, that college is somehow a scam now.
I mean, it's just awful. And honestly, Charlie is a hero. I truly believe that, and I believe his family are also heroes, and I wish the best.
Charlie is a hero. What the fuck is wrong with this girl?
Witnessing something like this, I can only imagine. I have not witnessed something like that. And so where do you go from here, and what do you think about as you process this tragic day?
So you know nothing about my beliefs, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Charlie needs to survive. I don't give a shit if he lives or dies.
And honestly,
and I played a clip of Charlie literally saying, oh, in order for there to be a Second Amendment, there's going to have to be some gunshot victims, which I find incredibly ironic. And that is the correct use of the word ironic, not the way you used it in chat earlier. Boom!
So here on the west side of campus, it's just yet another voice of someone who was at this event. And the event happened just right behind us. In fact, I'll step out of the way and let photographer Ray here.
Muddy, I don't give a shit. It worked out very well for you. You probably have rich parents or some shit.
That tent.
We don't live in a meritocracy. You didn't achieve anything based on your talent. It's like you kissed ass to the right people. So nobody gives a shit about how much money you have or what your supposed social status is.
Sitting, in fact, from this distance, I can see a lot of personal items that were clearly left behind.
Now, either call in or shut the fuck up, because we're going to talk about Charlie Kirk and ignore you.
There is crime scene tape up around the area. This is about as close as we can.
Light one up, tip one back for our buddy Muddy.
Police from just in this area, Utah Valley University, Provo, Orem, and then other agencies as well have responded in addition to federal agents. And so this is now sort of eerily quiet on the west side of campus. A lot of people have moved on, left campus. We're just seeing some stragglers walking through, but it seems like everyone who walks by was there. They heard what happened or they saw what happened, and then many of them ran in the aftermath of the shooting. And as you heard with Sarah there talking to me, her heart's still racing. This was a terrifying, scary ordeal for her to witness and to process, and certainly that's only just beginning for her to deal with the feelings and emotions of what she's seen. So that's the latest from the west side of the campus. We'll send it back to you for now in studio.
Daniel Woodruff, we appreciate that. I can't imagine for those folks who were there describing that traumatic scene.
Absolutely. Let's go to a new special.
Okay, the exact time was about 12:20 local time.
Alex, you've been talking to people. What are you hearing now?
about an hour and 45 minutes ago.
We've been in a parking lot here for about an hour or so, chatting with some people, some students, some others who just came here for this debate. And you can still see there is still a little bit of traffic as people continue to leave this area, trying to get back to wherever they're going to. But
okay. They have reversed.
She's special to me because this is actually my niece.
They have not detained a suspect. Suspect is still at large.
When this happened, heard the gunshots, and so I found out she was here. So that's kind of terrifying when you have a family member here. But tell me, what did you tell everybody? What did you hear? You know what I mean? What did you hear, and then what happened?
Yeah, my friend and I got there pretty late, and so when we arrived, we were right in the building behind him, and we just heard a gunshot, and everyone just...
I warned, be cautious about the video we saw of the guy being detained.
And running. There was just crowds of people.
Cops often detain the wrong people after events like this.
Gun, and then we ended up getting outside, but it was chaotic for a really long time, really scary.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, what do you do when you hear that gun shots?
Yeah,
you freak out. But
I was kind of like in disbelief in the first.
I am relaying,
and then I just
from 20 minutes ago.
Drink, and we just got out of there like as fast as we could. But
this is
Scott Trotter, a spokesperson for the university, Utah Valley University in Orem.
Of course,
which
it's really sad for him and his family, but yeah, it was really.
It is not the University of Utah in Salt Lake, which once again makes me feel even more confident in saying this was not a leftist.
So that's, again, I know that my niece is a student here, so I heard...
The suspect is not in custody.
Her phone at first, and hoping everything is okay, and I'm happy she's okay. But just one of the many people here that just came out just to hear a debate, to be a part of something like this. Charlie Kirk is a big personality. A lot of people like what he has to say. A lot of people don't like what he has to say, but either way on a college campus, you think this is something where you would maybe hear something you don't believe in or something that you do believe in, and then something like this happens. So it is sad. A lot of people were...
Please don't promote information that you heard. I will give you the official statements as we have them.
And that's just...
And if we ever cover anything that is
how do you,
speculation, we will designate it as speculation.
You know what I mean? And that's what a lot of students are doing right now, just decompressing from something they saw today. And it's just an unfortunate situation. But traffic moving along, people continue to get out of here, and we will chat with some more students about their thoughts on this whole thing as we continue our coverage here. Back to you.
Well, we could have a manhunt.
There are so many students on campus right now for that event. It's hard when this hits home and it becomes then one of your own family members who is there at the event, and you're worried for her safety, of course, and glad everything is okay. Thank you for that report.
And we are continuing to get new information about Charlie Kirk being shot. AP reporting that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at a local hospital. And this is something that we are certainly going to continue covering. We do have several reporters out there on the UVU campus. We do want to go ahead and check in with Andrew Adams.
Once again, this is KSL out of Utah.
And Daniel and Dan. There are folks still trickling in, although campus is closed right now, giving us their perspective of just how traumatic that experience was.
Well, an extremely traumatic experience for a lot of people, especially when there were deep feelings about Charlie Kirk. A lot of people love Charlie Kirk, and to see this happen in front of him was just unbelievable to them. Getting in and out of campus is pretty wild right now, with the campus essentially being evacuated after this and the school being closed for the rest of the day. You have a lot of traffic backup migrating out. These two students here decided to chat with us for a minute. They're just waiting out the wait, which is quite long, and I appreciate you being willing to talk with us. Austin Watson, Sierra Arbon, you were there this afternoon. Just tell me how it went down from your eyes.
I mean, it was pretty chaotic with all the people. There was hundreds and hundreds of people in attendance that were just listening. I mean, he had a huge support here. Everyone was cheering for him. There was obviously some protesters too, and then it was honestly pretty hard to hear. So I guess what had happened was someone asked him a question about gun violence, and then we heard a shot.
Sports cards, we can assume gender just because statistics.
Didn't even feel like it.
Is it possible it's a woman shooter? Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it is highly, highly unlikely.
I wasn't right up next to him, but I saw him double over, and then everybody went down to the ground, and then after a few seconds it was just like a sea of people just trying to get out of there. And yeah,
if anyone,
everyone's coming.
If anyone is feeling bad about being indifferent or maybe even reveling in the fact that Charlie Kirk was shot, I can give you the fodder that you need to be able to not feel bad about it at all.
But I'm seeing people.
Here's Charlie's own words.
That they want to take our Second Amendment or rights away. How do we convince them that it's important to have the right to defend ourselves and all that good stuff?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. So I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. This is why I would not be a good politician, or maybe I would, I don't know, but because I actually speak my mind. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not even about personal defense.
That man's never been hunting.
The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government.
Like ICE agents.
And if that talk scares you, wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Yep. Number two, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you were actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart. So I don't know what alternative universe you're living in. Yep. You just don't want to face reality that governments tend to get tyrannical, and that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families. Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty.
Wow.
Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have...
So just to be clear, this is Charlie being incredibly callous to victims of gun shootings. It's just the price you have to pay to have the Second Amendment. There's gonna be some people that get shot, Charlie.
50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero.
So we need to be very clear.
Happen. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How do we stop all the shootings at airports?
And once again,
we have armed guards outside of airports.
There are absolutely shootings at baseball games,
banks,
airports, and
armed
banks.
Guards outside of banks. How do we stop all the shootings at gun shows? Notice there's not a lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns.
There have absolutely been shootings at gun shows.
If our money and our sporting events and our airplanes have armed guards, why don't our children?
I don't know that Charlie is brain dead, but it's a good possibility. So if you're just joining us, Charlie Kirk shot at an event in Utah. You just watched him say that some shooting deaths are the price you pay for the Second Amendment.
Oh my God.
Fair enough. Charlie was brain dead before he got shot.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Oh my God.
Welcome in, new followers. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Yeah, even if he lives, it's probably going to shut him the fuck up at least.
Counting or not counting
Oh my God. Go, run, run. Oh.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh my God.
Kazugbuk. I'm not wishing death on anybody. I'm just being as callous as he was about shooting victims. You just watched the video of him being callous towards shooting victims. So why would I care? And I'm gonna go ahead and say it one more time on the record. It's going to end up being a right-winger. There's no way that this came from the left. It's going to be a right-winger that Charlie Kirk, probably someone who was a fan of Charlie and then got pissed off that Charlie worked him up with all this propaganda over the years. And then the dude's like, well, where's the armed revolution? You're talking about Second Amendment remedies. Well, we got to do something. And he's turned against Charlie. That would be the most likely scenario here. So, and I just don't give a shit. Charlie Kirk has gone around to college campuses for years now. What, like a decade? Made millions off of going to campuses and saying the most incendiary things that he could. He's an outrage merchant. Made millions grifting by getting idiots online pissed off about nonsense. So this is just the chickens coming home to roost. This is him going to be living with the consequences of his actions. I don't give a shit. I am not bothered in any way. If he dies, he dies. Don't care. Nothing of value will have been lost. This is back to KSL out of Utah.
Felt a little bit of sorrow for his family too. But yeah, state of panic and definitely just a little bit hurt for him and his family. He is a dad of 2 kids.
Not to mention that Charlie complicit in
high school
President Pedo.
Kirk, you know, you said that your dad and
bust people, insurrectionists to January 6th.
He was going to be here.
I didn't even know he was going to be here. He popped up on my For You page on TikTok, and I was just scrolling through, and I love watching his debates, especially as somebody who's big into English. I was watching his debates and learning how he argues, and he
argues by using logical fallacies.
Which is big for me, you know, being a student, especially being in an English class.
Now, does he ever talk about violence, or is it, you mentioned he was more Christian-based, and so this seems just out of the ordinary?
It is absolutely out of the ordinary. I can't believe that this even happened. He never talks about violence. You know, it's not something he's big into. He's just into the argumentative side. He loves getting other people's perspectives. He definitely can get under people's skin just because, in like any argument, you know, you're arguing against somebody or against what they're saying, and I guess that just got...
The leopards really getting their fill these days.
Wow, thank you so much.
I love how some new guy comes into the chat and starts bitching about one of my mods.
Jody Reynosa reporting live from UVU.
Hate to tell you, brother, but clinically has been a supporter of mine for years.
Part of his comeback tour. We understand that as he was speaking here at Utah Valley University today, he was also scheduled to bring his American Comeback Tour to Utah State University, and that was going to be held...
Oh, Leopards, the Leopards Eating Faces party. I didn't know that the Leopards would eat my face after voting for the Leopards Eating Faces party.
Petition.
John Whisker.
Would keep him from coming, and these are
you the brother of John Whisker?
Where he was scheduled to come later this month. The petition had 3,500 signatures. Students, hundreds reportedly today, are joining on that petition to ask board trustees at the university to prevent
Netanyahu saying praying for Charlie Kirk
coming to their campus.
As they're like bombing Yemen right now and threatening to bomb Qatar again.
And universities' role in balancing the freedom of speech and them hearing these speakers versus protecting the safety of students.
And as we just heard from several folks, you know, they wanted to come out. This is what attracts them to Charlie Kirk, because they're able to have this type of dialogue on college campuses. Of course, it does come with some controversy. We do want to check back in with Daniel Woodruff, who is also there on campus. And Daniel,
once again, we are live
to talk to people there about some of the sights and sounds that
we had reported that a suspect had been detained, but that apparently is not the case.
A very calm event moments before they heard a shot.
Yeah, in fact, I'm joined by 2 more Utah Valley University students who told me that they were some of the first actually to arrive more morning for this event. Logan and Raleigh here. Logan, we'll start with you. What kind of set the scene for me? What was it like this morning when you got here, and then tell me what happened?
Yeah, we arrived, I want to say, an hour and a half before everything went on, and there's a couple hundred people here, pretty chill.
The dude said he liked the way Charlie Kirk argues.
Thousands of people here. And in my
it's just fallacious reasoning. That's all Charlie does.
Secure.
That's what's so infuriating.
In terms of security getting in.
Yeah, security getting in. There weren't a lot of officers around, police officers, so we just thought things, I don't know, just...
And there's a reason why Charlie goes and debates college kids, because he can't win against somebody who is properly equipped.
Settling in, and who was there?
You never see Charlie Kirk debating Mehdi Hassan.
See Charlie. The majority of us were... we support Charlie, and there's a group of other people that were kind of antagonizing us up on this.
Oh, he loves to gish gallop, loves to red herring.
There's definitely some kind of bad feelings towards each other, but we didn't think much of it. Like, we thought the security was a little bit off. Like, there wasn't many people.
A fellatio master, or otherwise known as a master debater. Oh, wait a minute, fellatio is oral.
I don't know. It was a.
I was trying to make it to
really
come back to the South Park joke from a couple weeks ago.
Raleigh, when it happened,
Charlie got wrecked at Oxford. That's true.
Yeah, so me and Logan and a couple other my buddies, we were, I don't know, 15.
That blonde woman, because the only thing Charlie could do was be like, "Oh, are you going to look at your phone?" But she had notes already, like it was on her notes app that she had made. Notes and had statistics that she was citing.
Like a firework, but
Charlie was appalled by that.
What was going on, and everybody kind of just got stunned for like 3 seconds, and then everybody just dogpiled on top of everybody, trying to get low to the ground. Mass chaos.
DJ Dub says Real America's Voice is reporting that Charlie has passed away.
Freaking out, trying to find the people they're with, make sure they're safe. And we didn't know if
Real American Voice, not the.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Logan, were you watching?
Not the most reputable source.
When he was shot?
Yeah, so I actually saw.
Ooh, but Turning Points is
fell back and we all dropped. He was rushed off.
Turning Points has released a statement.
Like through that bridge under there.
That sounds like a fucking eulogy.
Hard to watch.
We know that this event had attracted some controversy with a petition to try to cancel it. But as you were here and as the event began, I mean, I imagine that it felt like you were surrounded.
We still do not have
at least supported him
proper confirmation, but everything indicates that
there was
Charlie has probably passed away.
Charlie. There were some people in the back that were, against him, but I would say majority were for him.
And as you've processed what happened, I mean, it's been now I guess a couple of hours. I don't even know what time it is. But what's been going through your mind as you've just sort of been replaying what you watched?
I'm lost for words. I don't know. It's something we'll remember for the rest of our lives. That's for sure. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Obviously super sad and tragic.
This statement from Turning Points USA.
Have a civil conversation anymore. It just turns.
This reads like a fucking eulogy.
He has an open mic. Like, if you disagree with him, come talk to him. But apparently that's not what.
Hold on, I will pack a bong. When we get the official confirmation, I will take a bong rip in honor of Mr. Kirk.
We're praying for.
I am not retiring the sexual anarchy.
You live in. And in terms of engaging with him, that's, as I understand, the point of the tour.
That will live on forever.
He'll answer questions, and that it's a back and forth engagement.
That's exactly right. So if you disagree with him, he welcomes you up, and he'll try to be respectful. Some people aren't respectful to him, and
if you disagree with him, you won't ever make the video.
Discuss things with you, and he tries to keep an open mind. So I just think it's sad that other people won't give him the same kind of courtesy.
Well, you guys are
Tucson Tamale Company. Welcome in, my friend. Love your name. I agree with you 100%. He's been going around the country doing stochastic terrorism.
Well, Logan and Raleigh, I appreciate
the fact that they're bringing in a
some more perspectives
a SWAT team
of the Utah Valley University campus.
I don't think they've. The last we've heard about 30 minutes ago, they're saying that they have not detained a suspect.
I did want to note that I got an alert from BYU, which is not too many miles from here in Provo, they sent out an alert.
Somebody already made that joke like half an hour ago, Krill.
They do have increased security.
But welcome in.
As a result of what happened here at
Drake, we think he is expired now.
Institutions.
Several people are reporting that he is expired, but I haven't gotten it from
information. Obviously,
AP, Newsweek, Reuters, somebody like that yet.
What they heard.
We believe he is dead. TPUSA has released a statement that absolutely looks like a eulogy.
Where we're standing right now on the west side of UVU. Back to you.
Yeah, Daniel, that was some really stark testimony and things that they witnessed today. You know, I had another thought as we were seeing the video from Chopper 5 of those bleachers, an event that had been full just moments before and was now, you see, littered with
Well, the last update we got was that he was in critical condition.
And it's a hard contrast to see an event where people are having open discourse to one where they obviously fled.
This is the reporter in me. I don't want to do anything until we have official word.
Isn't it?
It is. It says a lot just by what's left behind.
And we've been hearing accounts all afternoon long.
Stochastic terrorism is where, like, you take a story, like the black guy slitting the white girl's throat on the bus, and you promote it in the hope of trying to get people to commit terrorism against black people.
Yeah, that's exactly right, boy. These stories that we're hearing out here on campus are just pretty incredible right now. But we're about 2 hours after the
propagandize people against the trans community to get them to commit violence against the trans community.
CCU Center there, just over here. So we're on the north side of it, and as you could see, the traffic right now beginning to clear up. It's pretty much opened up right around in this area also. So it's finally starting to kind of get that congestion out of the way here. But we're going to bring in Gordon Ramsay. Now, Gordon, you were actually there.
Gordon Ramsay?
So we've been hearing a lot of stories from people that were there.
I know Gordon Ramsay. That's not Gordon Ramsay.
The event, and as far as like some windows were right there, and then you were seeing. What did you see exactly from your vantage point?
So, like you said, I was like in the Hall of Flags building. I was behind a window. When I heard the shots, I didn't see where the shot came from. Of course, when that shot happened, everybody from my building ducked down. I ducked down as well, and like before I ducked down, I got like a little glimpse at Charlie Kirk, and there was blood all over his shoulder and on his left shoulder, and that is pretty devastating to see. I wish I could unsee that, but that was pretty traumatizing and stuff.
We've heard a lot of that. Your reaction that something would happen like that right here at UVU. I mean, this is obviously a very safe campus, a lot of good students here, a lot of good people. Your reaction?
Yeah, no, like you said, like there's a lot of good people, like friends, professors. This is UVU is the place for you, and like so far, like it's been an awesome experience. For something that to happen is just really devastating, and I can't believe it happened right here.
Kind of describe a little bit of the chaos there is what we.
I mean, I can totally believe it happened.
And kind of getting out of the way there. I mean, there's some.
John, you're an idiot.
Kind of what you saw when people started to kind of get out of the way.
So yeah, when I saw it,
Soup, I got the statement from News. I've got a live blog on Newsweek that I'm looking at, and that's where I saw the TPUSA statement.
I was like,
there's the live blog if you want to follow along with it.
I couldn't really move, so I was just standing in one spot, ducking my head down. For some reason, I don't know why I didn't run away. I was just like, oh my goodness, is this really happening? So at first I was like, is this really happening? And yeah, so then like after like everybody was cleared out, I finally got up and looked at the aftermath, and it was pretty devastating.
And tell me a little bit about
Charlie Kirk is raw.
It's closed right now.
Yeah.
Your thoughts about
Gordon Ramsay
to school? Is that going to be a little traumatic?
I mean, for me, it won't be dramatic. It'll just be like another day, another like life. I mean, yeah.
The question was about trans shooters, apparently.
Of course, like
right before he got shot.
Traumatized me for life, forever. Yeah, it will, but all of this is like keeping positive, having positive minds, and like having like Jesus and God on your side. So But like for other students,
yeah, how's that Jesus thing working out for you?
To come back here, I can't imagine what other students have to go through, especially something similar to mine.
Okay,
I think that's not actually the military. That's like a SWAT team, and we don't have a suspect in custody yet.
As far as these students are concerned, a lot of shock, a lot of disbelief that something like that would just happen.
Vox, welcome in. John, I literally just played a video of the motherfucker being callous about shooting victims.
Something like that happen and to witness something like that. And not only did they witness it, but it was very traumatic as far as what they witnessed. You know, to be able to see someone actually get hit with a bullet, blood coming out, and then that person dropping to the ground. So everybody out here, a lot of people saying that are praying for Charlie, hoping that he will be able to
praying for Charlie. Now, we believe he has passed.
Finally starting to clear out in this area again, as we mentioned, just on the north side here.
Several sources are saying that he has passed, but we don't have anything definitive.
Traffic is really kind of moving forward finally, but it took...
TPUSA has released a statement that absolutely seems like a eulogy.
Still out here in this area. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Dan Rascon reporting live from UVU campus. Thank you, Dan.
One thing I'm seeing on social media here, just in the last half hour, UVU has put on Twitter, not Twitter, X, that campus is closed, classes canceled. We knew that, but they're still calling on people who are on campus to shelter in place. You know, that coincides, you know, with information that we've learned that the university has now said they do not have a suspect in custody. So just keeping you up to date. We can't confirm the suspect of the status of the suspect, but
yes, we don't know.
The university is still urging people to secure in place until police officers can escort you safely off campus. Let's go now to Alex Cabrera, who has been on campus. Alex, what are you hearing out there in your vantage point now?
Yeah, we made it a little further onto campus from where the parking lot was, and you just mentioned that police are asking those still inside the school to shelter in place until an officer can maybe escort them to a parking lot or to their car. And that's what we've seen a little bit here and there. A lot of police officers here near the UCC Center, and then right behind us over here, I mean, there are several police officers from all sorts of different agencies, not only in Utah County, but I've noticed a few from outside of Utah County as well, just all helping to be a part of this. And just a few seconds, oh yeah, up there you can see the DPS helicopter, Department of Public Safety, up in the air as well. Now, one thing...
John, shut the fuck up.
The suspect is not in custody at this point. Originally, we were hearing that there was a suspect in custody, and it kind of let a lot of people here on campus that we saw students leaving the area maybe think a little bit like, okay, let's just leave, everything's okay. But now hearing that a suspect may not be in custody, it's kind of amped things up just a little bit again with students, as they're saying, is it's safe to get out of here. And last we heard again that if you are in a building right now, shelter in place and wait for a police officer to come get you. But as you can see, I mean, just the parking lot here, it was definitely full a little while ago. Still a lot of cars here from those that are sheltering in place and such like that. But just waiting now to get the official word that it might be okay to come out. And here you can see a police officer.
You are wrong, and now is not the time. I'm trying to fucking cover something that is an active situation. So don't fucking come in here and talk about Maxine Waters and shit.
I was just chatting with an employee, a source of mine, somebody that I've known for a few years, saying that they were inside their offices right back in here. They were brought to the baseball field, and now they have...
This is what they're trying to clear the buildings is what they're doing.
Exactly what's going on with the suspect and everything about safety on that sort of thing. So, again, we'll continue
Which would lead me to believe that they have no idea...
with more information as it becomes available.
Where the suspect may be.
Reporting live from us from UVU campus, and just want to bring your attention to the screen here. We were just looking at chopper video there, and we had just mentioned that Utah Valley University had sent out a post on X reminding folks that the campus is closed right now. Classes have since been canceled, and as we've been talking about talking to our reporters, there's still people trickling in, but as you can see from the Chopper 5 footage here, we did see what appeared to be law enforcement going door to door from building to building, and that coincides with what UVU has posted on X. They are making sure that the campus is secure. They're going building to building. If you are on campus, they are escorting people safely off campus. They're just reminding people to please clear out the campus again, because UVU had reported just within minutes that they do not have a suspect in custody. So this is going to be something that they're actively pursuing right now, as we're showing you that Chopper 5 footage where police are going building to building. They're going to be escorting people off campus, making sure that the campus is safe and secure.
Let's go now to Mike Hedrick, who is on the UVU campus. So, Mike, just within the last few minutes, UVU is calling this an unfolding situation. We're still seeing officers going in. What can you tell us from what you're seeing?
Yeah, as officers are going in, everyone else is coming out. So you can look in the parking lot right here. This is the main entrance of UVU where that roundabout is, and it gets pretty busy during school time. I have never seen this many emergency vehicles in one spot at one time. It's incredible. An armored car is behind me as well. You have SWAT, multiple SWAT agencies that are here. So again, when you look at all these flashing lights, all these emergency vehicles.
Trump has just tweeted that, or truth.
That's it, right?
That Charlie is dead.
So I've spoken to a number of students who were here.
I mean, I would assume he has the most up-to-date information. This is Trump's statement on Truth Social. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth of the United States. Better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania, and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. That was 4 minutes ago on Truth Social. Can I take Donald Trump as the official word? Ah, fuck. I don't think am I on the right? Oh, this is a different fucking shooting. There we go. Back to KSL. It's just another day of mass shooting USA.
The same thing we're hearing from a number of other people. And as soon as he was shot, he said it appeared he was shot in his neck and then he dropped. Again, these are witness statements. These are things that we have seen, or they have seen, and they're sharing with us. None of this has been officially confirmed, so we're waiting on that. But again, Deanie, as we look at this main entrance here to UVU, what the feel is, it's quiet right now, other than you just see all of these lights. And I dare say most of those cars are empty right now. Police presence is heavy on campus right now. We'll continue and follow it, and if anything changes, we'll let you know.
Mike, we appreciate that update, and we've got another update. This is from NBC News. President Trump is posting on Truth Social just within the last few minutes. He has reported that Charlie Kirk has died. Again, we are just seeing this.
All right, I will take that as official.
We got it from NBC News.
Light one up, tip one back for Charlie Kirk.
Social.
And as we've been, that is just really some unsettling news, especially based on the accounts that we've been hearing from bystanders.
We're going to take this as the official confirmation. Charlie Kirk is dead.
Coinciding with what they saw, reports also confirmed by AP that he was shot in the neck. Very traumatic for those people that we have been hearing from. And now to get a post from President Donald Trump stating, in fact, that 31-year-old Charlie Kirk has died.
We've been seeing all afternoon. It's a sobering.
Tucson, there is a mass shooting currently going on right now in the country.
The state leaders from the political
parties, at least one.
On the national
I think I might have seen. There's two.
Their concerns for Charlie Kirk and for Utah and the students and everybody who was involved in that. It's hard news to process on top of what everybody has already been through down there.
And we have been talking about UVU campus as well. Classes canceled.
Evergreen High School in Colorado.
Police saying that everybody needs to clear out to make sure that the campus is secure and safe. We do have our reporters who have been there.
Ragnats. I was a news reporter for
folks there about their perspective
about 15 years, I'd say.
That event. Let's go to Jody Reynosa now. Jody, what can you tell us?
Well, it's a very solemn feeling right now. As reporters talked about before, it's quieted down here. The parking lots are very thin. You don't see, the stream of cars trying to make that egress.
I had to think about it because in the 2010s, I switched from being a reporter to being in production.
We did see those SWAT sheriff, big big vehicles coming in here to make sure things are safe.
We've seen it from other sources, Kaya.
They can do. We're hearing DPS helicopters overhead.
Like, I think Real American News was the first to report it, but I don't consider them very trustworthy.
Here, she wasn't expecting to go see Charlie Kirk. She was actually here to support.
To be fair, Trump could just be repeating what he's heard from Real American News.
Like when you heard people coming out and screaming.
It's a very surreal, scary moment, not knowing what's going on with everybody around, and it's like, where are they? That's the scariest part, not knowing where they are and wondering if you guys are safe and if, you know, everybody else is safe.
And you happen to be here to give support to Ryder, who was taking a test, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what is your family, your friends, you know, is there a flurry of text messages coming in saying, are you okay?
So many text messages, are you okay? What's going on? I heard it on the news. A lot coming in.
What is your feeling, though?
AP might be
happens around these
quoting Trump.
No, it's very scary, especially.
But yeah, I'm going to take it as official. Charlie Kirk is dead.
In all the way because we're all just like hearing everything as it's coming.
KSL is reporting it.
That Charlie Kirk has passed from this horrific shooting. What are your feelings?
Super sad. I don't even know what to feel at this point because it's all just happened so fast and just very sad, feel bad for his family and everybody else.
Any of your actions or your path forward in your mind, has that kind of changed, or has the trajectory changed being that this happened? I mean, you're in high school. I mean, are you thinking about, okay, what precautionary measures do I need to take if I decide to go to college around here?
Yeah, it really makes you realize that, like, the world
under the Trump Truth Social post
much longer as we're in high school. Like,
people are like, the Democrats did this. The Democrats are to blame.
There's the world out there.
What are the drills like at Cedar Valley High School? Something like this.
I don't know, just locked down in our classrooms. We actually had one a few years back, so just kind of staying put.
Oh, I can't wait to cut up me playing him being callous towards the school shooters.
Not too long ago, you said? Yeah. Okay, and then now this.
And then my comments on him getting shot.
To the people who can't be here right now, maybe high school students across the country, what would you tell them?
That's a loaded question. Stay safe.
I still stand by my statement. This is going to come out to be a right-winger. Probably even somebody that was radicalized by Charlie Kirk.
Thank you so much.
Or right-wing propaganda.
Right, so a very solemn, quiet scene here. People are still in shock. They are just, you know, trying to grapple with what's going on.
You sent me that.
Back to you.
Holiday. But the school is saying there is not a suspect. That's the guy that we saw the cops detain originally, right after it happened. Apparently, he is not the suspect.
Has died.
Yeah. We just are seeing also a post on social media from Governor Cox, who says he just got off the phone with President Trump, working with the FBI and the Utah law enforcement to bring this individual to justice after this tragedy. He and his wife, Abby, are heartbroken.
I have no idea what you're talking about, John. The Democrat rhetoric is focused on
to happen in our state, on our campus, to expose
the unhinged and mentally ill.
Like this.
The fuck are you talking about?
Are going to be grieving this together. Let's go to this special report from NBC for a moment and see.
Flash, we don't have a suspect. That the person that they're reporting on Twitter
exercised his democratic
is not the suspect.
Encouraged and provoked those to share ideas, and violence has apparently taken his life, according to President Trump. Tom?
Yeah, you know, Kelly, we have covered politics, you and I, for a while now, and I don't know if we have seen, as you described it, a season of political...
They brought out Tom Lama.
Starting in Butler with the assassination attempt on President Trump that came so very close, just inches away, as we all saw in the photos and the video, and as the president has described, a second assassination attempt on his life. What happened just recently in Minnesota with those makers assassinated...
Welcome in. Thank you guys for being a freaking follower.
And now you have Charlie Kirk, who was never elected, never held office, a political activist, a young man, now shot in cold blood.
I think Charlie Kirk using dehumanizing language played a role in this.
Charlie's group was called Turning Point because he thought there was a turning point now.
Charlie Kirk is a constant stream of anger and vitriol.
And Kelly, you wonder if now...
If Charlie Kirk is so pro-life, then why is he dead?
Politics in this country. I mean, how will political activists, any type of political speech now, happen in America, right? When you have something like this happen in a place where someone thought he was speaking to a friendly crowd.
Well, certainly it was a largely friendly crowd. I mean, Utah, which is certainly conservative, a university-based, the kind of
I laugh at plenty of people dying. I do a show where I laugh at people dying every fucking night.
On their phones and in their social media.
If you think it's wrong of me to laugh at Charlie Kirk dying, but you've watched me make fun of other people dying, then
there are waves
like
of what happened.
that's a you
There's
issue.
the shock. There is bipartisan or cross.
Charlie Kirk was not a great man.
Political violence. There are inevitably questions about the availability.
Charlie Kirk was a fucking grifter
Obviously, our elected
who went around to college campuses, made millions, keeping people upset on the internet. Went around to college campuses and debated
campus police, that kind
young college kids that weren't media trained so that he could make them look bad on the internet to make millions. Funded by right-wing dark money.
A situation on the part of a
He was a grifter of the highest order.
and so there are so
He
many
bussed people to January 6th
will certainly be a moment to again address what is the place of violence. Are our politics
to conduct an insurrection against our country. NBC News is taking. I didn't even notice it. We've gone from the local NBC affiliate to they've taken the national news.
acknowledging his life, those who will grieve his memory, and then
Yes, he's a human being, and I'm going to treat him like I do every other fucking human being. He was nothing special just because you had a parasocial relationship with him.
Texting with him yesterday, and he was on the House floor moments.
Nobody wants to block you, Rocky.
Hogan, first, I am so sorry for your loss.
You guys have this.
Talk to me about what you remember about
victim complex. It's weird.
It is so incredibly sad for those people that were close to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for having me. I remember working in the first Trump administration in the White House, and Charlie would come by, and we would all kind of look and say, "Who is this kid?"
I don't know that he was a Nazi, but he was definitely Nazi adjacent.
So he's so talented at this young age, and
he was not talented.
Toward him, we watched what he was doing with the youth across this country.
Had he not been propped up by dark money,
debate over ideas,
no one would know who the fuck he was.
No, altercations other than verbal, because that's what the country is all about, disagreeing, and he built a brand.
Rocky was Hitler blonde. Come the fuck on, dude.
Have these sensible, honest conversations.
Zakora, welcome in. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Just watching him do that, it was just awe-inspiring for someone like me who's been in this movement for such a long time, and to watch
TPUSA was based in Arizona, and according to all data, they actually had a negative impact on the youth vote in Arizona in the 2022 election.
At the end of October at Ole Miss, the University of Mississippi in Oxford, and I told him I saw that he was coming.
He's been embarrassed time and time again by people that actually know what they're talking about.
I planned a trip down to Oxford to be with him.
He got embarrassed at Oxford,
and
just like 6 months ago.
I'm so sad to think of his wife and his children.
I don't give a shit because he wasn't sad for any of the gun. I showed you the video of him earlier.
Would do something like this simply for disagreeing with somebody politically. We don't know the motivations yet, but obviously they didn't like Charlie. But there's no place for political violence in this country. This shooter is grotesque, is vile, is a disgusting person, and as Kelly said, as you said.
Well, in 2022, there was a Senate race and a governor's race,
right now,
and it looked like TPUSA negatively affected it. So that's a better test than the presidential race in 2024.
Somebody who would want to assassinate.
Can't feel bad for a fascist.
Figure, right? Likely.
Hello, welcome in. Okay, so
what was it you think about Charlie that would compel someone?
One more time, Charlie Kirk has died. Light one up, tip one back.
He had never held political.
For our good friend, we've played numerous clips of him on the show.
Social media. But he's not a household name. If you're not really into politics, you likely don't know.
Did I make his face smaller? Is that really how it is?
We know him because
we'll never know.
You work with him closely, as you had said. But what do you think it was about Charlie that would have prompted somebody to do something as vile and as violent as this?
Well, there is nothing about Charlie that would, should, or
seriously
push somebody.
Oh yeah, he was a saint.
Unacceptable, regardless of your thoughts of his policies or his positions. There is no excuse, there is no reason, there is no rationale for this behavior.
Oregon Gal, that's all you. Good afternoon. Light one up, tip one back in honor of Charlie Kirk.
At all. And what is so frustrating is, as the tensions in this country continue to get ratcheted up, you brought this up at the beginning of the segment, we had a former president, a candidate, dodge a bullet in reality, was shot in the ear, and then another assassination attempt was foiled. And now we have someone like Charlie Kirk as well. You mentioned not elected, true, but someone who just wanted to go on these college campuses, and as they used to be places we could share ideas and debate ideas, it seems like they've become petri dishes or cesspools for silencing and censoring.
Why does no one say that
with your opinion
is evoking violence?
So there is no reason for anyone to want.
Schools have become cesspools.
Charlie Kirk, there is no reason that is legitimate by any stretch of the imagination. We don't know this person. We don't know the motivation, as you said. However,
Julie, welcome in.
This is just flat out evil.
Yeah, flat out evil, and it speaks to sort of how large.
Clinically hits it perfectly. Weird middle-aged man goes on to college campus to start fights. Surprised when he gets shot.
We've been listening in to NBC News special report on Charlie Kirk. Confirmed.
This was a right-winger. This was in some town in Utah I've never fucking heard of.
Was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University State Campus earlier today at an event that was fairly a friendly crowd. As you know, if you are familiar with Charlie Kirk, he is on this America Comeback tour.
That's what's going to happen. They might try to make a right-wing incel out to be a left-winger.
Is debate and political.
I almost guarantee you it's going to be some right-winger
from, as you can imagine, from local leaders
who didn't think Charlie, probably got radicalized by people like Charlie, and then went further down the rabbit hole and thought Charlie was like some double agent working for the libs or the deep state.
Individual responsible for this tragedy.
It might have been because of Epstein. Holy shit.
And we should.
Charlie did the about face on Epstein like what, a month ago?
At this time, Deanie.
And here's a statement from President Trump, the great and even legendary.
Don't be surprised if that's not it.
And my sympathy.
Oh, the deep state got to him.
Erica and family. Charlie, we love you. Those are the latest developments, even as we are still seeing troops and police officers.
You are wrong. I don't know.
Campus. Let's check back.
What you mean by leftist? The school shooter was totally a Nazi. The guy in Minnesota they've tried to paint as a left winger was a anti-abortion pastor who was a hardcore MAGA supporter.
On UVU's campus.
But he was appointed to some board by the governor before Waltz and was reappointed. So right-wingers have latched onto that and called him a left-winger.
Emergency crews or vehicles on a scene. There's got to be.
But it wasn't true at all.
To 75 of these vehicles throughout the parking lot. And then you can multiply that by whatever number as far as the number of police and other emergency personnel who are here.
Hey, Doc, a pregnant woman was a citizen of this country, pregnant woman, was detained by ICE. We just found out about that today in California. One of the fucking hundreds of stories I can show you
is out. Everyone is.
I know of at least a couple of dozen citizens that have been detained by ICE.
It doesn't seem like there are any other active threats, but they can't.
When I say detained, I mean for days.
They can't take that risk, and they need to make sure that everything is.
You understand that, right? Do you think if you were an American citizen, you should be detained for any amount of time?
Today, who are right up
on suspicion for looking brown.
I got a couple of guys right here who were actually asking questions before that final question was asked, and that's when Charlie got shot. So
I hope they sue the shit.
Appreciate the time. You also got Ryan over here, right? So Henry, you.
But here's another thing: when you sue for civil rights violations, it's just us, the taxpayers, they're gonna have to pay out.
Basically, he just asked questions about transgenderism, and it led into like transgender violence and shooters and stuff like that, based off of what's been happening around the country.
99.9 something percent of shooters are cis white males.
Hard to reconcile for a while there. I think I was just in a state of shock. But
mass shooters.
The fact that it was like 10 to 20 seconds after I walked away, I turned back and I see Charlie just gushing blood from his neck. And after that, you have a random.
We're doing all shooters. I have to remove the white from it
for some reason.
And it's just cis males.
With that, because that took up a lot of cops that were there at the time that could have been searching for the shooter. Because
John Whisker, you are on a channel where you can go to my YouTube and watch me debate right wingers for hours.
Super angry. Because it's just.
And you're talking about they mostly ban people. I've never banned anyone other than people that are like, dropping N-bombs to try to get me banned.
You're saying you don't believe.
People will come in to harass me.
He didn't have a weapon on him. He just confessed.
They can mass report me. They have to get banned.
I'll tell you this,
because I want to preserve my channel.
An hour and a half before.
But other than that, if people aren't dropping slurs, they get
going around
banned.
and talking to any conservatives and stuff, just bashing Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
I get banned on the right all the time.
Blah, 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 blah.
Holy shit, I'm banned in so many right-wing channels.
It doesn't surprise me. He didn't. From what I could tell, he didn't have anything on him. If they did, I don't think they would be looking for the shooter, because they would. If it was him, they would have the weapon with him, but it wasn't there. So that's the whole thing.
And you've heard since in the last moments, President Trump sent out as well on social media.
Twitch is popping right now. You've seen how many people have subbed to me.
A message. There are a bunch of friends who've seen me already on the news and stuff have been messaging me, telling me like, yeah, dude, he didn't make it. And I think me and Ryan and a whole bunch of us are just fed up with it. We don't know. There's stuff that needs to happen. It needs to change.
I'd rather not take a call right now, but we can.
I'm sorry.
I think most people would probably agree with
because we got a manhunt going on.
Thank you very much, Henry Ryan.
This may be the whole show for tonight.
If you'd like, talk to me about where you were. Were you two together when this happened, or where were you standing?
No, I was about 50 feet away. I was in the thick of the crowd. I was working my way up to the stand to ask Charlie some questions. At that moment that the shot rang out, I look over and I see Charlie Kirk slump over for just a split second, and the crowd just pushes back. There's a huge stampede pushing back. People are jumping into the fountain. People are running towards the building. I stuck around, tried to stay away out of everybody's way, pulled out my phone, started to take some video. I got down there closer to the stand, and there was very little police presence. However, at that time,
I'm mocking you for being stupid, John. Like, you're literally a dumb motherfucker.
The alleged suspect away.
You prove me right so often. The right wingers are morons.
Who said they recognize this individual, and he goes to political events. He goes to a lot of events with news and with media, and he tries to
stir contention.
Yep, he tries to.
I will once again hit you with what Charlie's opinion is on shooting victims. I have the video handy.
But I'm seeing people argue for the other side that they want to take our Second Amendment or rights away. How do we convince them that it's important to have the right to defend ourselves and all that good stuff?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. So I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. This is why I would not be a good politician, or maybe I would, I don't know, but because I actually speak my mind. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not.
That man has never hunted.
That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government.
Come on.
Come on.
And
yeah, like ICE agents.
Scares you? Wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Yep. Number two, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you were actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart.
No, he wasn't.
What alternative universe you're living in. Yep. You just don't want to face reality that governments tend to get tyrannical, and that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families. Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population.
Here we go.
Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty.
Wow.
Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. Yes. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop
more guns? That was the solution, was more guns.
Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How do we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports.
Doc, my friend, let me ask you a question. How do you know that your view on antidepressants, that that's the cause of it, isn't actually an opinion paid for by, like, the people that push that notion? If you'll notice, the right-wing commentators on a YouTube or Twitter that push the notion that, oh, it's because of so many antidepressants. Have you noticed that they're sponsored by gun companies, gun manufacturers? Have you ever thought that maybe that opinion is just a scapegoat? Here's the thing, Doc, is I'm not a doctor, I'm not a neurologist, I'm not a psychologist. I don't think it is my purview to say who should and shouldn't be on antidepressants. Now, if you want to argue that because of a capitalistic incentive that maybe we overprescribe medications, I'd probably agree with you on that. But I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that antidepressants have been a wonder drug for several of my friends. And as we, like, there's a statistic out there that right-wingers love to cite all the time, that more left-wingers have, or more liberals have mental diagnoses than right-wingers. And that's true, but that's because people that are liberal leftists are more likely to seek treatment, whereas right-wingers just bottle shit up and are repressed. And if you ask me, because they've done a study on it, like antidepressants weren't the cause of school shootings, because like or mass shootings in general, because most people that commit mass shootings aren't actually on them. What's your evidence that antidepressants don't work? Where are you getting this from? I don't understand how somebody can so confidently say something when it's not there. Like, is that your area of expertise? It's a stupid semantic game. Oh, you can't be happy on an antidepressant. What? That makes no sense, my friend.
Rushing in toward this building. We've seen a lot of attention on the Fugal Gateway building, which is what this is, again, directly south of the shooting area. And so presumably going in to clear it, but we don't know if there is any other.
My goal in life,
again, in a larger scale process,
is to preach to people.
Imagine how
to not have opinions on shit you don't know anything about.
On a college campus where as many as 50,000.
That's the problem with this country. There are too many idiots that have opinions on shit they don't know nothing about.
All right, Andrew Adams reporting live from UVU campus for us with that update. Thank you.
We appreciate just the updated information and seeing that this is still, UVU has reported this is still an unfolding situation. We're seeing that. Police dogs still on campus, officers still speeding.
Dak, I don't think you should be worried about this empowering reactionaries to do other reactionary shit, because, I mean, we're just in a time. We are in a time of political upheaval. This is a paradigm shift.
Dan,
the old systems are broken and they don't work.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing out here on our end also. We're along University.
It could possibly be a revolution.
You could see officers behind me here. I'm not sure exactly what's happening here, but they're trying to get out of the way as far as getting over the curb here and flipping themselves around so they can race off to another area. So I'm not exactly sure where these officers are going, but they seem to be heading down towards I-15. That's basically the north of I-15. We
Gorgeous.
See racing off right there. So something must be going on where we could obviously see officers jumping in the vehicles right here. And as you see.
Yeah, I don't think they have any idea who they're going after.
Going to be heading kind of the entrance here. This is the entrance to northbound.
And I think the response to this
basically right next
is going to be something we'll look into, because
I don't know.
Did you guys see how nonchalant they were walking around the campus?
Or what happens there? But again, we're seeing a lot of activity, a lot of SWAT members also running across campus to a variety of different areas. But you can just give you a little bit
Yes, John. Too many people with opinions on shit they know nothing about. Like Charlie Kirk.
You could see, and then you start heading basically towards UVU. Just all this police force right here in this area. And then as we kind of flip around here, it's just completely congested here. And then we go all the way.
Did you get volunteered?
Kind of where
I don't usually have a partner for, news
the
stuff.
Congestion there with all of the police officers and all of the agencies from a variety of different places. But again, as everybody's been kind of mentioning here, suddenly we're starting to see a lot of activity as far as officers racing off.
We're in the middle of a manhunt.
What's interesting, though, is that we saw some officers going this way. Now we see these officers coming our way here. So again, we're not really exactly sure what's happening, but apparently there's a lot of activity as far as officers try to get to a variety of different locations right now. But the stories have just been horrendous to be able to hear some of these students describe exactly what they saw out there. We've been hearing all day long here, one story after another, about the trauma that they experienced as they saw.
Well, we've got a lot going on. I'm balancing, trying to bring you guys the news.
Kind of what happened, where the bullet hit.
And then I've got a lot of people joining my chat.
It's going to be difficult.
Twitch is very busy. I've had
one of the big questions here is trying to get back to campus and
a dozen new followers.
Back to reality again as far as
welcome in, guys.
Studies. This is an experience that many of these students told us.
Hamter and AR1 US.
This is something that they'll never forget in a lifetime. And
magic mushroom.
Very tragic what happened here. Very upsetting.
Welcome in, friends. Thank you for being freaking followers.
Kind of happening here and there behind us. Another vehicle here. Another city police officer from Orem trying to get out to get to another location. So again, we're just seeing
Nut Crusher and Mount
spread out as
Burrito
trying to get to different locations. If we can find anything out as to what's happening out here, of course.
I don't know what you're talking about, emotional lefties.
Out there,
the dude went to college campuses and had emotional breakdowns.
And we just got a statement from Utah Valley University, still offering a phone number to students or anyone who might still be on campus.
I've watched him go off on so many stupid things.
As recently as within the last few minutes.
Like this is from the Super Bowl.
Out of the building or off campus.
He had a whole meltdown about the Super Bowl.
For people who are still on the campus.
And Deanie, we are continuing to get reaction basically from the death of Charlie Kirk. I'm just receiving one here.
Silent, welcome in, Textilian.
Mike McKell here.
I'm sorry if I've missed anybody. It's busy and we're hopping.
Kirk was a father, a husband, a
Bagheera,
and a friend to many. This violence needs to stop. I'm praying for his family. This loss is immense. Well, let's go check back in with Daniel Woodruff, who is also there on the UVU campus for us. Daniel.
UVU.
Yeah, so we're on the west side, and if
Mattnology, welcome in, friend. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
the shooting of Charlie,
I've got to piss really bad. Clinically.
it says proof.
Let me go piss, and then we're gonna smoke some more weed in honor of Charlie Kirk.
Chair we've seen from videos on social media, and there were people on those bleacher type areas watching and listening when the shots rang out. We've seen police officers over there. In fact, a little bit ago, an interesting sight, there is a walkway, a sort of a sky bridge just before the tent, and we saw a number of SWAT officers running, and that's kind of lines up with what Dan has reported and Mike, that there seems to be this activity on campus as there is confusion and uncertainty about exactly where the shooter is or shooters. We don't know a lot of information. As we know, UVU initially said a suspect was in custody, and now reports from NBC News and others say that a suspect is not in custody. And so some of us in the media have been just talking among ourselves about wondering about where we're located and what else might be going on here on campus. I also want to have my photographer pan off to the right there. You can see in the parking lot directly to the south of where we are, a number of law enforcement officers. I don't know what agency they're from, but they were just patrolling the far west part of campus, and that is something that we have seen more and more of. These
just to be
armed law enforcement
perfectly frank, everybody in the chat is aware that the vast majority of political violence in this country comes from the right. Correct.
We've also been hearing from people.
Like, it is not even close.
Look over at the building there.
I know the propaganda you watch tells you otherwise. But it is insane how slanted it is.
But we've been told that
in the last decade, right-wing extremists were responsible for the vast majority of extremist-related murders.
And
76% came from the right. 3% came from left-wing extremism. That's anarchists, black nationalists.
As we were looking,
domestic Islamic extremism accounted for 20%, which is also right-wing.
At UVU, the campus is closed, and they are escorting people off campus. Let's go ahead.
Actively happen, and that's
so not emotional leftists around here.
Okay. Yeah. See, we are seeing. Law enforcement in what looks like tactical gear escorting people off campus, I can't tell if they're going into a building or out of one, but they're still a clear presence on the campus, and they are still issuing from the university that if you need to be escorted out, stay sheltered in place until someone comes in
let me
out and off campus.
Light one up, tip one back. Mox, my friend.
Just to either carry some of that out or to investigate. Yeah, there's still ongoing information that we don't have, but things happening on campus.
And we've been getting different perspectives from our reporters who are fanned out across the campus there. Let's check back in with Alex Cabrera.
One up, dip one back. We're our buddy Charlie Kirk.
What you've been able to witness right now.
Yeah, we are right at the main entrance to UVU, just off the main.
It is the ADL, John.
Chevron station, and you've seen it from Mike's vantage point and my colleague Dan Rascone. Police officers.
And you're going to say the same thing every right-winger says. Oh, the ADL.
A bunch of police officers in that tactical gear making their way.
They can't be true. They're left-wing propaganda.
As well, full lights on and everything. Still waiting for official confirmation on exactly what is happening at this point. But I can tell you, as I know many of us have been saying,
they're propaganda. They just aren't left-wing.
In Utah County, with Salt Lake County, this is where the cooperation comes in.
The killer almost certainly will be a right-wing nut job, possibly radicalized by Charlie himself.
New to these officers, this is something that they constantly train for. They've trained at places like UVU in the past. I know we've done at least one story on some of the training methods that they do.
Every channel has posted the chart I just showed you.
Did this?
I find that hard to believe.
Now is still not in custody, and so where is that person? That's what kind of ratcheted things up here, I'd say, in the past hour or so, simply because first the
FBI was screaming throughout the 2000s.
When they started hearing that, no, they're still looking for
that right-wing extremism was going to be a huge problem because they saw the militias getting together and training.
Dozens and dozens.
They saw the conspiracy theories that started to bubble online.
Possible, and also escort those students that are still shut sheltering in place in some of these buildings.
We have a manhunt. Charlie Kirk.
To their cars, to waiting loved ones, to friends. So
we believe officially dead.
But right now, campus still is officially closed. No classes today.
The president has truthed it out, but you know,
from UVU, I know that some of the people involved in public communications and such, not only with UVU, but with different agencies here, they're kind of chatting right now in one of the buildings, figuring out how they're going to release information, how they're going to do that. And of course, when we get that, we'll certainly pass that on to you. But again, right now, it's just a matter of waiting for official confirmation on what happened.
DJ Dub, yes, I got that along. Oh, everybody wants to hear this song. Oh, this will light up the floor. No, I assure you, I know what's going to keep people on the floor.
Soon, and when we get it, we'll certainly air it so that people will have the latest information that they can have for themselves.
You don't spread out your collarbone like that and live. I don't like saying things without official confirmation. This is the news reporter in me.
Conference there at the UVU campus at 4 o'clock, and hopefully they can shed some light. But as we talk to,
but there's also like he received treatment quickly, which is like one of the
just a note,
biggest factors in being able to survive a gunshot.
Or so we should hopefully learn a little bit more, as that suspect is still at large.
Yeah, and in the circumstances of that, we're also seeing that there has been notes of a vigil tonight, 7 o'clock for Charlie Kirk at the Utah State Capitol Rotunda. You know, hundreds.
Bagheera, let me ask you a question. First of all, the mainstream media did cover it.
By this information.
But let me ask you a question. Why did the right-wing media not cover the white guy that slit a woman's throat on a bus last month?
Tonight at a vigil, 7 o'clock at the Capitol. Let's go to.
Why is this one? Because I covered it on the Troll Patrol, didn't think anything of it, didn't think the next day the president was going to hold up a picture of it in the White House. But why do you guys hyper-focus on some stories but not others? Exact same thing, but a white guy did it.
SWAT teams.
Fucking right-wing media didn't give a shit then.
You know, trickling in and out of buildings. At one point, I saw in front of the Fulton Library about 20 SWAT members heading into the library.
Your selective outrage is so goddamn tiring.
For law enforcement. I did talk to a member of the SWAT team just briefly, and he said, you know, our directive is basically to go through all of the buildings and make sure that either people are out, or if they can't.
No, it's because you're racist.
He said, you know, we're seeing.
Well, I don't know who the victim was. There is no video camera footage.
It was a date gone wrong for a student that I'm next to, Nick.
I don't know that the victim was white or black.
He's so sad about this news. Tell us, what were you feeling? What were you seeing?
I do not have the story off.
Honestly, the fact that it just happened all quickly.
I do not have the link to the story, but if you Google the headline, man sat behind stranger on bus, slit her throat.
Screaming, shouting, yelling.
It will pop right up because I did look at the story earlier.
And honestly, for me, I was worried that, you know.
I verified that it was real.
This guy was a family man.
That is something I do before I share information out on the stream.
He was talking about and bringing up that dialogue. And so honestly, my whole purpose in being here and coming today was just to learn a little bit more. And the fact that it ended so quickly, so fast in that way, it scared me because I felt like, what's going on? Like, what does this mean? What does this mean for like students like me? Like, we can't engage in dialogue without, or even come to a place where we can engage in dialogue. Absolutely did not expect it, wasn't prepared for it.
Yeah, because he was on a college campus and there was probably, and it was an event, there was probably an ambulance nearby. That's why I held out that he could have made it in normal circumstances.
You senior, and you came here for him. So the fact that
that did seem to be a deadly shot.
Or way it did. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, he decided to come to UVU, and I really didn't care.
So the thing about, if you're new here, I love having people that are
super excited and to see it end just like
are antagonistic in the chat. It is called the Troll Patrol. The name of my show is the Troll Patrol.
Nothing like that should ever happen.
So you were trying to find a parking spot to go in, excited to see Charlie, and then...
Excited to see Charlie.
People started running out the doors. They started fleeing. People were yelling, not only like obscenities, but they were yelling like run, 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 because they didn't know what was going on other than there was a bullet shot. And so I had people just running in front of me, running next to me, and I was super nervous, and I was like, I got to get out of here too.
It is very graphic. I did not show the other video.
Date gone wrong, unfortunately.
Yes, yeah. I like I said, I was coming back from a lunch date.
Hey, John, don't let right-wing media brainwash you.
And
the vast majority of murder is white on white.
Things I was concerned about was, is his little sister okay? Because I knew my buddy was okay, but I was worried that his sister wasn't okay. So I immediately was trying to call him, contact him, and make sure that his sister was okay.
Now, you've received an unofficial text, but with the echo chambers that, they're hearing all sorts of things. We're trying to sift things out still.
Yeah.
What was that text that you did get?
Yeah, so I actually just received a text from somebody that is claiming that Charlie Kirk's wife and maybe a kid or both of his kids were actually at the event today. I can't imagine a worse thing for a mother or a child to go through than to see a horrific tragedy like that happen.
What are your thoughts, though, going forward as far as Charlie Kirk and maybe following or even watching reruns? I mean, at this point, what is it?
This is a man who was an incredible father, an example to me.
How do you know he wasn't an incredible? You don't know shit about whether he was an incredible father. He seemed like he treated his wife like a broodmare. He was constantly on the road arguing with college students.
His kids aren't going to be able to see a dad, and his wife is going to have to, live alone without a husband potentially. For me going forward, I want to see dialogue happen, but it cannot end like this.
I'm gonna have to find.
I disagree with you, but I will never ever wish
the video of him laying there spouting out.
With a bullet, any type of weapon in any way. You deserve to live. You have worth and value. I want to engage in dialogue with you. I want to understand you, but I will not disagree with you to the point where I don't believe you belong here on Earth. Unfortunately, for Charlie today, that's what happened.
Nick, thank you so much for your thoughts. I really appreciate it. Now, again, that was an unofficial text, but that is what Nick was hearing from a friend's text message. And along the same line of thought, a lot of people, a lot of students I've talked to say it's about respect. Even if you don't agree with somebody's political side that they're on as far as different sides of the aisle or whatever the topic is, it's about respect. And
Charlie Kirk didn't respect people.
Violence. I'll send it back to you.
Jody Reynosa, we appreciate that insight and
anonymously
there from the UVU campus.
T-Minus, I'll tell you good afternoon.
Yeah, we are hearing from Turning Point USA. Of course, Charlie Kirk was one of the co-founders there. A spokesperson saying Kirk was, quote, murdered by a gunshot at Utah Valley University. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers, and we ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity in this time.
Bagheera, don't make me tap the chart again.
The Utah Commissioner of Higher Education. Of course, it
is the right that are violent.
So just, again, re-emphasizing that there's no place for violence on college campus and condemning that. We also saw a statement from the Utah Chiefs of Police talking about this outdoor event, that his death was confirmed and that they are united against violence in all forms, free speech and respectful political.
I was not expecting this today.
The health and vitality of our democracy. And I'm sure we will see many of these kinds of statements come out today as people process and take inventory of all that's happened today.
And Daniel Woodruff, he's been kind of getting a sense.
We have a manhunt underway.
UVU campus. And I know your focus right now, Daniel, is the heavy police presence there. You were kind of painting a picture of what you were seeing as far as police and tactical gear.
Yeah, we've seen police. In fact, a little bit earlier on our air live, you saw some officers escorting a group of women out of the building that's just to the south of where the shooting took place. The shooting happened right behind me here on the west side of the campus. And I went over and I talked to the women. They didn't want to speak on camera, but they told me that they had been sheltering in place for several hours. UVU had put out a phone number for people here on campus to call if they needed a police escort, and so police went and escorted them to their cars. This campus evacuation evacuation literally is still going on then, because the shooting, according to UVU, happened about 12:10.
Oh!
3:30.
Melanie Cosmic Fox. I don't think Charlie was expecting it either.
Sheltering in place for the last couple of hours. As I spoke to the women...
God damn it, I can't stay mad at you.
Again, speak on camera, but they just said it's incredibly sad. They wanted to get to their families and talk about that they are okay and they are safe, but they said their office overlooks the plaza where Charlie Kirk was shot, and as we now know, he died from those injuries. And they said it was a loud gunshot. They heard it very clearly, and the mayhem that ensued as people ran off of the campus after UVU told everyone.
John, what the fuck are you talking about? Leftist hive mind.
So we're continuing to look over from the west here to the area where the shooting happened.
Dude was holding his event on campus where a bunch of people all dressed exactly alike were like, Charlie is wonderful. Charlie, tell me what to think. And you think the leftists are the hive mind. It blows my mind. You people are crazy.
An outdoor event. We've actually heard from some students today who spoke with us earlier who said they were very critical of the fact that there was basically no security here, that anyone could walk in, anyone with a backpack, you didn't know what was inside. They wondered why there were no security checks of any kind prior to Charlie Kirk's event getting underway, and it didn't take very long through the event.
I love you guys. Right-wingers crack me the fuck up.
For the shooting to happen. The somber mood here on campus is notable. I know we have
so much leftist infighting. You're lucky you're cute too.
Campus. I know UVU's been
it makes it hard to hate on you.
By the trees there a little bit ago. They've since left. And one of our photojournalists approached them after we learned that Charlie Kirk had passed away, and they were crying. They didn't want to speak with us about it, but this is a somber mood here on campus as the gravity of what's happened is sinking in. That Charlie Kirk was shot in...
Doc, man, I think it's crazy you people obsess over it.
And ultimately died from his injuries. And we've talked with people today who were excited to hear from him.
Bro, there are people that are born with brains that make them think that their arm doesn't belong.
Just the mayhem and chaos that ensued after that. So as we are here on the west part of campus...
There are people born with all sorts of different neurological disorders. Nobody's normal. That's why I think you guys are so goddamn scared of going to the doctor.
A lot of law enforcement...
and finding out what the fuck is wrong with you guys.
From Dan Rascone and Mike Hedrick. But that's kind of the mood here. And UVU, again, is asking people, if they're still on campus, give them a call. They'll have the police escort to get them off. Back to you.
All right, Daniel. Yeah,
I mean, it's called psychological projection. I assume that people that obsess over trans people,
and that's a lot of the things.
Because like right-wingers talk about trans people way more than trans people talk about being trans.
Sadness, even anger that this happened in Utah.
I mean, there's some content creators that, you know, being trans and talking about their experience is their thing, and that's cool. I love that.
That involved political dialogue.
But like overall, like all my trans friends, they just exist. And it's not a big deal that they're trans.
7 o'clock.
They're just people.
Kirk at the Utah State.
It doesn't come up in normal conversation. It's weird that right-wingers focus on it the way you guys do.
And again, have a chance to debrief, have a chance to express the emotions of the day. It's been a heavy day, and there are a lot of people who are feeling that right now.
Yeah, and we have certainly been getting a sense of that.
Yes, it's got SS bolts on it. Jesus.
Let's go ahead and check back in with Alex. And I know the last time that we talked
at the Utah Rotunda,
so many questions, not getting those answers right now, but you're out there, you're able to talk to people and just get a sense of what they're going through right now with the passing of Charlie Kirk.
You know,
it's a serious problem in this country because right-wing media has realized on that issue they can. Okay, you got to realize,
and they shouldn't happen like this, especially when
like alcohol companies don't make money off people that drink alcohol casually. They make it off people that have alcohol problems. Same thing with gambling. So they don't make their money off people that gamble casually. They make it off of the 2 to 5% that do it addictively.
You know, well-known.
Right-wing media has found that 2 to 5% of their audience has gender issues of their own, or jack off to trans porn and then feel yucky about it because of repression. And they found that issue really animates people. It keeps you watching content on Twitter and YouTube and Rumble and yada, yada, yada. And because that issue is so effective for them, they make a hell of a lot of content about trans people who the likelihood of you encountering in your life is about,
when it happens for real,
1 to 3% maybe.
There's a way to get.
And if you're in a cloistered environment in some rural area of the country, you might never even encounter a trans person. But right-wing media has convinced you it's some issue in your life, and because of your repression,
now and been able to leave campus,
your issues that you project on the rest of us that we have to deal with because you've got fucking issues.
Pictures of the scene here on University Parkway.
They're able to take advantage of you and grift and get your clicks and your views and scam you of your sponsorship dollars.
Well known like Charlie Kirk. So at this point, yeah, there are a lot of questions. The answers will eventually.
The shooting in Colorado happened a few hours ago.
Want to hear the answers, but they will come at some point. And I think that press
Doc, I don't know enough about his son. He might be a grifter. He might not. I don't. He seems to genuinely believe what he says, but I don't fucking watch him.
And people involved. Was there enough security?
You genuinely believe what you say, and you make money from doing it. Like, I don't really have a problem with you. If you take money to
honestly, it's just a matter
influence what you say, then you're a grifter to me.
Those who love them, and also the students who witnessed this. We interviewed quite a few students who heard the gunshots, hit the ground, started running, scared for their lives.
Vertebralis.
They've all seen the.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Past when somebody yells gun, mass shooting,
globalists and Democrats.
And it's always something we see.
My friend, Trump's cabinet is filled with billionaires that have made their money in the global markets. Who exactly are the globalists?
A lot of people froze, and I think that's completely normal with some people because you just can't believe it's happening. One person told us they thought it was a prank or a stunt or something that is part of the show.
Part of the show.
No, this is indeed real. It really hits home. The adrenaline hits you, and a lot of people making it out. Now, the good news in all this is that we haven't heard of a lot of injuries with anybody else. From everything we've heard is that people told us they only heard one single shot. We haven't heard of any injuries as people were running away.
And nailed it!
We may hear that. We may
one single shot and
the mass
spot fucking on.
That will be a part of the press conference as well. But I think mainly
hire this motherfucker to be on the Secret Service.
You know, and that's I don't mean to be flippant about it, but
Georgie, welcome
in Utah, you know, it's just one of those things that we've seen.
I don't think we do enough of that as a society. Put people to use where their talents are really effective
at this point. But it's
that's why I advocate for a communist society.
For us to talk about it, for us to make sense of it, for us to talk to the people who were involved in this and who saw this, and when those answers come, we'll see if something could be.
Once again, John, how many times do I have to tell you? I showed you the Bible verse.
From people on the right side, from people on the left.
You talk about prayer and say that you love people as a show of piousness to make a show of it to everybody. You don't actually love us.
As expected is a big one, and it will continue to be.
You're breaking the commandment of the Bible.
Showing up. So as we continue to hang out here and get more information, we will pass it along to you, knowing that press conference here is in about 20 minutes. So let's send it back inside for now.
Yeah, Alex, you so well summed up the emotions and it's the disbelief. It's heartbreaking.
So we got a press conference coming up at the top of the hour.
What happened in Utah? There's just it's beyond hard to express how so many people feel that way. That this happened in our state.
Oh, goddamn, Ponder Monkey. I didn't even think about that.
Read a statement from
what is going to be the national implications of this?
Highway Patrol, who, regarding whether a suspect has been arrested, he said nothing is confirmed right now. Hopefully we will get an update on that particular...
Yeah, you stupid prick. That's exactly what a pious fucking prick would say. I'm quite far from pious. I just gave you two varying examples. I showed you the Bible verse. Fucking eat some humble pie, dipshit.
There does seem to be that issue of safety.
We also want to mention that President Trump had announced that flags will be
as confirmed as it can possibly be, Avalon,
through September 14th. So we wanted to pass that along. We are
without us seeing the corpse.
Our news specialist that we have there on campus.
By the way, I'm neutral on corpse fucking.
Find out a little bit more about where you're at and what are you seeing right now.
Real American News reported it first, and I didn't want to go with them.
Campus where a press conference is scheduled to take place in just a little bit. We're saying it's good. We're being told right now it's supposed to be about 4 o'clock. You can see the media obviously setting up, getting ready for this press conference. But a lot of what we've been talking about here, as far as trying to get some answers, has this suspect actually been caught? You know, what's the latest on this investigation? What went wrong here? Those kind of answers we're hoping to be able to get here shortly. It's going to be pretty much a who's who here in Utah. All the leaders. We're going to have the governor here is what I'm being told. We're going to have the FBI here. We're going to have the Department of Public Safety top.
DJ Dub.
So there's going to be a lot of different people that are going to be here, the main players as far as knowing what's going on in this investigation.
Maybe accelerate it, Park Horse.
This is just devastating as to what happened here at UVU. Obviously, this is a campus that has been safe for the most part as far as any kind of activity like this or a shooting like this or anything that where they have political people come here all the time. And so this is not unusual to be able to have different events, different things taking place on this campus, and then to have something like this. Everybody is just in shock here. So again, we're hoping to be able to have...
I am in shock.
...inside of this auditorium here, and hopefully be able to get some of those answers. But I'm being told from the FBI and also from the governor's office and also from the Department of Public Safety, all of those people are expected to be here. It's just a matter of trying to get some of those individuals here. You saw some of the...
Curiouser said he did not see that coming.
Mike Hedrick is at, and
Nazi.
And some of the others there with all those police activities outside the campus there. It's a full house when it comes to police agencies and the number of officers here, the number of SWAT. We've been seeing, we showed you just
War
a short time
Machine.
ago, we saw some of these SWAT members running, going in a different direction, racing down the street. We see them carrying all their gear as far as, their rifles and everything else like that. And so, there's a little bit of that. So we're hoping to be able to get some of those answers maybe as to what happened there or why were officers rushing to get to a certain location or why were they off to that or that location. But again, these officers combing the entire campus. We've been seeing that all along.
Seriously, on all these posts, like
SWAT team members going.
It's right wingers like the Democrats did this. The Democrats did this. This is
even for us to be able to
insanity.
We had to go through security to be able to be here, and so they're very tight right now. All the doors are locked here on campus. Everybody, it's pretty much shut down for the most part. But again, a press conference expected to take place here in the next 20 minutes or so just behind me. And
this is a rural town in Utah. It seems like the campus was overwhelmingly
of course, on everybody's
right wing.
The shooter has still not been caught.
Oaksclea.
Where is he? Is he still on campus here, or is he
pray for his wife and kids?
Flee the scene. Could it be another location? And so there's still a lot of weariness here, and a lot of people just on edge in regards to, what happened, and then also what could.
Bagheera has asked for a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, so light one up, tip one back for Charlie Kirk. Here's your moment of silence. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked, sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the call.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quit panic, attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jumping discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Whatever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Right-wingers are morons.
Like one hit and hit one back. One more click before we hit the set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but he takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up. Tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
That was for you, Charlie. You get a titty slap, motherfucker.
A titty slap!
Come on now. A titty slap for dying.
Anything but that, and Charlie Kirk was shot and later died from his injuries. I also wanted to make reference to the statement from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that was read a little.
The Mormons!
As we've been reporting on, President Russell M. Nelson of the church turned 101 years old yesterday, and
Doc, I find it funny that you call the serfs a White House talking point. Lance isn't American; he's Canadian.
On the followers,
Fire resist. Welcome in.
To turn down the temperature.
Everybody crab rave
online and such, and nobody, of course, comes to.
Sports cards. Welcome in. Shelly, did I tell you good afternoon? War Machine.
Obviously, a shock to everybody.
Meat cakes.
People have echoed today what President Nelson has said, and that is that
Ragnitz
of opinion.
I don't really watch.
Cannot allow it to become violent.
Anything. I mean, I watch like television, but like not
very difficult for
like news commentary. That's not a thing I do.
That they came to an event on a.
I get all my news on stream.
And ended up running for their.
Princess Kimberly, welcome in.
Heard a shooting. They heard shots fired, and Charlie Kirk, the speaker.
DJ Dub makes an excellent point. Remember when Paul Pelosi got attacked?
Today.
I think Charlie Kirk himself
were there, and they've had
mocked the attack on Paul Pelosi.
The one woman, a UVU student, said she planned to go seek out a therapist in counseling because of how much she saw and what she's trying to process now. She said she'd been crying for.
John, you can't say it's not your intention to shame anyone when all you're doing is trying to shame people. Constantly.
UVU campus today. Back to you.
We appreciate that, Daniel, for that update. And it's so hard to watch this video because and
Oaksley
that as well, to see the fear and the reaction from
Here's the thing about no one deserves to lose their father and husband. I've played the video over and over and over again of Charlie Kirk saying like, well, gun deaths are just a part of having the Second Amendment. It's going to happen. Nothing you can do.
It happened anywhere.
So I'm about as callous towards his death as he was to the deaths of others.
Who have we got we got Jody standing by. Jody, what have you been seeing in your area? We're expecting an update in about 10 minutes, and there has been some police action on campus.
There absolutely has been, Deanie. They just keep flooding in more teams of SWAT. They keep going into.
John, here's you're the one that has a delusion, right? You think you can talk to an omnipresent being, that you can telepathically communicate with an omnipresent being. You're the delusional one. To call trans people delusional is just absurd.
Of the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You're an idiot.
Last conference 6 months ago was to be a peacemaker, and so I think everybody is just very shaken here on campus and throughout.
Ponder Monkey, he had a sign that said
disseminates to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
What was it?
It was his 101
followers and others to on the.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong was on his tent. He got proven wrong.
I'm going to start with Nick. Nick actually was there in a middle row. Nick, tell us a little bit about what happened. Tell us your last name first.
Nick Call.
Tell us exactly what happened. What you
I'm not razzing you. I think you're a fucking moron.
I was just watching him speak, and he was talking about gang violence.
As far as we know, the shooter is still on the loose. We have a manhunt going on.
Looking at him, and it doesn't even look real. Like I'm only 18 years old. I've never experienced a lot of death in my life, but this is like the first time I've ever seen somebody die, and my heart was just racing. It was so scary, and I was just appalled. Like everybody just flopped to the floor, and I just tried to do what everybody else was doing. It was really scary.
Oh, I can't even imagine how scary that would be. Did you drop to the ground as well? Were you waiting to see?
Fly one up, dip one back.
Another shooting. I mean, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, I instantly just dropped to the floor. I didn't know if he was a mass shooter, like he was there to shoot everybody there. But when I was on the floor, there were some
Red Lobster biscuit
at the top. They cheered.
I would need in order to prove you wrong.
And I was.
That sounds very Charlie Kirkish too.
I couldn't believe.
I would need like a
lack of
precising definition of what you mean.
The lack of empathy there. Oh, that's appalling. I agree. Now,
I would say that Charlie Kirk is an extremist, and his extremism probably bred the extremist that shot him. So I would probably agree with you.
So I was facing towards him, and it looked like the shot came from my left, so his right, and it just went through his neck and out the other side. It was gruesome.
I am positive the shooter was a right winger.
We know that the shooter is at large. What are your thoughts now?
I hope they catch this guy. Nobody deserves to die, no matter what your political beliefs are. And I just think that if you do something like this, you deserve to go to jail.
What the fuck? Like, Bagheera, what are you talking about? I have no empathy.
I'm going to move on now to Jack.
I am showing the same amount of empathy to Charlie Kirk as he showed to other shooting victims, as I illustrated earlier.
About this, what are your thoughts now?
Carpet Dog, welcome in.
So I was just kind of like on the middle left.
You're a carpet dog, I'm a carpet licker. We got a lot in common.
I came to hear Charlie Kirk speak just because I thought it would be interesting and see what
it is the UVU campus.
And yeah, so that's why I came.
So now, in the aftermath, we're trying to piece things together. What are your thoughts now?
All right, Shelly, that would be my guess.
Prayers for
that it was the Epstein turn.
Like Nick said,
that he had a follower that was really into him, and then he turned on the Epstein thing, and he'd gone further down the right-wing rabbit hole. And like, oh, Charlie's been co-opted by the deep state.
What's your last name?
Watkins.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
Came out to see Charlie, correct? Yeah. What were your thoughts at the time?
Well, so I was with Jack Stevenson here, and we were kind of just like, we should just go like for fun, just to see. We don't really care like about Charlie Kirk, but like, you know what I mean. Just
thoughts and praise, people. Thoughts and praise.
There, like, and like it was
up to it.
It was really fun, but just like it's just crazy that chaos just happened so quickly. And I mean, that's kind of all. I don't know.
Do you
Dustin, did I tell you good afternoon?
Going to something like this in the future?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, a little. Like it's pretty traumatizing, but I don't know. I mean, this doesn't really happen. Like he's gone to colleges all over the world, and it's just crazy that it happened at my college. You know what I mean? Like I just signed up to go here and just enrolled, and it's crazy to see that like the one thing that I go to, something has to happen, and it's just horrible. But I don't know.
Thank you,
Doc, man, like once again, this is right-wing media that has programmed you to illegals. Being in this country illegally is a civil offense, like jaywalking.
This shooter is at large.
Most people that are in this country illegally just overstayed their visa.
Have information.
Like it's a paperwork issue. But the right wing has, because it sounds bad.
That gentleman.
I'm just 18 years old.
It is a civil offense.
Just signed up.
Unless there's like another crime involved, or if you've crossed multiple times, it's a civil offense, dude. Know what you're talking about. That's why, like, I am begging people, stop having opinions on shit you know nothing about.
Hospital. Let's find out what information.
Satan, Modia trollers.
Right now,
I'm sorry, I fucked your name up. I love you, though. Welcome in.
Confirmed, but we believe this is where Charlie Kirk was taken after he was shot at UVU. Heavy police presence here on the campus of Timpanogos Regional Hospital. The hospital in lockdown, according to security personnel. All appointments for the day were canceled after about 1.
Light one up, tip one back.
The hospital here turning away patrons unless it's an absolute emergency, unless they're arriving in an ambulance or in an emergency vehicle. Right now, we do have a small group of supporters of Charlie Kirk who've gathered on the corner of Timpanogos.
Need back another one
to show their support and to show that they are, here and willing to support. And we have one supporter here who's willing to chat with us. This is Matthew. Matthew, thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Why are you here today? Why is this important to show up?
Charlie has done so much for our nation, for America.
The Constitution is a set of rules against the government. It's what the government can and cannot do. So the idea that right-wingers think it doesn't apply to everybody that's here.
It's time for us
just
to
like,
stand
it's
up for what we
absurd to
believe
me.
in,
You're
like
all
Charlie,
fucking stupid.
to take our liberty back and to really be the American.
John, nobody has made the trans agenda your problem. Once again, it's just right-wing media getting you upset about something that has no effect on you whatsoever. Turn off right-wing media talking about trans people, and you would never hear about them again.
Sunshine for about an hour that we've been with you, and we've seen a huge number of cars drive by, and some very vocal. Has that been a positive experience for you so far? What have you seen?
Mostly positive. There's been some negative. Woman was filming us and she yelled out something derogatory to Charlie Kirk, which is disgusting, and we're seeing more of that from the left.
Called him a cunt?
What we don't see enough of is from the left is condemnation for what's going on. Just like this young girl in North Carolina.
Oh my God, you brainwashed piece of shit.
We're tired of it.
You all say the same exact shit.
Stand up for what we believe in.
Matthew Berry here to support. Show your
The right did not give a shit when a white guy did the exact same thing just a few weeks ago.
God bless America. God bless Charlie Kirk.
We've seen
God bless Charlie Kirk.
of people shouting out in support and also against Charlie Kirk today. Lots of political division on the street corner here in front of the hospital where we believe he was treated and now confirmed that he has died. Reporting live from Timpanogos Regional Hospital, I'm Sarah Martin, KSL 5.
Sarah, thank you. And as you showed, people are wanting to show their support for Charlie Kirk, for his family, and wanting to condemn violence on behalf of Utahns. There will be a chance to do that coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. The House of Representatives is hosting a vigil for Charlie Kirk and for the events that happened today, 7 o'clock at the Capitol Rotunda.
It's a beautiful day.
And we are showing you a live look now on the campus of Utah.
We should be getting ready for a press conference.
Are lowering the American flag. As we had mentioned, President Trump had lowered the flag at the White House and has called on all states to do so through Sunday in honor of Charlie Kirk, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, who was shot dead at the campus of Utah Valley University, 31 years old, a political activist, a husband, a father. So many outpouring of support has been coming in. Governor Spencer Cock earlier said on X that he is being briefed on the situation.
Governor Cock.
In part, quote, those responsible will be held fully accountable. Violence has no place in our public life. Americans of every political persuasion must unite and condemn.
Governor Cock.
Our prayers are with Charlie, his family, and all those affected. Daniel Woodruff has been there on campus for the last couple hours or so, talking to folks out there, getting a sense of what the campus has endured. Although the campus is closed, he has been seeing a lot of
John,
so
turn off the internet, my friend. Stop going down these rabbit holes with fucking videos telling you what to think.
People that are left are media and law enforcement, and we know that law enforcement has a major presence here on the campus of Utah Valley University as they have evacuated the campus, told people to go home. Law enforcement has been escorting.
We should have a press conference any minute.
Anyone who was sheltering in place here in buildings or whatnot after the shooting of Charlie Kirk. We've seen on social media so many condemnations of political violence. We've seen it for...
Oh no!
Sorry. We came out.
Oh God!
A bit early. We do have a new statement coming up Hear from the Turning Point. That is the organization
from the Turning Point.
And it says, with heavy heart, that we confirm the death of Charlie James Kirk. He was murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University.
I was going to talk about Nepal,
merciful arms of our loving Savior.
Israel's attack on Yemen.
We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers. And again, a vigil coming up to do that at 7 o'clock tonight. We want to reiterate, some people are talking.
Well, this is the second founder of Turning Points that has died.
Their thoughts of motivations behind today's shooting.
Sure.
We don't know, and we haven't been able to.
Damn it, Jim.
We're hoping that we will get some more information coming up any minute here at a briefing that will take place at the university. In one of their halls, we're told the governor will be there, several people from law enforcement. And so we are just standing by as we wait for that to begin.
And Alex Cabrero, he has been out there on campus for us as well. And I know there's been several questions swirling in your mind as you've been able to talk to students. I mean, your own niece as well. And we've been hearing from young students. It's just a flood of emotions. Let's check in with you now, because I know we're waiting for this press conference. We're hoping to get more answers, Alex.
Yeah,
if there's a manhunt or not.
Now, right here inside the Keller building on the campus of UVU, there was a lot of officials, important types,
Oh, you're right, Mox.
Heading that way as well. And about 15 minutes ago, we did see Governor Cox come out this way as well and head into the Fugel Gateway over there. It's on the other side where Charlie Kirk's event.
Governor Cox.
The governor wanted to see that for himself and getting briefed as well before heading toward the Keller building with a lot of other administrators to have this press conference that we know is coming up. But you're absolutely right. Shock, surprised. They don't believe it. I mean, I'm at a loss for words too. It's just, you just don't expect something like this on a college campus at some kind of a rally such as this one. We've heard that time and again.
Biden destroyed the country.
Young people who came here who weren't students at UVU but just wanted to be a part of this, to hear what he had to say, whether they agreed with him or not, just to hear what he had to say. Something we showed you in the last 5 minutes, the flags back there at UVU, those green flags. We saw one of the workers here on.
No, I'm gonna go even further. This is Obama's fault.
There.
Thanks, Obama.
Also here, also lowered.
Clovis, welcome in.
Now, what we're looking maybe 3.5, 4 hours or so ago. But again, it's just a matter now of waiting for the press conference to begin. We'll hear from plenty of officials in there and try to get some answers to a lot of questions right now, such as security, such as a suspect. I've been hearing all sorts of rumors that maybe they know who a suspect is, or we're chasing the suspect. Did the suspect get away? Do they know who the suspect is? Is there a description of the suspect or a car?
I bet it's a Nazi.
All questions we hope to get answers to, because one thing I think both sides agree with is that whoever did this,
they didn't think Charlie Kirk was far enough
to be caught, right, face justice that is coming their way. So it's just a matter now of finding out who that person is, where that person is, and really what went down here at this event. So
Globus is at work. Charlie Kirk is not a big deal to anybody that's not in like a very niche space online.
Send it back to you.
Alex Cabrero reporting live for us. We really appreciate your insight. I know, as you mentioned, just so many questions right now. Thank you.
And let's go into that news conference, the site of that news conference at least. Dan Rascone is standing by. Dan, any news or any imminent start for the information there?
Right now, we're still waiting for the governor to arrive here, and other key players are going to be coming up to the pulpit right here to be able to have a press conference. But we're inside an auditorium right now on campus, and boy, there's a lot of unanswered questions still out there, especially if the shooter is still out there. We did see a picture that somebody sent me of some SWAT team members.
Swifty Ross.
Orem neighborhood there. I don't know if you remember or not, but a little bit earlier we saw you.
Unfortunately, Kirk did not live to see the new Demon Slayer movie.
As if to go to somewhere close by campus here. I don't know what they were going to look for or anything like that, but somebody did send me a picture of some SWAT team members in a neighborhood.
I may have to watch K-pop Demon Hunter this weekend.
But again, this press
no
conference.
GTA 6 for Charlie Kirk.
Right here, and we're expecting the governor to be here.
He almost made it too.
And also the Department of Public Safety. Again, this is the podium right here. We see it all set up. We're wanting to be able to talk to them. This is just a real tragedy. I mean, this is not only a local story. or even a national story. This is going to be an international story here as to what happened here at UVU today.
He did get to see himself immortalized on South Park. That is something.
UVU campus.
He used
the
picture
there with him
as his avatar online.
Several other security personnel from UVU.
I feel safer already that the shooter is still out there.
We're still trying to get details exactly what.
Dustin, did I tell you good afternoon?
He told me that there was about 1,500 people gathered together at that event, and
oh yeah, you got to see the new Hollow Knight.
So again, we're still trying to find out from the Department of Public Safety and also the FBI as to what they're going to be looking at. So we're hoping that this press conference will get underway. But again, we have not seen the governor pull up.
There's going to be crazy ass conspiracies from this.
In that area.
On the one hand, I'm kind of scared to see where this goes. On the other hand,
kind of go through security in order to get into this building.
It should be fun
because they have everything locked down. The doors were locked, and in order to be able to get in here, so they're sweeping all the buildings. So it's very clear that maybe they still have not found the shooter, or that they're still making sure that he may not be hiding here on campus. I also saw some video of someone that sent me some video of possibly someone up on a roof. Now, again, we're not able to confirm any of that. We're not able to say what exactly that was.
Charlie Kirk loses the gun debate.
Some videos, some cell phone video of somebody up on a roof. And I don't know if that had anything to do with this or not. It appears as though everyone we talked to that was so close to this, what was unusual, everyone that we saw this happen, nobody saw the shooter.
He took the easy way out of the Hassan debate.
That actually saw the gunman. And so there's a lot of questions there as to where he may have been, he or she may have been, when those shots were fired. But everybody telling me they heard one shot, and then that's when Charlie went down. And so, again,
let's not make this political.
Find out a lot of questions here that we're still trying to get to the bottom of.
Be to Sam Cedar. I am very interested. I assume he will post something.
Walks in, and we're getting close.
If he hasn't already.
Press conference. Back to you guys in the studio.
I'll have to watch what he says.
Yeah, Dan, we're seeing some of the same things. You're getting a lot of information now that's hard to confirm. Things people have seen, people making speculations, and so it's hard to sort out that information. And hopefully,
I guess I'm on for the long haul tonight.
I know our reporters on the scene have seen Governor Cox on campus.
Governor Cox.
Hopefully that will happen soon. Let's check in with now Jody Reynosa, who is outside campus. Jody, what are you seeing on your end?
So I'm in front of the Fulton building. I'm going to have Greg pan around. We see a team of law enforcement here. They definitely have weapons on. They are ready to go. It's been all hands on.
You know I love a manhunt.
Now, we've heard from dozens of people today, primarily students, as you know, and the feelings have been shock, appalled, angry, sad, worried, scared. Things that people just should not have to hear about. One of the things that I discovered today.
You know this is America, right?
This
is America.
Honorable. He's a professor here at UVU, but he also used to be in law enforcement. He was at the time in a building far away from the venue and the scene where Charlie Kirk got shot. And he came, he said, toward the scene because he said, I wanted to help students. I wanted to make sure that they were safe. So his law enforcement instincts kicked in. Now, I wasn't able to talk to him on camera. He said, I need to figure out UVU's protocol with the media first, so give me a call tomorrow. So hopefully we'll have him, and just kind of what was going through his mind at the time. The fact that somebody is running into danger, that's heroic to me. It sounds like press conference might be starting. We're going to pan over to the SWAT team right here, and I'm going to take it back to you in the studio.
Oh, we got something going on?
Yes, we are standing by to get answers to the outstanding questions. Number one being, what's the status of the suspect? We've heard people reporting or a group of law enforcement in an Orem neighborhood. We've heard a lot of different things, and so hopefully they will let us know if they...
War Machine, I think you're right on that Utah doesn't really have more than one city. This is like a college town. It's not a city.
We want to check back in with KSL's Sarah Martin. She has been at the Timpanogos Regional Hospital, where you are telling us that they have since canceled all appointments moving forward this afternoon.
That's right. Timpanogos Regional Hospital is on
Charlie committed to the bit.
Parking lots surrounding the hospital are closed at this time. Security guards and law enforcement personnel are telling people to go home. Their appointments are canceled and to reschedule those appointments at a later date. UVU is just about...
Why? They're acting like the president got shot.
Hospital campus at about 12:30 in the afternoon. That might have been a 5 to 8 minute drive here to this level 3 trauma center. We believe that Charlie Kirk was taken here just after that shooting at UVU.
Yeah, he's a nobody to the general public.
To us. There is a large police presence here. All of the doors are barricaded with police, and those sirens are flashing, those lights are flashing. Behind me here, we do have a small group of people who are here to show support for Charlie Kirk, who have shown up to show their love and support. They're here.
It was the right that shot Trump.
About this situation.
Z-Cred, welcome in.
They've told me that they have
holy shit
of Charlie's, that they've looked to him, that he's brought them hope in the past. And so to come here, to stand here in the hot sun for a few hours even, some of them have been here for more than an hour.
And that's what all the right wingers like. Why don't you ever hear about the kid in Butler? Because he was a little right wing nut job. That's why you can't politicize it on the right.
Dark day.
It doesn't fit the narrative.
The news to hear confirmed by President Trump. Charlie Kirk did die. We believe he passed here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital. Again, all appointments are closed. It's not clear yet why he was brought.
I'm on extra sad drugs today because
within about a 5-minute range.
I know the truth because I do the news every night.
Right here, based on the number of police and the law enforcement personnel that are here on site at Timpanogos Regional Hospital. If you have any appointments here today, possibly even tomorrow, definitely cancel those today, but check in before you come here tomorrow morning as well. Reporting live here in Orem, I'm Sarah.
The left in general are nut jobs yet.
Thanks for that update and for the information for
the vast majority of violence in this country comes from the right.
Still open.
I love you guys so much.
Police presence for all of the classes and events that
who you're trying to convince yourselves, right?
As we stand by for a news update that should start any minute, I wanted to read a statement from Congressman Blake Moore. Utah Congressman, he says Charlie's passing is devastating.
And you guys obsess about the craziest shit.
My heart goes out to Eric.
You bring up CNN. Who the fuck is talking about CNN? Nobody.
Continue to pour in.
Like that caller the other night brought up Rachel Maddow, and I'm like, we don't pay attention to Rachel Maddow.
From your vantage point, what have you been seeing and experiencing right now?
Well, some interesting things, and albeit it's really like the guys in Army fatigues, basically SWAT gear, that are garnering all the attention. But low-key interesting is what we've been watching going on in this parking lot, which some officers, I believe, got into that pickup truck over there, and you see it driving that way. But basically, they're going like car to car. So, Stuart, if you can like point on me, but basically, some with their cell phones kind of going around the cars remaining in the parking lot. And then I don't know if they're recording video, I don't know if they're taking pictures, but maybe presumably they're thinking if there's not a shooter in custody.
Today marks a special turning point for Charlie.
I don't know, but it makes you wonder what they were doing out in the parking lot with their phones, seeming to document the remaining cars here, is what it looked like just from a late perspective standing
here. What left-wing BS am I reciting, you asshole? You've been here the whole time, haven't you? We've been watching the local news, reporting the facts.
Rushing to somewhere. We tried to figure out where that was. We weren't able to figure out exactly where they went. There was definitely some urgency in where they were going, and that was a little while ago. But still, even around on campus, where we're seeing sweeps, as I can point you over here, we see some more officers making their way out this way. So still, I would presume an active sweeping operation going on here, and certainly was of interest what we were watching going on here in the parking lot with those cars, as it seemed that police were documenting the cars remaining here in the parking lot. Would they have a connection? Hard to say, but you know, if this goes long down the road of an investigation, something like that, even a small thing, we talk about this with even up to cold cases, sometimes the smallest clues will lead to a big break in the case, and so perhaps that's what they're hoping for. Back to you guys.
That would kind of tell me that they don't have a suspect.
At this press conference that hopefully will get underway shortly.
They're testing the microphones. We're keeping an eye on it, so you won't miss anything. We're keeping an eye on that situation and just trying to bring updates as we get them. An update from Representative Candace Perucci, who says she is heartsick and devastated, shocked by the murder of Charlie Kirk. He dedicated his life to engaging young people in political discourse. same reaction that we're hearing from so many. Whether, you know,
he didn't engage young people in political discourse. He was a grifter that was mining content off of people that he thought he could get wins off of.
There on campus. Jody?
Yes, students are still milling around.
Doc, my friend, you brought up this Constitution thing. The Supreme Court has twice ruled on this, including Judge fucking Samuel Alito, not a left-winger, saying that the Constitution covers everybody that's in the country. Once again, I'm explaining it to you. The Constitution are a set of rules on what the government can and cannot do. So, of course, it applies to everybody because it's a restriction on the government. The First Amendment doesn't grant you the right to free speech. It says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion or that infringes on your free speech.
From here.
So the way it's structured, it has to cover everybody. And the Supreme Court has affirmed this in 2 different decisions. You're an idiot.
Last couple of hours as our reporters have been there on scene on campus and talking to young students.
How am I not for free speech? I'm actually way more for free speech than you are.
Here at home in our own backyard, and to go to a somewhat friendly crowd where, you know, this is going to be...
light one up, tip one back.
Of course, we know Charlie Kirk traveling on campuses all throughout the state where political discourse, back and forth debate, it is part of what he does with Turning Point USA.
Was scheduled to come to Utah State
Lenny, welcome in.
later in the month. Interestingly, so that tour had continued, but. Yeah, we're hearing that they are testing the microphones, but also we will start getting updates from.
So we're gonna have the press conference here momentarily. It's supposed to start about 18 minutes ago.
We're standing by to get more information that is updated. We've been here now reporting for a couple of hours and have heard a lot of eyewitnesses. Statements that have been heartfelt, that have been shocked, and we want to play those. I think we have some of those for you to hear.
You know, we hear all the time that we're the problem, we're the violent ones, we're the issue, and yet this is the second mass attempt on a political figure. First Donald Trump, now we have Charlie Kirk, but yet we're the problem.
And I'm sure it was a right winger that did it. Left off the right winger in Minnesota.
Like what's going on here? And then after that pop, we just saw him in his neck. We saw him fall backward, blood shooting out of his neck, hit the floor, and we just had it bolted out of there.
I just started booking it. My friend threw her drink, and we just got out of there like as fast as we could.
None of us believed it at first, and then we still just got out and saw the hordes of people running.
I like YouTube pick games. Welcome.
And then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
I'm still shaking, and I'm still crying. I love Charlie Kirk. He's awesome. And I pray for him and his family.
You are a sad individual.
I was here to witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have.
Yeah, there was a mass shooting today, but this wasn't it.
Innocent. You know, there were the non-believers, the ones that didn't like him.
Snooki looks like hell.
But to shoot him, he doesn't deserve this.
Certainly some raw emotion there from supporters of Charlie Kirk this afternoon to witness such a traumatic event, a shooting there on the campus of UVU.
Let's go to news specialist Andrew Adams, who has been on campus. Andrew, what's happening over that end of the campus?
Well, again, the clearing seems to continue as well as evidence gathering. As we mentioned just a few minutes ago, officers were passing.
I'm not saying he deserved it.
With their cell phones.
I ain't losing any sleep over it.
Pictures of individual cars. Again, it's unclear. Perhaps it's even unclear to them at this point whether that will have bearing in the investigation. But you could see a logical benefit of that. Perhaps if a car was left here, if at longer than everything else. Or perhaps that gives them an idea what has left, what has come and gone. Then perhaps there's a tie there to a potential shooter. So, again, without knowing exactly what they were doing, it did look like they were photographing
he did not deserve it.
Vehicles.
Fair enough.
And essentially sweeping this parking lot. And, of course, these are left here much longer than a lot of people who cleared out a campus quite a while ago now. As you can see, things have quieted down here. I think we saw some students up over at this end milling around, but a lot lot of the students that were out here earlier have cleared.
I'm very interested to see who the suspect ends up being.
The exact temperature, but certainly at least mid-80s, if not hotter, and that's taking a toll. In fact, I wanted to mention that a sheriff.
I tweeted it out right after it happened.
Bottled water.
That it was a right winger.
Greatly appreciate that.
Mark my words.
Here, but
I hope I'm vindicated. I look amazing.
Place, while at the same time,
get all kinds of followers from it.
An active effort going through, sweeping buildings. We've seen lots of people in SWAT uniforms going, as we understood, they were going room to room, and even potentially leaving campus a little bit early.
No shot at the right winger.
Something
fucking.
I'm not sure if it was a Bearcat.
The right or the violent ones.
Sometimes those armored
they
vehicles.
commit the vast majority of
accelerated pace,
politically related violence in this country.
Unmarked Jeep also literally sped off, and so it makes you wonder what they were going to investigate at that time. But again, an investigation, at least to the lay eyes, leaves more questions than answers. But
also, ad hominem is when you use a personal attack as supporting evidence in an argument.
Had to report today.
If somebody proved you wrong and then called you a dumb fuck, that's not an ad hominem.
That's the positive thing and the thing you want to keep in mind on a day like today. Thank you.
All right, we want to check back in with Dan Ruscon, who has been standing by. We have been awaiting a press.
Please do not use. Right wingers tend to not know what ad hominem means, and it really irks me.
Let's go ahead and check.
Your mom is an ad hom.
Yeah, that's correct. We're inside an auditorium here on campus right now, where a press conference is expected to take place any minute now. We're just got basically about a
Swifty Ross. For some reason, I'm seeing Jeffrey Ross in a Taylor Swift mask.
All the major players, of course, will be here.
It's very, very scary.
The governor to be showing up, along with also.
I like the name though, Swifty Ross.
Safety. So again, this is a case that's going to go international. Of course, a lot of people wanting a lot of answers as to what went wrong here, what happened, and just a lot of fear, of course, on campus from students as far as what they saw and the trauma they experienced, and then also coming back to school, what this is going to be like. And so, again, I think the main questions we want to be able to try and answer right now is, do they have any idea where this shooter may be at this time? Or if they have any indication as to if he's still on campus or not, or what they're finding and those kind of things. Also, as far as the security goes, I did talk to somebody from the UVU Public Affairs Department. They told me that Charlie had about 8 security officers or so, personal security officers with him, and then they also had UVU security officers there. And so what exactly, obviously from the video that we see of what happened there, they weren't standing necessarily right next to him there, but he was open enough to.
The ADL is the American Defamation League.
And fire those gunshots. Now,
that have
gunfire
genuine criticisms that can be leveled at him, but all those criticisms are about their lies in service of Israel.
Somebody that actually fired that gun and where that shot came from. All they.
What did I say? Anti-Defamation League. What did I say? American or something?
Gunshot go off, and then they saw Charlie drop. So again, we're getting video, as you guys have been mentioning there at the station and other things.
ADL was the citation for the chart that I showed.
Somebody possibly up on the roof, or somebody in
Big Ben, welcome in.
So again, that's all speculation right now, but those are videos that police are going to be looking at. We're hoping to be able to get some answers to from FBI. And again,
well, thank you for allowing Twat Wobble Box.
That this press conference will be starting. We do start to see some people starting to file in here, and so we might be
oh, here we go with the conspiracies. I love it.
To when this may start, but
Trump possibly had Charlie assassinated to distract from the Epstein files.
We'll take it live here.
This could also add to his
some of these answers.
Appreciate you being there and giving us those minute-by-minute updates. Dan, thank you.
Propaganda about declaring martial law.
I think before this news conference, just a few
using
updates
federal
of things
troops
coming
on
forward.
U.S. soil.
There's the vigil tonight at 7 o'clock at the State Capitol building. And Sarah Martin joins us live from the hospital, where the repercussions there, Sarah, had been that everything was canceled on that hospital campus.
That's right. All appointments canceled here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital since about 1:30 this afternoon. So roughly maybe an hour, 45 minutes after we believe Charlie Kirk was brought here, all appointments.
I want to make sure. I am glad that Twat Waffle is now an improved term that everyone can use.
Patrons to come back another day to reschedule all of those appointments. So if you have an appointment at
we don't think they have anyone in custody, Drake.
All All right, Sarah, thank you for that update.
Looks like they are getting started with this news conference.
Here we go.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen.
We will listen in and hear the information.
Thank you for being here. At this press conference, we will first hear from Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason. Then we'll hear from the FBI Special Agent in Charge, Robert Bowles. We'll then hear from Utah Valley University Vice President Val Peterson, who's been in touch with President Jimenez. And then we'll hear from Governor Cox. I'll turn the time over to Commissioner Mason.
Governor Cox.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University.
You live in
He was taken
sexual
by
anarchy.
a private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However,
Also, not the name that circulated on
into the
Twitter
county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here. with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children.
Don't care.
He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights.
Yeah, some unreliable news source is saying they took a suspect into custody and citing the FBI.
Because of their...
But we're watching the literal press conference live.
Then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you.
They have a person of interest in custody, and it does not sound like they think it's the shooter.
And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken.
Well, they arrested the wrong guy originally. They said they charged him with obstruction of justice. He could be referring to him.
Minnesota, we had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination.
Now, this is Governor Cox that we're listening to right now.
Presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children.
Apparently, Kash Patel is saying it's the suspect.
If anyone in the South...
But I would trust local officials over...
a little bit at the news of this shooting. I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. to ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that
a lot of good your prayers are doing.
Hated what Charlie Cook stood for.
Charlie Cook
will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way.
Fuzzy Pirate, welcome in. Love your name.
With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn.
Okay. Not the guy they charged with obstruction.
We're looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this.
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak to that.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now,
foreign intelligence.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family.
Hamas did it.
His wife and parents.
I condemn
about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This is outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area.
Hey, these are the gun laws that Charlie Kirk himself advocated for.
Surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things.
This is a rural town.
You have things covered, and
I've never even heard of it. Omar, Arkansas, Omar,
fortunately,
Utah.
You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting.
For him. Not Omar, I'm sorry. I was trying to find it, but it's so insignificant.
I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one.
There was a mass shooting today.
A question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that.
Flash, I tell you, good afternoon.
For them, they're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will we'll be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
That was Governor Cox wrapping up the news conference to provide some updates on the shooting that happened today at Utah Valley University. Probably the biggest.
That's why they're all walking funny, the magic underwear.
Department of Public Safety that confirmed they do have a person of interest in custody. They don't have a reason to believe there's more than one shooter, and they talked about how they had campus security video from a roof of someone dressed all in dark clothing. They were trying to see if that matched up with the person that they have in custody.
And they did talk about a suspect that they had in custody initially who they thought had matched the description, but that person had since been cleared. However, they were charged with obstruction of justice. We do have our Dan Rascon, who was there inside of that press conference. Let's go to him now live. I want to get your initial thoughts. Hearing from Governor Cox there, calling this a political assassination.
Oh, she said hearing, not Harry, Governor Cox.
Some very strong words coming from Governor Cox here in regards to what happened here. Obviously a real tragedy. He is calling this, as you mentioned, a political assassination. Somebody that came after Charlie Kirk.
Polly, thank you for being a freaking follower.
And so we believe right now...
They have one person they're questioning, another person they accidentally arrested. They charged him with obstruction.
They also have another person that they're looking at, but they're not saying whether or not the two are related in the incident. So again, one person in custody here. Is that the actual shooter? We don't know, but they did say he is a person of interest.
Cash Patel is saying is the shooter.
They say
we can't trust him.
In the area, they're still canvassing the campus to try and see if anybody else has any other information. Now, we had mentioned a little bit earlier that we're starting to see cell phone video coming in of possibly somebody up on the roof there. Well, they did say, at least Department of Public Safety said that they do believe that the shots came from the roof. So again, was this a rifle, a sharpshooter? To be able to shoot from up there would be a very difficult shot unless you really knew what you were doing. And it hit him right.
I'm assuming the person knew what they were doing.
Fatal part of the body there. And
so nailed it.
It's one of those situations where they're still continuing the investigation.
Toxic, welcome in.
According to UVU's police chief, he said he had as many as 6 or more officers here on the scene, some in plain clothes, others that were armed and ready. He said they were doing the best they can to be able to.
A hate crime is illegal.
He had as many as up to
defamation
people or so,
and a political assassination would be just a
out in the open,
a colloquial label.
Where there wasn't like people had to go and check in bags or anything like that. So people could have been coming somewhere on campus and carrying a weapon or something like that, and maybe they would have not known it because it wasn't like they had to go through metal detectors or anything like that.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to this real quick. A lot of people have brought it up. If you want me to catch you up on everything, I guess let's do it. This is video of the shooting from earlier. This happened about 12:30 local time. So about 2:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run. Whoa.
I'm sorry, not Standard Time. We're not on Standard Time yet. It's like a week or two from now.
Oh my God. Wait, Cody, go, run. Whoa.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
There is a...
Go, run. Whoa.
There is a closer video that I hesitate to show on Twitch because I have been banned for showing really violent video before. So there is the video of the shooting. I will once again, if you want to try to be a rabble rouser in the chat and say that we should feel sorry for him, here is Charlie Kirk speaking about the Second Amendment and how shooting victims are just a part of it.
Price.
It's the price you pay.
That is part of liberty.
Wow.
Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
So there you go. It's just the price you pay. Now, something many people have brought up. This is kind of wild. We're getting into spooky season. Just 2 days ago, Jezebel paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. If the far-right misogynist with a bad haircut wants to villainize independent women, Jezebel is more than happy to be the hag of his nightmares. The internet has ruined me in 1,000 ways, but one of its strangest gifts is that I can now buy a curse as easily as I can buy a phone charger. On the mythical website Etsy, you can find a spell for just about anything. Don't want it to rain on your wedding day? There's a spell for that. Want the man who cheated on you to develop an incurable rash or permanent balding? The Etsy coven has you covered. But the internet has its downsides. Exhibit A, Charlie Kirk. Maybe it's his obsession with telling women what to do, or his aggressively large head. But the far-right podcaster's presence is more irritating than most. That's when I remembered there's Etsy. These days, witches cater to more than just personal grudges, and it's not uncommon for them to channel their energy towards thwarting Republicans. There's even a subreddit devoted to casting nightly hexes on Trump. Are you interested in punishing Kirk for the years of regressive rhetoric he's shouted at America's youth and anyone within earshot? Here at Jezebel, we're about to find out if there's a spell for that. If you've never heard of him, I envy you. He debates college kids for sport, pops up on Fox News, and founded the right-wing conspiracy theory factory Turning Point USA, billed as a non-profit. Turning Point is less about charity and more about funneling far-right propaganda into dorm rooms under the guise of educating young voters. Through these various ventures, Kirk has transformed into a reliable pawn, parroting Project 2025 talking points and championing the owning of the libs. He's basically a fake news vending machine with a terrible haircut. Sadly, Trump's re-election only ensured I'd be seeing more of that god-awful haircut. A cornerstone of Kirk's nightmare ideology is his insistence that since gaining more independence, Western women are more miserable than ever. He tells auditoriums full of young women that our freedom is a flaw, not an achievement. He's obsessed with declining birth rates, and he idolizes the 1950s when women's only job was tending to children and husbands. If we all abandoned our careers and returned to motherhood, we'd be happier, according to Kirk. Indeed, he fails to realize that I would be happiest if I would just shut up. Throughout history, society has branded bold and assertive women as witches to silence them. Since Kirk already assumes every liberal college-educated woman is a feminist witch hell-bent on destroying civilization. V151, no, you're totally in the right chat. Naturally, I did what any journalist would do. I typed curse enemy into Etsy search bar, 5,000 results. The options were endless. Should I try karmic revenge, same day bad luck curse, or insanity hex? My personal favorite, simply hex Republicans. The reviews were their own kind of magic. 1 5-star review for a career crusher curse. Then I found the crown jewel. Shit your pants spell. Review, it really worked. Thank you. At that point, it was clear I need to order multiple curses at different severity levels and price points to guarantee results. After placing my first spell, make everyone hate him, I was left with more questions than answers. How long would it take to kick in? Should I have splurged for a pricier spell to make it work faster? Shortly after, the witch messaged me trying to upsell me a $50 spell booster. When I asked what it did, she explained it would amplify the energetic support of the main spell, or else I could let it unfold in its natural timing. I decided to trust the witch's will. For the powerful hex spell, I had to provide Kirk's date of birth for accuracy. The witch performed the hex, but her response was unsettling. I just completed your spell, and it was successful. You will see the first results within 2 to 3 weeks. However, I did notice disturbances, negative energy not only from you, but projected at you, likely from toxic family members, coworkers, or new acquaintances. I panicked. I replayed recent encounters. The barista at my coffee shop, she was always rude, so probably not. Then I read the rest of the message. Would you like to purchase a protection spell? It was another upsell. These witches weren't just spellcasters, they were saleswomen. And they had perfected the dark art of the deal. I reached out to a third witch, Priestess Lilland, for clarification. She explained the differences in prices aren't really about better, faster magic, but rather the complexity of the spell work. She told me in an Etsy message, some workings are small, focused intentions with minimal tools, while others are more intricate and involve rarer ingredients, more time, and sometimes even repeated castings to build up and direct the energy for our clients. And there I was in the year of our Lord, 2025, staring at my computer, chatting with a witch on Etsy about the state of the world, hoping that somewhere between the cosmos and the internet, justice would be served. I cannot wait to see the update that she writes after today. Holy shit. If you guys want to read the rest of the story or follow for updates. Back to KSL in Utah. This is live.
Ambiguous with their wording of this later on, but they are working on us. It is still very early on in this investigation. And sometimes in past cases where we've covered shootings and covered suspects that law enforcement is looking for, sometimes things are worded a certain way to maybe not tip off where a suspect may be, that they are onto this person. I don't know if that's the case here, but sometimes wording is ambiguous simply because there is more information they don't want released right now because they might know a little bit more, but they don't want to make that information public just yet. Eventually the answers will come. I know in today's day and age we want all the answers right away, right now, but this is one of those things where law enforcement, you have to get it right. And if getting it right means taking some time to release information later on, then so be it, because we all want to see whoever did this brought to justice and to face consequences and to have to answer some very tough questions themselves. So as far as students, for the most part, the campus has pretty much...
Bro, you should really shut up about antidepressants.
Other faculty and such, but students-wise, most students have left at least the area we've been in for a couple of hours now. So, yeah, it is, I agree with the governor. It's just a dark day in Utah, a dark day for the country, and you just wonder at what point does this...
Is it really?
Yeah, no, a lot of those same sentiments are on a lot of people's minds.
Swifty, do you want to pick a color? What color do you want my bandana to be?
I wanted to take a moment to read a statement today that was issued from the Catholic Diocese of Salt Lake City. It says, "My heart goes out to the family of Charlie Kirk. He was shot and killed today at Utah Valley University. They pray for the repose of his soul, and they're also praying for those who were affected, especially those who were present at the event on campus."
Yeah, certainly hearing a lot of that sentiment, as we also heard from Governor Spencer.
Blue! Would you like light blue or dark blue?
Being a husband and a father to 2 young children. We want to check back in with Andrew Adams, who has also been out there on campus there at UVU.
Fuzzy Simba, welcome in.
We've had a chance to get a few more details, Andrew, from this press conference about what's going on here, the latest at least. What can you tell us, and from what you're hearing, where you're at?
Dark blue, okay.
Well, the investigation is still very much afoot, and we've talked the last 20, 30 minutes about police in this parking lot.
Camel One Eyes?
Car to car. Kind of with
welcome in, friend.
Pictures of presumably license plates, sometimes inside the vehicles. But we noticed that they took special interest in this car, this SUV right here. Now we'll push in and show you.
Oh, it's totally okay. You're among friends. Welcome. Welcome.
So that one taking a look.
Light one up, tip one back. Charlie Kirk.
One with a laptop, so I'm not sure what kind of application was on that laptop.
I tried to rhyme it, and I didn't go anywhere. I'm sorry.
In trying to figure out exactly what was going on with that vehicle. And initially there was some confusion, actually, that it might have been a news photographer vehicle, but that was not the case. And so they gave that a very close look and then moved on to some other cars in the parking lot. But it did seem like they took a lot more interest in this one than others in the parking lot so far. And that effort continues just it looks like a couple of rows away as they continue to go car to car. In fact, if we have a minute, Stuart, if you can just reposition and push up, you can actually see what he's doing right here next to that gray vehicle, maybe 3 rows down the way, and now he's moving on to the next car, which is more of like a teal sedan. But this has been going on here for...
No, Luigi...
I mean, presumably a lot longer, but at least...
Took out actual power.
Police
the CEO.
Car to car now, stopping up behind a blue car next to it, basically
that's somebody that really matters. Charlie Kirk was like a gadfly.
At some point, we'll push it back to the studio.
All right, Andrew, thank you. We appreciate your update. This is an active investigation. We are going to take a 1-minute break and come back to start from the top with all we know on KSL News live at 5.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit. I guess I gotta thank Matt Ball for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana. Colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quit panic, attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in Discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey, Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Good.
Right-wingers are morons.
Like one it and hit one back on one more click. So we hit the set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but it takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
Local news said they were going to take a break, so I decided to take a break. Let's go back with them.
KSL.
It was pretty terrifying. Probably the scariest thing
I
I've
went
ever
up, tip one back.
We just ended up
in honor of Charlie Kirk.
There was just crowds of people screaming, and then just like shooter, gun.
So I was in a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation.
In dishonor of Charlie Kirk.
I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk is dead after he was shot in the neck at a speaking event at Utah Valley University in Orem. Kirk was speaking in Orem during the noon hour when an unknown suspect shot him in the neck.
Gagamit, welcome in.
245 President.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
On his Truth Social
I'm so sorry to hear about your grandfather. I actually care about your grandfather passing.
Have been pouring in.
That breaks my heart.
From around the
Charlie Kirk, not so much.
I'm just really shocked about what happened. I may not agree with Charlie Kirk, but no one deserves to be executed like that.
We have live team coverage from Orem right now. We've been talking to dozens of students on UVU campus, police, politicians, and attendees there. What many people witnessed today is disturbing. Here is one firsthand account.
This isn't an assassination.
I was working my way up to the stand to ask Charlie some questions. At that moment that the shot rang out, I look over and I see Charlie Kirk slump.
Any public figure can be assassinated.
And the crowd just pushes back. There's a huge stampede pushing back. People are jumping into the fountain.
A person of interest is in custody. Anyone who saw a shooter, no one saw a shooter, or at least reports seeing that, or anything else important. But if they do have information, there is a tip line.
That might be the one thing to lead me to believe that it was a leftist. They were actually a good shot.
/Utah Valley shooting. The website is there on your screen, fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting. News specialist Alex Cabrero joins me live from Utah Valley University campus. Alex, you've been there all afternoon. You talked to students, staff, even your niece who was there. Sum up what you've heard today.
Yep. We don't know if it's the shooter, Sky Comet.
Now, since this shooting happened, but I think the shock waves and the effects from this, what happened at just after 12:30 today, that's going to be felt for quite some time. Still a lot of shock, still a lot of just people saying they don't believe exactly what happened, that it actually happened. Now, when it happened, there was one single shot from what we heard from Utah Department of Public Safety. There was just one single shot, and immediately people started running away from the scene. People heard active shooter. People heard the word gun. People heard the word shooting. People started running. There were a few people who froze thinking, is this really happening? Did this really happen? And was this some kind of a stunt? Maybe was it part of the show? Not realizing that it did in fact happen.
Are right-wingers ever typically good with guns?
Even people who came here who weren't students, but
that's what makes me think it's not a right-winger.
Not just because maybe they agreed with him, even if they disagreed with him, they wanted to hear what Charlie Kirk had to say. That's part of listening to both sides. When this happened, they said they can't believe what happened right in front of their eyes.
And I pray for everyone.
One would have to assume military training.
Witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have something like this that is truly innocent. You know, there were the non-believers, the ones that didn't like him, and that's fine. But to shoot him, He doesn't deserve this.
Noogie.
And that's something we have heard time and time again from several people, that no matter if you disagree with Charlie Kirk, if you agree with Charlie Kirk, if you don't have a position, that something like this shouldn't happen, especially on a college campus where it is encouraged to have different ideas and different thoughts and different ideologies. It remains to be seen exactly what happened, what the motive was. We are still hearing words that, is there a person of interest in custody? We hear yes, but is it the shooter? We don't know that.
Flash, where were you at today?
But certainly we will get more answers on that in due time. And a big part of what we're hearing again from Governor Spencer.
Yeah, it's an open carry campus.
Assassination.
In a state with some of the laxest gun laws.
In the past few years in the United States, he says we don't have the answers on how to bring us all together, but that's certainly something he would like to see happen, as well as pretty much everybody here I've spoken with today. For Live at 5, I'm Alex Cabrera.
Yes, Alex, thank you. Very much a fluid investigation still going forward now. Let's go live now to news specialist Sarah Martin. She is at the Timpanogos Hospital where Charlie Kirk was transported after the shooting. And this event has obviously had a broad effect on hospital operations there. Sarah?
Absolutely. Timpanogos Regional Hospital canceled, closed for the day. All appointments following Charlie Kirk being brought here. Entrances, exits are closed. Anybody coming to the hospital.
Could it be a business partner that he's fucked over?
Which we've been here for almost 3 hours now.
T-minus, I tell you good afternoon.
Is being rerouted to other hospitals. A growing crowd behind me. You can see people are coming here to the place where they know he was taken, so they can show that their respects, they can show their love and support for Charlie Kirk and for his family who remain. Right here with me, a young woman named Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Thank you so much for being here. Lauren was there today at UVU.
Anti-vaxxer finally gets shot.
And show up to show her support. Lauren, how are you doing this afternoon? What did you experience today?
Yeah, so me and my sister.
That's a Mormon outfit if I've ever seen one.
Excited to go, and just like going to his thing, just like in the beginning of the first, you could just feel like his spirit, and like he was so happy, and it's like sad and just like wrong, completely wrong for someone to get killed for their beliefs of their rights and stuff like that.
I'll ponder monkey. Thank you for throwing out the gift sub.
My sister and I were in the 3rd and 4th of the row or whatever, and I didn't see it, thank goodness, but just like hearing that shot, it was like sort of like unbelieving, like how could this like happen like in like Orem or Utah. And so it's happening to anyone, that's just like wrong. And so we just evacuated and got out, and there was no like direction helping us and stuff. And just after this, it's been like really hurtful, and I was just like down, like looking through like different reels of just how some people are taking this as a joke, and they don't care that this man, like this who's a human, like has those rights, just like died of this. But when we were going through, we decided we wanted to come to here and support Charlie Kirk. We made a poster up for him.
This poor girl.
Being here, it's made me feel like more peace and like more calm, just like being with people here, knowing that there's still.
So they're not the ones that have sex with a sheep. That's some sort of Jewish person, isn't it?
Anyone losing like
a Hasidic Jew.
Ron, and I just feel so bad for his family, and just like they're in our thoughts and prayers, and just like to help them for that.
So really healing for you to come here after this traumatic event, for you to come and be with others, be with like-minded people and people who are also supporting.
No, yeah, for sure.
So it's not Hasidic.
Because most of
kind of Jewish.
I feel like I was.
Hype train.
I don't know, uncomfortable. Like everyone's been like so nice and just like.
Fucking shit! I don't even know what it means. Hop on aboard the hype train.
Moving forward, what about Charlie will you take forward with you?
Yeah, so even though like this was my first day meeting Charlie, just like I've always wanted to know.
It is September. If you would like to sub, I think it's cheaper this month.
His connection with Christ, I really connect with him. I love his politics too, but like just like his with Christ. So what I really want to take from this today is like to always stand up for your beliefs, and just to know like we should, as people, we should feel like safe to like say our beliefs and our rights no matter what religion or what we believe in. And so he's just an example, a man for me to be courageous and brave, and to like always defend like what you believe is right.
Lauren, thank you so much for chatting with us. A current student at UVU studying to be a therapist here. a growing crowd
At
behind me
UVU.
here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital to say goodbye to the late Charlie Kirk. We'll be here all evening speaking with more people coming to pay their respects. Reporting live, I'm Sarah Martin.
Curious, sir. Welcome in.
Sarah, we appreciate you.
Thank you for the resub.
Let's continue our team coverage now with news specialist Andrew.
I've been up that hype train.
I know you are from Utah County. This hits close to home. And all afternoon, we have been hearing
Sky comment.
talking about some.
Thank you for the resub.
It's been hard.
It has been hard and really inconceivable.
We get a hype train go over Charlie Kirk dying.
Very safe area. But on top of that, just how
beautiful. Thank you.
Utah County
You are the
tends to
best
be,
chat on Twitch.
I think
I
that
swear.
multiple people today have taken note of that. And certainly, as we've been standing out here, we've been tracking the movements of law enforcement, and we've seen law enforcement from all kinds of different agencies, people in SWAT gear.
We do not know
sometimes moving slowly, but
if the cops have apprehended the actual shooter.
Police
They have a person of interest in custody. They did not call him a suspect.
Here with the FBI,
They already
Homeland Security.
They already accidentally arrested the wrong person.
So they are doing. It's a full court press in terms of an investigation.
Julie, thank you for throwing out the gift sub. Sky comment, thank you for throwing out the gift sub.
Now we know.
Hype trade.
If we could turn, I want to take a minute and just point out this.
What's a neck poggers?
A little while, are police going car to car in this parking lot, basically taking.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know what. I'd never heard anybody say poggers until.
Plates. If it's a point of interest, then
Sam Cedar.
Take more interest. But this car right here, there was a little.
I thought he made it up.
There was some belief it might be a news photographer vehicle. Turned out not to be the case. But
thank you for throwing out the gift sub.
Paid extra close attention to this Chevy.
Celebrate Charlie Kirk getting shot.
They moved on, but you had three officers maybe 5 to 10 minutes taking a look at that vehicle in particular. Going car to car, row to row, and we'll continue to keep you updated on their movements and
sub to make me not sing anymore.
At UVU, Deanie.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Nice job out there. Now let's continue our coverage with Daniel Woodruff, who is.
You can apparently unlock a random emote. Everybody in here can unlock random emotes now that you don't have access to.
This area of our state, and I think it's safe to say that no one would anticipate this kind of violence on UVU's campus.
Seriously, it's America. This is America.
It's Happy Valley for a reason. I grew up in Provo, just a few miles to the east from here at Utah Valley University, and this is just a shocking day, as people have told us over and over and over. Now, some
Avalon, thank you for the bits.
Last little bit. As a result of the shooting, Utah Valley University.
There's the combo thing.
Monday.
You can combo bits or something on the troll train. I love it. Troll train.
A short bit of what Utah Valley University put out. They said, our hearts go out to his family, Charlie Kirk, as we grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. UVU campuses will be closed from September 11th through the 14th. And that's really one of the major effects of today's shooting, not only for Charlie Kirk and his family, but there were
shit, could be the coolest Halloween costume ever.
Watched the shooting
happen. Oh shit, Shelly!
Describing the chaotic aftermath to us.
Throwing out the gift subs, goddamn.
In a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
I just started booking it. My friend threw it.
We're on a level 4 hype train.
Like as fast as we could.
I think the only other time I've done this is during an anniversary show. Lenny!
And that was really the sentiment. Nobody knew what was happening at first. One witness.
We getting fucking hyped. You know I go all out for 9/11.
Of confusion, and then noticing what had happened, and then just running. In fact, I interviewed 3.
It is 9/11 Eve.
Left the place where Charlie Kirk was speaking, ran through the UVU fountain.
I love you guys.
Literally running for their lives. They didn't know if it was an active shooting situation.
A level 5 hype train. I've never been this high before.
As the news conference that just wrapped up.
Oh, I guess we should get more high then.
Apparently
right?
A political assassination with one target, and that was Charlie Kirk, and one shot was fired. Certainly a lot of emotions here on UVU campus today. A lot of tears we saw, a lot of sadness, and a very somber feeling, an eerie feeling right now. It's a quiet campus that is going to be closed until Monday. Daniel Woodruff, live at 5.
Yeah, Daniel, those emotions you describe are so understandable. And
who's feeling somber?
In the video as you watch those poor students. Thank you for that report. The governor, along with local, state, and federal police, just wrapped up a news conference on this shooting. News specialist Dan Rascone attended that conference and joins me now. Dan, they were able to shed some light on several key parts of this investigation.
Yeah, that's correct, Deanie. We did hear some key parts there of the investigation.
Oh, we've gotten a hype train going. What was like the DNC? We got a hype train going
inside this auditorium just about an hour ago or so. But again, still a lot of unanswered questions.
Show me to the front page of Twitch.
To what has happened here. The governor kind of summed it up really well when he said this is a very dark
shit, DJ Dub giving out 10 gift subs.
The nation here.
I don't even know what level hype train we are. We're in like 6.
One shot, one victim. They believe that the shooter.
Fuck, I love you guys.
Roof. We've been seeing some of the video being coming in to the station and other places of possibly somebody up on the roof there of this event.
What a goddamn day.
Had about 3,000 people or so, according to UVU police chief. He's saying they had as many as 6 officers.
We are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk.
In plain clothing.
We've got a hype train going.
There. Also, you had Charlie Kirk's personal security that was there.
I've got a cat that keeps. Oh, you guys deserve a cat.
Unfortunately,
you deserve a cat for this. Let me go get a cat.
None of those securities were right next to him necessarily. They were kind of on his side there. But that one shot being fired, and then he drops down to the ground, and then there's ultimate chaos as people are running and trying to get out of that area because, you know, this is a fear that students are growing up in this day and age as far as on campus of schools and universities.
We get Maynard to celebrate. Level 6 hype train.
Because
Fuzzy Zimba, thank you.
Ideals, then that very constitutional foundation.
We're close to being like level 7.
And the governor did say in regards to the death penalty here in Utah.
I will go get another cat if we reach level 7.
So that is something they will be looking at. But again, as far as having the actual shooter in custody right now, that's the question that we have posed to them, trying to clarify.
Don't know that the shooter is in custody.
A person of interest in custody right now, and they are still out there canvassing the area. They're still going to each of the.
To be fair, I would have covered the school shooting.
Of this campus is looking.
DJ Dub giving out 5 more. Julie, God damn, thank you guys.
One shooter.
We're gonna have to pack a bong.
Victim here.
This is bong worthy.
Has passed away. I'm Dan Rascone, live at 5. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right,
Smokey.
Thank you for the summary. And yes,
he's in the window right
investigation, and they do have a tip line for people who may have information. Let's go now live to Jody Reynosa. Jody, you've been on the ground there all afternoon, talking to people, and we could hear the shock and the disbelief by what they've seen today.
You are absolutely right, Deanie.
All cats are going to have to make an appearance.
Fear, just being scared, not knowing what's next for them, you know, feeling like I just need to get out of here. However,
Mix us up. Welcome in. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
In this as well. I mean, if you take a look right back here behind me, you see Utah County official ballot box. The fact that this is one of the areas that people can submit
level 7 fucking hype train. Let's
no matter what
pack a bong.
Politically they are on, they can come here. And you know,
that is definitely we've reached 69 subscribers.
And UVU officials said, you know, we want to make sure people.
I'm not gonna turn down more money, but you know.
So this has been an awful.
The fantastic number
to. It's being coined a dark and tragic day
end up on.
The other aspect of irony is September is constitutional.
Everybody in the chat gets a titty slap.
With the Alpine Director of Communications, the Alpine School District, and they were celebrating a 9/11 project in Spanish Fork in Utah County, and trying to understand the depth of the civic history that we have, not only in Utah but across the nation. And he said,
can we get up to level 10 when Nick Fuentes gets his?
Are you going to have school tomorrow? Or are you shutting it down because the shooters at large? He said it's going to be business.
I had that Dalton Cod filter. That's up on the YouTube. You can totally see it. We got a hate raid.
Law enforcement, and things change, then we will move quickly as well. I'll send it back to you.
Oh, it is 4:20 on the West Coast.
This has been a long day and a hard day for many people who were there on campus.
Even though we kind of missed the countdown, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shouldn't do the weeds. Weed is bad. I do not encourage it in any way. Freaking Gal, thank you for throwing out the gift sub. I love you guys so much. We're on a level 7 hype train. I think that's the highest I've ever gotten. Highest I've ever gotten. What's Bill Nye saying something over here on the news? Let's go back to the local news.
Especially thinking this happens somewhere else, right? We've heard that from people. It happens somewhere else, not here. It can happen anywhere, and I think today is proof of that.
Let's see if we can get more high.
The number of people today, really the common thread between all of them was this is a tragic situation, and the whole thing was surreal. And a lot of people are still trying to wrap their heads around that. I'm on the campus right now where you still see a heavy police presence.
There wasn't
officers have died down as far as the number of them that we see.
Like Charlie had
area, but
there are 5 more subs for level 8
here on UVU's campus.
But it's only a couple seconds away.
Charlie Kirk. Some people don't know his background and maybe have never heard of him. He actually was the founder of Turning Point USA. That was back in 2012 when he was just 18 years old. He was a prominent supporter of President Donald Trump and attracted young.
I guess it gets harder and harder to get the hype train.
To register voters.
We cashed out at level 7.
For Trump in 2024. Kirk frequently traveled to college campuses.
I got a hype chest?
From audience members in arguments that often led to viral videos. Kirk's appearance at Utah Valley University was a first of a 14-city fall American comeback tour. Kirk traveled with a private security contingency. He most recently appeared in the Oval Office back in May, attending the swearing-in ceremony of Judge Jeanine Pirro. Charlie Kirk was 31 years old. He leaves behind his wife, Erica, and their 2.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Judge Jeanine can be my GOP mommy.
There's a vigil tonight for Kirk. That is at the State Rotunda in the Capitol there. The vigil starts at 7 o'clock this evening, and the event is hosted by the Utah House of Representatives.
Every time people die,
also releasing a statement online today.
Media tends to lionize them.
They had to say here, may he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior. We ask that everyone keeps his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask.
I care about the manhunt.
And dignity.
We would be watching a manhunt even if it wasn't Charlie Kirk.
In the investigation,
but because it's Charlie Kirk, it makes it more prescient for my chat.
It's the knowing that somebody lost their life that was senseless. There was no need for that. But here we are. And as the governor talked about, country's broke. That was what he was said, and I dare say there's a lot of people.
We got about 30 minutes until usual troll time.
That very same thing. We'll see where things go from here.
Do you guys want the other news that's going down?
Yeah, it's
or do you want to keep with the
effort for people to work through
manhunt
happened today? Mike, thank you. Now, President Trump reacted to the news of the death by ordering flags to half staff until sunset on September 14th. He also wrote on Truth Social, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
I mean, I would usually take a manhunt live.
Of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us.
Charlie Kirk.
And my sympathy.
Charlie Kirk is somebody, right?
And family. Charlie, we love you. Here's the response from former President
David Anber.
There is no place in our country for this kind of violence.
Welcome in, my friend. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. And Senator Mike Lee releasing a statement saying, in part, this murder was a cowardly act of violence, an attack on champions of freedom like Charlie. The
He's not a champion of freedom.
And all Americans who peacefully strive to save.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was a political analyst.
Praying for his wife Erica and their children.
The Cook Report.
Justice be swift. The University of Utah announced that they will have increased patrols on campus, saying that police officers will be available to speak to students, faculty, and staff who are concerned about these events and safety on campus. There will be additional safety patrols and layers of security present on university events today and
Libertad, welcome in.
Utah Senator John Curtis also reacted to the news, saying it's very personal because it happened.
Utah is one of the laxest state in terms of gun laws.
For us to reevaluate.
Of course, it happened in
how
Utah.
We're talking about issues. I think that if we're honest.
Okay, that's a good one, Holiday. Families. That gets a retweet.
Conversations among friends that are too heated, and then that obviously escalates as it gets to a broader conversation. It's not healthy. It's not who we are.
David, what do you mean I support violence?
To me, it's
Can you clarify on that one?
Utah.
Blue Magic Man, welcome in. I'm actually pretty pacifist.
Mark Kelly gave his reaction to the shooting.
It is, a horrendous thing to see, and it happens all too often. I'm thinking about him and his, family, and I hope, they makes a recovery from this.
Senator Kelly knows firsthand how a shooting affects a family. Back in 2011,
Scott Comet, very good point. He died doing what he loved.
Was shot in the head while at a
causing hate-fueled violence.
She survived. We'll have much more live team coverage of Charlie Kirk's death and the search for the suspect in this shooting coming up at 6 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. This has been a tough day. We appreciate you being with us, and we're working together. All the latest.
We're going off the live stream.
We'll have that coming up at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, download the KSL Plus app to get breaking news updates on this situation sent straight to you.
We may have to find another feed to go with. I'm not exactly sure. If you are new to the stream, welcome in. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's obviously a special day. We are watching coverage of the death of Charlie Kirk, the manhunt for someone who killed Charlie Kirk on the campus of UVU. I guess we can recap where we're at here. This is Utah Valley University in Orem. Was that the name of it? I had to look it up every fucking time. Orem, Utah. So this is the shooting. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got it slowed down. Let's go ahead and watch it at full speed one time or a couple of times.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God.
In their tent that says "Prove me wrong."
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God. Go, run. Whoa.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God.
This is gonna make him more well known, and that's the thing that.
Oh my God.
The witch's curse. So she put the curse from the Etsy witches on him, but like that's you know how curses always backfire, right? You get your comeuppance and somehow it fucks you over. She didn't want Charlie Kirk to become more well-known or more beloved, and that's probably what's going to happen. He's now become a martyr for their cause.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God.
Gang violence.
Oh my God. Go run.
Counting gang violence.
Literally talking about shootings.
Oh my God. Go run.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh, clinically, are you in the Discord?
Go run.
Because Warlord has posted it. 'Cause I don't have it like handy. But I'm pretty sure Warlord posted it in the main Discord. This is going back to Charlie Kirk, talking about how there's gonna be sacrifices because of the Second Amendment.
Wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Yep. Number two, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you were actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart. So I don't know what alternative universe you're living in. Yep. You just don't want to face reality that governments tend to get tyrannical, and that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families. Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. Wow. And that is part of liberty.
Wow.
Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. Yes. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a...
So there you go. Trump was the one that officially broke the news to everybody. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania, and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. In a wild twist of fate, the publication Jezebel paid some Etsy witches to curse Charlie Kirk literally 2 days ago. I cannot wait for the update on this story because okay, here's the Jezebel condemns the shooting of Charlie Kirk in the strongest possible terms. We do not endorse, encourage, or excuse political violence of any kind. Here's our story about putting a curse on him. Is it ethical to curse a man I've never met? Probably not. But is it unethical to let him keep talking? Yes. So here we are in the gray area. I want to make it clear I'm not calling on dark forces to cause him harm. I just want him to wake up every morning with an inexplicable zit. I want his podcast microphone to malfunction every time he hits record. I want his blue blazers to suddenly all be one size too small. I think they already were. I want one of his socks to always be sliding down his foot. I want his thumb to grow too big to tweet. To ruin his day with the collective feminist power of the Etsy coven would be my life's greatest joy. I think it's just some of that sweet coincidence that happens in life that I find wild. I love it. It's serendipitous. Oh, he just stretchied and it was the cutest thing you've ever seen. You want to say hey to you, Smokes? He hates me now because he's getting ready to get in the window. There he is. Let's I'd rather be on the local channel, but we'll take, this is the national NBC News. Oh, that's why they ended their coverage. It's national time.
But there are American jets that take part in that exact same air patrol through the
That makes sense.
And so, Kristen, it's very possible if this happened on another night, it could have been American pilots who were called on to pull the trigger. Kristen.
Wow. All right, Ralph Sanchez, thank you so much for your reporting from London. We really appreciate it. Now we want to turn to the Middle East, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is issuing a new warning in the wake of Israel's strike on Qatar. The Prime Minister is signaling more attacks could come.
They're not covering Charlie Kirk here. Let me see if I can get a different local station. Fox, Utah. KSL was the one we were on, right? We probably want to go back to them. They were doing a good job. KUTV. They're listing it as a suspect in custody. This is not live. They're all doing their local newscasts right now, probably. Can't watch this station live. We can watch this one live. Let's see what they got. 'Cause I know Mike Huckabee was on over here on NBC. Nobody wants to watch that. Here we go, yeah. back to the... You know, I've not watched like actual InfoWars. I've seen clips.
And it was, I mean, it was just sheer panic. Sheer panic.
Could you tell where the shot even came from?
In a small
This is
like that, and like I said, what we call a kill box. There's no telling. I had no idea.
KUTV.
I'm going to leave that up to investigators and professionals to do that. But in a confined space like that, I don't care what anybody says. It's virtually impossible to tell what direction the shot came.
When you look across the street now and you see this, massive is an understatement. This is just growing police presence. What goes through your mind as you see this?
I think it's a testament to Charlie Kirk's influence, both positive and negatively for those that oppose him politically. And I think that Utah cares about what happens in Utah, and I think that people are dedicated to getting to the bottom of what happened.
Yeah.
I can't wait to find out
whether or not somebody was
the motive behind this shooter.
See if police had anybody down. It was such a confined and packed in space. The fact that and I'm not trying to be speculative, but the fact that there are people still in tactical gear raises questions as to whether or not the shooter actually was caught. Because I didn't see a single person in custody. I didn't see a single person on the ground. I didn't see anybody getting taken down. And in a constitutional carry state, you would think that people around the shooter would respond by trying to eliminate the threat, and I didn't see that happening at all.
It's obvious that this country is incredibly divided.
The news has mentioned the building video.
Religiously, something like this.
But they were like, I guess they were trying to verify it.
Further divide the country, or does it kind of maybe start snapping people out of it to, okay, we really got to come together and stop crap like this from happening, no matter what, as you said, what they think, politically, whatnot. Does it divide us or bring us together, do you think?
If it brings us together, it scares me for what? What does it bring us together for? Who does it bring it together, and how do they respond, right? The thing is that Charlie Kirk isn't going to save us. Donald Trump isn't going to save us. Joe Biden,
goddamn right, Charlie Kirk's not going to save us.
No celebrity.
He couldn't even save himself.
This country. The thing that's going to save this country is when we start looking in the mirror and realizing that we as a people are the problem. Not anybody that you elect.
Oh yeah, and Nancy Mace had like a fucking outburst on the floor today.
Office, then these same people who don't have
that was totally on the
priority,
the docket for the news.
It's going to continue, and the problem is we have about a 2-week memory. About 2 weeks from now, everybody's going to forget and move on to the next TikTok, the next YouTube, the next Instagram Reels thing. We can't forget, and the only thing that we can do is look to ourselves and our family, as opposed to thinking that some presidential or gubernatorial candidate is going to save us from ourselves.
Well said. Well said. Anything else you want to say about today? Or
that's all I wanted to say is that nobody's going to save us.
I mean, he ain't wrong. What an interview. I love it.
Difficult to watch this today. Sad that it happened in Utah. I wouldn't want it to happen anywhere, but somehow I would like to think that we were different here. A political assassination happening on Utah Valley University here, where more than 40,000 students call home. They go to classes. They come here to exchange ideas.
I want to read some of the latest information from Utah Valley University. This is a joint letter from the president, the provost, the VP, also some of the student body president. This was shared a few moments ago. It says, "Dear UVU community, on behalf of Utah Valley University, we're shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk, a guest to our campus. Our hearts go out to his family as we grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. UVU campuses will be closed from September 11th through the 14th. All classes in person
all fucking week.
Getting some mixed minus in my ear. Campus events and administrative operations will be suspended during this time. Please plan accordingly and make any necessary adjustments."
The video purported to be the shooter on the roof.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
So I'm assuming that the news hadn't shown it because they hadn't verified it yet.
Back to you guys, Brian Heidi.
Leslie, thank you very much. We're just trying to unpack some of the information that we're learning more about what took place here, and a very fluid situation, learning about where things stand at the hospital with Leslie Duarte. We have heard from David Ochoa and Brian Malahi also with more about the investigation and what has been taking place here. As we're just trying to learn the suspect. Is it a person of interest? Is it a suspect? Where things stand at that point. As we really talk about the bigger picture here is that Charlie Kirk, a very well-known political activist that has had his hands in so many different pieces of the political spectrum, was killed today here on the Utah Valley University campus.
I think safe to call him a friend of the president. He had his ear, worked with him on the
friend of the president.
So this is something that a lot.
What a picture they picked of him.
But just across the country and really around the world as people follow American politics and what happens here.
Let's go back inside to Krista McPeak with more reaction about Charlie Kirk's passing.
There's been a lot of conversation around.
I mean, I do a show called The Troll Patrol. We're asking for
Associated
it. I am.
About where that shooter was.
You guys may not be.
And where Charlie Kirk was speaking. So here's a map. This kind of shows the campus here. And we're looking at the.
Are they being that bad? Yes, I guess you can bribe me, DJ Dub.
That's what it looks like. And the site of the shooting. Now I have this map here.
I didn't see that.
The whole campus of Utah Valley University. You can see I-15 here. I'm going to zoom in, and you could see this bowl-like area that they talked about at the conference where Kirk was.
Would you like the honor?
And then if we zoom back out, you can come this way. This is that Lucy Center, and they say that they believe the shots came from about 200. Quite a ways away, as you can see here, and the shooter was potentially on the roof there. We have seen photos online of a figure on top of that roof.
Yes.
Clear if those are confirmed, but this kind of gives you a layout of what that
DJ Dub bribed me
like and where everyone was during that time of the shooting. I'll send it back to you.
Kristen, thank you very much. We're back out here live in Orem on the campus of Utah Valley University. I'm actually just going to step out of the way here and show you kind of this police presence that's been here since we've arrived in this area within the last couple of hours. This parking lot was closed off and then we were allowed back in. There's unmarked vehicles parked in here, uniformed officers walking through, and also officers just in undercover checking vehicles and such. As we continue.
I'm sorry, Flash, you want to do the honors?
That took place here on campus earlier today. Right now,
I'm attempting DJ.
Here, the update that we received was in the last hour and a half or so, and it kind of shared some of the specifics of what we were going through and what happened earlier today. And when you talk about,
I don't know, there's some people out there that have some irrational hate.
Noon, around 12:20, when that single gunshot rang out on the campus here at Utah Valley University, striking the neck area of Charlie Kirk while he was speaking under his signature Turning Point tent at his first speaking engagement of the tour. And what we learned about that situation from various videos on
I don't know. Who am I supposed to ban?
Charlie took the impact and immediately went down and then was whisked away by members of his staff as people frantically took off in various directions. As you may imagine, there were thousands of people that were in that area. Let's send things over to Natalie Wattis now, who has more for us in our team coverage tonight here on this.
I would never ban you.
5 o'clock. Natalie joining us live.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Brian, Heidi. Well, we heard in that news conference earlier this afternoon from the chief of the UVU police force, who talked a little bit about the security that they had in place at this event this afternoon. He mentioned that there were roughly
Somebody already do it because I don't see him.
of 3,000 people. Now, I want to step out of the way here, Brian, just like you did, and show you some of the police force that we're seeing out here. This is at the Keller building and the UVU campus. Now, what we know about the event, what we heard from the police chief and others, was that the event this afternoon was a very open event. People could come and go as they pleased.
Oh, okay.
To the front, around freely. And I spoke with one UVU professor this afternoon. They wanted to stay anonymous, but they told me that the school emergency alert system
Light one up, tip one back.
fast enough.
I would shower you in
Get
attention.
notified
ma'am.
about the situation until about 30 minutes after they heard shots being fired. And they described watching students run into their building, confused and scared. The professor describing this situation as traumatizing for everyone involved.
Now that you're here, we should totally get high.
Concerns being raised about how the school and police handled security at this event and how the emergency system was activated here. Now, I'll have more details on what that professor told me tonight at 10, but for now, I'll send things back to you live on UVU's campus. Natalie Wattis, KUTV 2 News.
I know, Frank.
Natalie, thank you.
I cover all those.
Outside of the
I cover all those school shootings too.
They have their basketball games. There's still a police presence out here. I've actually been talking to my son who was on campus and at this event where the shooting happened today. I've been desperately trying to give him a mom hug.
We fucking love guns, yay!
I still have not been able to get in touch with him because campus is locked down a little more than I thought still, where he can't get to where we're at.
Well, we hope we get that reunion. Also, I know it's something that has been really tough for you all day, knowing that your son was getting ready to go speak, hopefully, to Charlie Kirk and have a lively conversation, as most of them are. So it's one of those things where I imagine he was excited for that back and forth dialogue. And what we see on social media is what you get at a lot of these events. Somebody poses a question or that argument, and Charlie will go back and forth. And it really, some of those make for just great discussions that really we could take home to the dinner.
Oh, this guy's an idiot.
Probably have that same discussion and maybe be a little bit more open with that dialogue, which is everything that his
anchors tend to be vapid and stupid.
So many people who were just
there are exceptions to
hoping to
that.
have that conversation, and then this happens.
Yeah, and these are conversations.
And I feel like he fits that
I
mold.
report on a lot of politics, so we always have tough conversations with our kids from a very young age going up. So it didn't surprise me that he wanted to be there on campus for this today, because he loves.
Reporters tend to be more
sometimes like
inquisitive, educated.
Republican, Democrat, and those kids that are just trying to figure it out and make up their minds. Those kids.
Not all of them.
Going home to their parents. Change forever. Most people don't actually see a life taken from them in front of their eyes, and this is something that they will have to live with for the rest of their lives. Breaks my heart.
I worked with an amazing news anchor.
Well, this was
and she's awesome. She did a voiceover for me on my channel. She was a great anchor, and she was with it.
Behind us here on the other side.
But also, I think she was a black girl, and there's a
from the 11
when you are a minority
trying to work with
and being both a woman and a person of color, I think you're
obviously finishing up what took place.
You have to be a whole other level of excellent
committed this act
that white people don't, that white men don't, in order to get into the same position.
Of whether or not they have the actual shooter in custody. The person they have in custody, they're calling a person of interest. We do know that Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, says they have a suspect in custody. But during that news conference today, the governor and also the FBI locally said that they were holding him on obstruction, but at this point did not go to the point where they called him a suspect. Even
fucking Charlie loved the South Park portrayal.
Large police presence here.
And I get the sense we're kind of landlocked to this one location here right now because if
he did not see anything wrong with anything Cartman said.
What is happening and bring that information to you in real time, which is why we have.
He used Cartman's picture as his avatar on social media.
Being done on the ground.
Next to the moon, welcome in. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Campus earlier today, they were combing woods.
I'm Justin Freakin. This is the Troll Patrol Live.
And I do know that my son.
Usually we find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
So I think a lot of students are heading home to wherever they're.
Tonight we're covering the death of Charlie fucking Kirk.
One of the big questions that's going to come out as we look through this investigation is, was this something that just happened spur of the moment? Did the shooter plan this out? I don't think it's been more than 2 weeks since the announcement came that Charlie Kirk was doing this tour and would be coming to Utah here at UVU, and then again in a couple of weeks to Utah State University. This was something that he was doing on a really regular basis during the 2024 election, where people knew he was out there, he was doing it, but kind of had been quiet with these campus visits, rebooting them up as they were headed into maybe the fall and some of those midterm elections that are happening.
So again, for those of you just joining us, we will have live coverage for the next hour and a half or so as we stay with you here from Orem, Utah. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee, our entire crew covering the events that took place here today in Orem on the campus of Utah Valley University, where we had.
We'll probably go back to the other station.
Of Charlie Kirk, who was here for his speaking engagement, his first event here at Utah Valley University, with Utah State scheduled to follow.
That's a good question.
Engagement.
Trump, are you going to send federal agents to Utah?
Students sent running and screaming and not knowing what was happening, because we think about some of these situations, especially in a college campus setting.
Trump can send federal agents to suck my dick.
A mass amount of victims. In this situation, it appears.
Put me in alligator Alcatraz, you fucking fascist.
That it was a political assassination. The kids didn't know that. Because this shot came from, they say, possibly a couple hundred yards away. My son said he specifically heard one shot. They thought that maybe somebody else had been hurt. But because there was other buildings around campus that echoed, I think there was a question of whether or not there were other shots, if there were other shootings.
I feel like
so a lot
South
of
Park will broach this tastefully.
When you're out there having fun, your brain's not thinking, was that a gun and should I run? But it happened pretty quickly. They all realized that they needed to get to safety.
There was a press conference around 4:15 this afternoon where they laid out some of that preliminary information. Obviously, things still very fluid right there. Brian Malahy was there. We hope to have him in just a few minutes with some of the things that he heard.
Malahy, my ass.
Questions being asked towards the tail end of there, which the governor, if I remember, cut everyone off and said that's all we're going to be saying for now. Some very strong statements there that we heard from the local field office supervisor from the FBI here in the Salt Lake area, the Salt Lake field office, also from Governor Spencer Cox as well, and the UVU chief was also there, and we're hoping that there will be a little bit more of an update.
UVU.
There are a lot of questions
Killer
about what is still
tofu.
actively happening here, and is there a concern with campus closed? Is there still a potential safety concern? Are there those things right now? So when we have Brian Malahy coming up here, hopefully in the next few minutes on the 2 News at 6 o'clock portion of the program, hope to have some more of that information relayed from about 90 minutes ago at this point.
My eyes are getting full of tears because I see my cute kids. Can I go hug them for a second while you talk?
Absolutely. I needed to witness that moment.
She okay? Oh, you guys are watching us on TV. I'm sad because
wow.
Friends
okay,
too
we'll give them a moment here, Josh.
So I guess her kids were there at the event.
We'll give Heidi a moment, I believe.
Or they could have just been on campus and campus on lockdown.
Heidi's been trying to get in touch with her son for a few hours since I saw her around 3 o'clock this
I was getting ready to cut away.
It's one of those things. I'm just trying to see who we
have. That's a wild moment to catch live.
Right now, while Heidi is over there talking to some of the family members, but you are with us live.
It's Utah. It is Orem, Utah.
Utah Valley University. We're covering the fatal shooting death.
Let's go to Charlie apparently posted a social media video shortly before he was shot. Him throwing out shirts before the event.
That's a lot of people, Utah. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I saw it, Dub. We would have totally talked about Gavin's other statement this morning if this hadn't happened.
Also, thank you to Lane from YRV5. That was great. Really appreciate it. And we're going to be here for a couple hours. Get comfortable.
You were not going to be there for a couple hours, actually. What I called the left occult. Oh, can you imagine if there are hats with his blood splatter on them? Those could go for big money. We've apparently got footage a man yelled, "I'd do it again," after the shooting. I don't know if we have that on video or if that is just a witness account. This is from ABC.
We did receive video of the moment that shot rang out. We heard from our Aaron Katursky, Bob, that reports say that possibly that bullet hitting Charlie Kirk's neck, as our Aaron Katursky was describing, you could actually see blood pouring out. We did hear straight from Charlie Kirk's organization that he co-founded, Turning Point USA, that he is in the hospital and they are all praying for him. Prayers coming from the President of the United States to those involved in his organization, those that have been on the tour with him. Aaron Katursky, anything new that you have learned as we will continue, of course, to hit the top of the hour here. We're trying to get as much information as possible about the condition of Charlie Kirk after being shot there on the university campus in Utah.
It seemed, according to eyewitness accounts and by law enforcement experts who have viewed the video, to be a very difficult
Welcome in, Blindside Sonny.
shot that struck Charlie Kirk. So everyone in the administration is sending prayers for his
innovative Bluetooth
being
trichotomy.
braced for what could be some difficult news, Kira, because the single shot struck Charlie Kirk. Eyewitnesses said they saw a lot of blood coming from him, and then they all scattered. Now the university is urging everyone to leave campus to allow police to conduct the investigation. The suspect that was taken into custody, according to eyewitness accounts, was heard screaming, "I'd do it again," described as an older male wearing a blue shirt, someone who has white hair.
Oh, that's the dude. That's not him.
If it is indeed him himself or his condition, so far.
No, that's not him.
Said nothing.
He is the one that has been charged with obstruction. That is not the shooter. So yeah, that was old. I apologize for that. I don't think we can go back to the first station.
Shoving. around. I even had some friends that are probably 15 feet from the stage. They have a video from.
It's all good.
They were there.
This is the reporter's son.
They had even a better vantage point of what happened. They could see kind of the gruesome aspect of it, and I'm glad I wasn't there because I was pretty close to the door. I was able to get out. I'm familiar with UVU, so I knew my way back to my apartment. I made my way back. I called my friends, called my mom, my dad, just, you know.
You have some friends that are here with you right now. They came down from the high school today, and earlier this week, Bingham High School had a lockdown where the kids didn't know exactly what was happening. They were locked in classrooms. They were told to cover the windows, get under their desks, and then something like this happened. Were they pretty afraid?
I think so. The two friends I had from high school, I think we're pretty focused in the moment. I know they were helping other people get into the bathroom, kind of leading people to safety, but I think it kind of got to the point where it hit them. I ended up calling them. They were pretty shaken, but I think everyone was at some point. So
we're going to continue talking. Stay here for just a second. My producer, as we were speaking, told me that they released the suspect. Is that what I'm hearing, Stephen? So FBI Director Kash Patel saying that the suspect that they had in custody has now been released, which makes us, I guess, concerned again that there's still a shooter on the loose and they don't exactly know who this was. Definitely terrifying to hear about. Jord, we're just hearing right now that they don't have the shooter.
Wow.
Scary.
That is scary because that means what if we never find him, and that's not an okay thing for someone to get away with that.
As a mom, I never want bad things to happen. I think you know that I'm the kind of mom that's worried about everything because I'm in the news business.
Yeah.
I'm worried about you today, but I think a lot of moms and dads that are listening right now are going to be worried about their kids because of what they saw. I'm guessing you're a little bit in shock right now.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the fact that you watched someone die today.
It's kind of a crazy feeling. It doesn't feel like something that it doesn't feel like something that could ever happen to me, where I could watch someone die. I mean, we hear about it all the time. There's tons of people on social media talking about it, praying for Charlie and his family. But it's just, when you actually experience it, it's a different feeling. And me and my friends are even talking about it. The school that I'm going to, the school that I'm graduating from, will forever be known as a school where Charlie Kirk was assassinated or killed, whatever you want to say. And anytime I go through that,
yeah, I don't think that's going to be a thing.
I'll just remember that. It's been playing through my head all day. I was pretty far away. And
nobody's going to remember it in a couple years.
I hear the shot. I see his head go back. I've seen the videos as well, and it's horrible, and I don't know, it's kind of hard to process.
Thanks for talking about it. We're going to go to Leslie Duarte right now, who is at the hospital right now, where we've been waiting for more word on possibly family members arriving or also the medical examiner. Leslie?
Yeah, Heidi. Medical examiner arrived just moments ago, and we're waiting to get more information on exactly what's next. But as more people are getting off work and as the evening is
he was farming content.
More and more people are showing up in tears, heartbroken over the tragic incident that has happened at the university, UVU. Here next to me, I have Kelsey. Kelsey, where did you come from and why are you here today?
I drove down from Syracuse, Utah.
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Drive just to come show support and just, we love Charlie Kirk. You know, I followed him for a while.
Oh my God.
Influential in the election, but just teaching so many people love for country, true principles to live by, loving God, how to live a happy life, and it's just terrible what's happened to him. So I just want to come show my love and gratitude for him to everyone and to his family, and I hope just help ignite greater patriotism too, like I think he would have wanted. So
yeah, and I see you have some flags here. What do you plan to do with these flags?
Just give them to whoever. I figured maybe there'd be other people here too, and yeah, it looks like I'm not the only one that had this idea. So just, you know, I think this is exactly what Charlie would want. We're just out here with American flags and just loving our God and country and fellow man even more, to honor his name and what he did and his legacy.
How do you feel about something like this happening here in Utah? You said your alma mater is UVU.
Yeah, I went to UV and I wanted to be there today. I guess thank goodness actually that I wasn't. That would have been horrible to witness, but terrible happened in Utah, terrible happened anywhere in our country. We all have freedom of speech and we need to respect that for each other, and just to kill over an opinion that's different than yours is un-American, and it's absolutely terrible, and it shouldn't happen. And I just hope that we can carry on his legacy of what he fought for. So
Absolutely, Kelsey. Thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
He doesn't want
we're
to?
still here at the hospital, and with that, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Two other girls that live in our neighborhood were supposed to be, like, helping with the event.
Stand by.
We're back here live at the Utah Valley University, where we have learned just in the last couple of minutes that suspect they had in custody is not the shooter. So we're now back to square one, knowing that whoever did this is still out in our community.
Yeah, and that's frightening. I mean,
Yeah.
just to be honest, we're standing here, and it may seem a little weird, but I do always have my kind of head on a swivel at one of these situations with the culmination.
Because you're afraid you might get shot.
The act of violence, you hope for somebody to be in custody swiftly.
There's still a shooter out there.
Here to hopefully get some of that news. We do have Brian Will, who's joining us live from the Utah State Capitol tonight. Brian, what's happening there, and what are you expecting to see this evening?
Yeah, guys, we just got here, and tonight at 7 is when they're having that vigil here for Charlie Kirk in the Capitol Rotunda.
Okay, so that's coming up at the top of the hour.
We expect more security tonight. An interesting note, as we did walk in here, the flags are at half staff here at the Capitol, as the governor has ordered here. And as we made our way through the door, more Utah Highway Patrol were here on scene just to protect this event and other events that are like it throughout the state. I do see a few people around with them.
I do have some worries that somebody's going to shoot me.
For that vigil, and it's just the emotions.
I talk a lot of shit on the internet.
Busy time inside the Capitol, but here people are starting to gather as this vigil is scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight. It's being put on by the House representatives, the House Republican representatives here in the Capitol. It starts at 7, and we'll be live streaming it and bringing you more as we learn it. Reporting live inside the Capitol, Brian Will, KUTV 2 News.
Brian, thank you. I do believe that there's probably a lot of students hoping to gather and be able to talk to each other after what they witnessed today, but Utah Valley University largely locked down still at this point. Some of the roads around it back open again, but students are not allowed on the campus. And as you can see behind us, there are still police here, and now the manhunt continues, trying to figure out who this shooter was.
And just a reminder that campus is closed from at least the 11th through the 14th at this point. That information out and now available on the UVU website. If you or someone you know as a student at Utah Valley University, you have questions, that is some information that is still out there right now. But right now where things stand, I mean, campus looks from our vantage point very similar to where it was about an hour ago. From our vantage point here by the...
You want to find out what the right is saying? You want to flip it to Fox News?
And combing through some of the areas where cars were parked.
See what's live on Rumble?
And trying to figure out if they had something that did not belong on campus. So right now, we don't see any active searching or looking here, but I did see that when I was standing on the north side of campus about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
One of the problems they have at this point is there's no longer a perimeter where they can assume that this shooter is still on campus. So at this point, they have the entire state to think about, because how many hours since the shooting? It happened at about 12:20. We're now 5-6 hours down the road, so whether that person is hiding out close by or driven to another state, which is quite possible.
Let's go to Tim Pool, who is live currently.
Was mainstream conservative, you know,
Stirs
so
gig.
articulate. But
Welcome in, friend.
He was not an extremist.
No.
He was
he was
regular. It was moderate politics, and that's who they kill.
It was virtuous. It was common sense. Boris Johnson, in his post on X today, said that Charlie Kirk was communicating common sense. That's what Make America Great Again. That's what it is.
This is just Martin Luther King. This is like them taking Martin Luther King and spoke for a generation of people that had been relegated or felt relegated. And
holy shit!
Martin Luther King could have commanded 10,000 people to go push a button, and they would have done it. Charlie had that same power.
Mr. Gray, can you tell us a little bit more about how you think we should be feeling and thinking about
astounding
the age of political violence? You're an elected official. Do you feel those pressures on you as well? What's your reaction here?
Well, earlier we were talking about what's the off-ramp. Well, the off-ramp is what Charlie Kirk was presenting, which is this vibrant political debate. When he came to the University of Wyoming in late April, he spoke for about, I'd say, 7 to 9 minutes, and then it went straight to Q&A, the Q&A that he was known for. And he would have these very respectful, back and forth debates.
Respectful.
On the issues of the day, and it was broadcast live. I mean, it's a pivotal part. I mean, when we look at the polling numbers on Gen Z and the transformation politically of Gen Z, Turning Point is a pivotal part of that. And Charlie's a visionary.
I don't think we should dilute the facts here about the loathing of the left towards Charlie Kirk. He was a misogynist because he was pro-life, and he was irredeemable because of that. They thought he was irredeemable because he supported Israel, and they would accuse him of supporting genocide. They think that because he was willing to call out black violence towards white people, that he was a racist, and that all of this stuff makes him an irredeemable white supremacist, bigoted racist that many on the left are actually going to celebrate. We shouldn't dilute ourselves into thinking otherwise.
They are celebrating it. There's already been photographs.
If this monster is ever found, which, God willing, they will be soon, I think they will be turned into a Luigi Mangione type figure. We're in an era of political
Not
violence.
necessarily. I mean, if he's prosecuted and convicted, Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, said that he wanted to remind everyone that Utah still has the death penalty.
Yes, but what a lot is saying is that they lionize Luigi Mangione.
Yes,
he's a
do.
hero to the left.
Yes, they do.
And when they do catch this guy,
Yeah, 'cause he's awesome.
The left is going to make portraits of him as a saint, and they're going to put him on their magazine covers.
And they're fake religious candles.
Indeed.
Charlie Kirk was more than just a political commentator. I think he was an American icon of conservatism. He was more than just himself. He was really a figurehead for conservatism, the new age of conservatism. He was only, I believe, 31.
31 years old.
At
Started when he was a teenager, built up.
Didn't go to college.
The most powerful political organization of our generation.
Isn't that the girl that
talking last year how
got busted with Sam Bankman-Fried?
USA. Parties were popping up. James O'Keefe had a party, as he does these parties at Turning
He
Points.
used to have great parties.
They're the biggest.
That's her, right?
And I'm talking to people saying, like, Charlie has basically built political. He's like, this is the beginning of a political South by Southwest.
Yeah.
This is huge.
Yeah, and then when he opened up America Fest, not just to students, but to everybody, people of all
I don't think it is, but I love that you guys don't know genuinely.
each other, and it was a sort of revolution during the Biden woke.
Is this Tim's wife?
Wait, there's more of us. There's more of us who are not on board with all of this lunacy.
There was
We can hang out, we can have conversations, and not be shunned and not be kicked out of our families here.
all of the side events that were being built up around it.
Mm-hmm.
And people were saying this is bigger than the RNC.
Mm-hmm.
Turning Point.
He actually does have a wife, DJ Dub.
It was going to take
I-
that whole.
He has a wife.
If there's someone that
Perhaps she lives in Canada.
Turning Point.
They apparently have a kid together.
Charlie's the legacy that Charlie has left is something that a lot of people are going to coalesce around.
Well, I was thinking about this too on the drive over here, and I was thinking that the men who are next in line to Charlie's legacy are really going to need to step up, you know.
Charlie's legacy?
And really are going to be in that spotlight.
Think
Men
about-
like Jack Posobiec, men like you, Tim Pool.
Dark
you know?
money?
I mean, the men who are at the forefront of this.
But
and
Tim
have
Pool's not a
been
right winger.
afraid And have been speaking their mind. There's going to be a lot more light on them, you know, and a lot more, perhaps more danger as well, which is sort of terrifying to think about. But it can't. What Charlie was creating is not something that the people of America can afford to lose.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what would he say if he was here right now? How would he guide people? And I'm kind of torn down the middle between the animal part of me that wants the vengeance.
Are they actually tore up?
And see a public execution. And then there's the part of me that's like kindness, compassion, forgiveness. These are what Charlie preached. These are the things he believed.
Was it?
And that not to fall into the rage because...
There's a middle road there, though, Ian. Not just kindness,
All these guys are stupid.
Forgiveness or unadulterated rage. Justice.
Yeah, but not to cause pain on the victim, unnecessarily suffering, because that's more hellish.
Evil Al Yankovic.
Not the victim, the perpetrator.
What you are correct on is
I don't know about the one dude that's like their guest.
Charlie, but I imagine as a rational and intelligent,
I have no idea who that is.
Powerful leader, he would say, we have to be reasonable and rational in how we respond now.
TJ Dub, thank you for throwing out the gift sub.
We have won electorally. The actions against Charlie are the moves of a desperate, fringe, psychotic ideology. They want to drag us down into the mud.
I'm so glad I turned it when I did.
Brought us success.
So I want to go back to the manhunt, but what he said was hilarious.
Utah, they said they have the death penalty, and they're going to find this person. What this means for us is we have to remain calm and collected and vigilant, working towards justice, finding the suspect, but making sure we do not allow wanton, random escalation. And that's what I fear. That an attack against Trump, for many of us, is terrifying, is shocking, it's offensive.
Huh?
Charlie was not a politician. Charlie was just a guy who had passion in politics and built up organizations to pursue those passions, but he did not decide how you would live or sleep. He just explained his ideas and he did it better than they did. And they took out Charlie. All today.
Who's that? They haven't even caught anybody. This motherfucker is already ascribing blame.
Every phone call I was on was struggling through tears on both ends. It's because Charlie treated you like you were the best. It was very Christian-like. That he was there for you, whatever you needed. And so everybody felt like their best friend just got taken from them. This has the potential to be substantially more catastrophic than anybody else they could have targeted.
I think it's on the level of the assassinations of '68. I think that's where we are. I think MLK, RFK, both '68. What was it like? April and July, something like that. Yeah, and I think that's what this is.
You know what that did? It destroyed the hope and dreams of the kids in the 60s that thought JFK was there to help, and he was. He was there to step up against the military war machine and scale it down, and people believed and they had hope.
They don't know shit about history, do they?
And the people who believed in the civil rights movement, only to have Martin Luther King Jr. struck down as well.
By the FBI.
The white MLK.
The far left in this country seems completely emboldened to have vigilante justice against those who they view as fascists, which is anybody on the right. And unless, I don't know what the President Trump administration can do. I don't.
Who is this goober?
We're saying hearts and prayers. We're saying, this is horrible and this will have a huge impact. This will have a huge impact to hurt the conservative movement. I don't know where this leads, but this is a symptom of a larger trend.
Well, it's a trend do you remember Punch a Nazi? And then suddenly they decided we were all Nazis.
Punch a Nazi.
I was and this is when I was, before I was in the political world beyond Twitter. I'm a dude in a band, and I see people that I know saying, "Oh, it's okay to punch Nazis," and I'm like, "This leads nowhere good. This is
what
lead us to a terrible place." And what I got back was, "Why are you defending Nazis?"
Right.
And it was almost ubiquitous in the music industry.
Yeah, why are you defending Nazis?
The truth in the arts. I mean, it was true in the theater community in New York City. It was true if you remember I don't know why anyone would remember this, but in 2018, there was an exhibit at the San Francisco Public Library that had Punch a Turf, because they went from punch a Nazi to beat up women who don't think men are women. And they had a baseball bat that was covered with fake blood that said Punch a Turf on it. All of this stuff, it has escalated. And a lot of people were, being like, hey, that's crazy. And here we are, and they're assassinating, extremely wonderful.
Who is they? Authorities have not caught a suspect yet, and you're ascribing blame to somebody.
Every person in this space their companies, their teams, they made phone calls. Everything's been dialed up as high as it can be dialed up. I mean, just a week ago, I was saying, like, wow, things have calmed down. Where are the riots? It seems like we're winning.
What?
And I think this is what happens when you...
Squirrel.
It is perceivable that to everybody, including your adversaries that you're winning, they take these desperate moves. The question for us is, I had an event planned with Alex Stein for October. It was a campus event. I had actually reached out to Charlie.
You cancel it now.
You know, I'd love to do some of these if possible. We were planning more. This was earlier in the year, and so we were like, let's see what time we have in the fall. I'm super busy, so we found a date, and we're like, let's give it a shot. It's canceled. And
Cancel that. I'm glad.
You little puss.
I'm glad you canceled it.
But now we also have these live venue events, and it looks like I have no choice but to cancel them, or at least I can't be there.
I'm not for or against you canceling them, but how would you respond to somebody who says that's them winning?
Indeed. And so the debate was, they are celebrating right now. Their Daily Mail has a video, I'm not going to show it, of leftists celebrating. A video's gone viral. People have taken all these leftists.
Raven, welcome
in. They're cheering. There are people outside of universities right now, and there's videos of them cheering and high-fiving and celebrating. They called for it. They're happy that it's happened, and they threatened me. And so the debate is...
I can show you so many videos of the right doing the exact same thing.
Morning shows. Technically 3.
Numerous people. They've been pulling up Charlie Kirk's own quotes on like Paul Pelosi and shit.
I can risk dying to go to a crowd of 500. And so maybe you want to say, yes, they've shut down our public events and they've isolated us to these spaces. But what is the answer? How do you...
Terrorist one, we're terrorized.
No, stay inside. You got to stay inside. Kennedy got hit, John F. Kennedy, when he was outside, and they realized you can't parade the president out in the open anymore, so they stopped. Yeah. Guns are too easy to find now, and it's the same thing with your high-level political personality.
John Lennon was walking into a hotel.
Yeah, and
but guys,
there's nothing you can do.
Hold on, Elad, what you were talking about, like, they haven't won because you're not doing a public appearance. They've only won if you stop doing the show.
I'm not
talking about
cheering on a killing. I'm just
opposing
laughing at how ironic it is.
Scared to do in a public event that you'd otherwise do. It does feel like
it is one thing.
Charlie Kirk has.
It's one person. It's totally
stoked the fires.
Talking about putting a boatload of people into a room. Other people that work here. It's a different thing.
Let me address that. It's not the fear of it. They literally killed him. The intent is clear, and the risk is not, I am scared of the left. It's that they are killing people.
You got to change tactics. It's not a loss if you change your tactics. If the enemy develops a new weapon in the culture war that's like artillery and your old position's no longer viable, you just remaneuver to a new position that's more fortified. That's understandable.
The big question is, so there was a story, and I told this before. I mean, I don't know if I should, but we were in Nashville, and we were going to go, I was gonna play music. I think Ian was gonna. We're gonna go to John Rich's Honky Tonk, and there was a security threat, which I won't go into detail on. And I was told we can't do the event because of this security risk, this threat against you. And then I said, they're not gonna stop me. They can't scare me. And then I was told, Tim, this is downtown Nashville, and there are children outside. If someone comes with a gun,
I don't believe this.
I went, I get it. Okay. If we go to this event and we say that we're going to be on the ground at this university and some lunatic shows up with a gun, it's not just me that's at risk. It's any one of those kids or people who want to show up too.
Well, and all those kids were fleeing. They were running.
Right. And it's and thankfully nobody.
All right, I want to get back to that was Timcast, or is it Timcast IRL? That was live. We're going back to
or what, but it was just one shot. That was all it was. So.
And now that we know Charlie has passed and his life was taken, what do you want to tell people? What is going through your mind right now?
Fuck, I don't know what
really
station this is.
That this happened in Utah. I'm so ashamed.
Oh, he's crying.
That
KUTV.
Because of what's going on. We just need to come together. We need to get this situated and fixed the right way. Instead of fighting with each other, we're not doing any good by doing that. I just beg people to please work together and make some common ground.
Amazing.
It's just getting worse and worse and worse every day. And I sit and I worry about my grandkids, about having something happen to them. I just don't want it.
Chris, thank you so much. That emotion definitely being felt here.
As he wears a Trump shirt that says he'll never stop fighting.
That you followed and that you admired.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. I
You
really
bet.
appreciate it. Thank you.
We love you, Charlie.
Absolutely. That's
Oh my
a lot
God.
of people have on their signs here and where I am. We love you, Charlie. Calling him an American hero, certainly paying their respects to him and his family. Brian, Heidi, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Leslie, thank you. As you're listening to the woman she was speaking to, this really all comes down to a respect for human life and other people. We can have different opinions.
Charlie Kirk had no respect for human life. Bomber boy. If he had respect for human life, he'd still be alive. Ow!
Turning point for since he established it, and has tried to make this an open conversation sort of perspective, whether you believe one thing or not. It was about bringing your ideas to the table. And if, hey, you have an idea.
This dude was totally a fan.
And we'll see if we can find that common ground. So that was one of those things that I think really strikes a nerve with college students as they're exploring the wonders of the world and trying to figure out what's next and have all these opinions. And now being a college student, now with social media throwing so much at you, it is an opportunity to ask those questions and saying, hey, I'm reading this on this platform, but this guy might have the answer that I hadn't thought of before. So I can understand why people have the emotion so much about the news today, especially if they were a devout follower of Charlie.
Yo, yeah, he's totally a closeted gay guy. I feel it too, Raven.
By what he was about.
I really think it's a chance to step back, and every time
Closeted.
Time for the nation to reset, and can we reset and get back to a point where we can have those conversations and it doesn't get to this point. But I feel like we say that all too often every time there's a school shooting, or last year when President Trump, when there was an attempt on his life, not once but twice, even in court today, that second attempt on his life, that person, the jury was picked in Miami, Florida today, that trial about to begin, and now we see a political assassination.
Would you stop and help a turtle?
Country in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you want to figure out, what is the way we can stop this? What is the way that this ends? I think there are a lot of ideas on the table, but at this point...
Kindness begins with me.
Yes, exactly. It all starts with you and with all of us putting one foot in front of the other.
Curiouser has stopped for turtles like 10 times in the last week.
Out here live for the last few hours. It is 6 o'clock or 6:30.
Always point them in the direction that they were going in when you move them across the road.
6 o'clock newscast, but we'll be staying with you for at least another hour here with some live coverage from Orem, Utah. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee, we have our entire crew virtually out here right now. Kristen McPeak is back inside on the live desk, monitoring some of the reaction, especially on social media, from people talking about Charlie Kirk.
Seriously, Boggs.
We learned early on that Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck.
I think he's better looking than Charlie, though.
Around 12:20 this afternoon. I can tell you, but you heard rather quickly as well because your son was here. My phone started going off at about 12:29, so just a few minutes after that. And we started learning little by little the information that transpired, and then social media catching fire in the way it does. Videos start circulating. You're seeing things you definitely don't want to see in any way, shape, or form. But that is the harsh reality of what took place here today in Orem on the campus.
Face and gums are better proportioned.
Right after it happened, and I don't think it even made sense in my brain when he was telling me what happened, because I was just trying to wrap my brain around what he was saying and what was happening, just trying to figure out what was going on. Devastated for all the kids that were there today, saw what happened. I actually told them at some point, I'm like, please stop looking at the videos, because, I mean, it's just awful, and once you see those things, you can't get them out of your brain. There's going to be a lot of students, faculty, staff, people.
Tones, welcome in.
They're going to need counseling. Interestingly enough, my son said when I was talking to him that one of the hardest parts is that now that every time he tells someone where he goes to school, Utah Valley University, it'll be connected to a fatal shooting like this.
I already forgot the name of it multiple times.
Event today.
Reporting on the news, so no, nobody's going to remember this.
Talk to your friends between classes. And that's an area that will be forever changed for anyone who was on campus today.
How do you move forward from something like that? And unfortunately, we've seen this on way too many high school campuses, college campuses. When I started my beginning years of my television career, I was in Southern Oregon.
Torchy probably does his own makeup.
Community college there forever. That was something that people asked me about, of what happened that day, and it was about 90 minutes from where I lived at the time. It's those things that stay with you.
I've shown the shooting, but it's a further back shot.
This is a day
the close-up video is pretty fucking graphic.
And no one really wants to remember because of the negative acts, but it also involved somebody who has impacted so many people.
I have talked about the school shooting today.
And through dialogue and the freedom of conversation and instilling those ideas in our youth and all of these things that you may imagine. So this will strike a chord and a nerve, and it will take some time. Some time to process. For
there was a shooting at a school
definitely
in their area, so of course they're covering this. There's a manhunt.
That's coming into the news.
So like I understand that they don't mention the school shooting that happened in Colorado. Yeah, this is the local news. They're on the campus.
In Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
And that information coming out just after 12:20. I actually started listening to some of the radio traffic as I do typically to see what's going on and see if we can get a better feel for the situation. And my radio traffic that I started hearing was about 12:27 p.m., where they have already determined that an individual was shot and that somebody had fired from a rooftop area, believed to be. So they knew the information rather quickly. I think some of the things that people are going to talk about now.
Oh, I love this.
Early on, there
we have a manhunt.
There were no bag checks.
I don't know that they have any leads
at most large events.
Like if you're going to a basketball game.
If you're going to a basketball game on campus, or if you're going to.
Because I believe if
at an amphitheater where they check in those things.
They hadn't thought that they had gotten the suspect, the school would be locked down right now.
Using today's event, unfortunately, as a springing point for change.
Yeah, and I remember when I came here with my son for a tour of campus at Utah Valley University, when they were talking about security on campus, they said, no place is 100% safe, but the biggest problem we deal with are kids who leave their backpacks, someone steals your laptop. And so those are the things they deal with mostly here when you're talking about.
I've got to pee. Enjoy these fuckers.
Kids taking things that don't belong to them, or some of those lower level crimes. This is something much bigger than any of them ever probably expected or wanted to deal with.
Let's head back to the Utah State Capitol tonight. Our Brian Will is there live right now with a special conversation. Brian?
Brian, yeah, we are here in the rotunda as they get ready for that vigil at 7 p.m. tonight for Charlie Kirk. Now, joining me is Jonathan Sims, and he was actually at the event today. Jonathan, what was your experience at the event? What did you see? And you're pretty familiar with this campus, you told me.
Yeah. So I actually used to attend UVU, not currently a student there, but I had specifically planned just to go back to the campus, specifically just for this event. And it was very surreal. It was a loud pop that sounded like a firecracker or some sort of firework, and we kind of froze for a second, like, oh, somebody's just trying to make a scene. Somebody's just trying to like make a big deal out of this. And then all of a sudden, everybody started running. I was actually standing directly in line, straight ahead from where Charlie was. Could not physically see him when the shot rang out, but as soon as people started running, you could tell that he was hunched over, and then his security team was right on top of him, carrying him immediately out of that.
Yeah, what was that moment after that shot rang out? What were you doing? What was going through your head?
Honestly, I couldn't figure out if I was supposed to run, if I was supposed to go towards something, figure something out, solve some sort of problem. The most I could get myself to do was really kind of start walking towards the exit, because that's what everybody else was doing, but I couldn't quite understand what was going on. I think that's the biggest thing. It was just the unknown. Nobody knew what was happening.
And how are you doing tonight? I mean, trying to process what just happened a few hours ago.
Biggest thing is, I think, I'm not sure. I thought I was fine with it at first. Like, it was kind of like, whoa, like, well, that's really weird. It's odd that the one time I actually show up to one of these events, like, something happens. But the longer that I've kind of processed and thought about it, had little conversations with people here and there, I'll be honest, I'm angry. I'm angry about it. I'm extraordinarily disappointed for his family, and I'm extraordinarily disappointed in, honestly, the people that did this. Obviously, we don't know anything about who or what or motivation or anything, but it's extraordinarily disappointing that the biggest thing is Charlie shared thoughts and ideas, and he was silenced for those thoughts and ideas.
And now you're here tonight. The vigil starts at 7. What drew you to come to the vigil tonight here in the Capitol?
No, I said it the other night. I've never met a Justin that wasn't a piece of shit. Me included.
Of representing that I'm willing to stand by the things that I believe, no matter what the circumstances are. In the aftermath of trying to run away, part of me honestly wondered, like, I felt like I needed to walk towards it so that he wasn't the only one. And I think that's part of what brought me here today, is to almost an ownership of feeling like I need to stand up and say something more.
And you're really familiar with that campus, went there for a little bit. What's that space like usually? I mean, it was filled with thousands of students today. Yeah. What was that like, that experience?
That experience, or what that space is normally like?
What that space is normally like.
Amphitheater type place. It has lots of seating. It has
lost audio there for a second.
It's a very peaceful place.
Can't believe there was violence at my first Klan rally.
And work on homework and lay on the grass and feel the sun. And it's not normally terribly crowded like that. It has people, lots of people, but not nearly thousands of people.
I guess I'm with you.
It's not terribly huge, but it's also large enough that it was able to accommodate the event today, but very difficult to be able to get into a position where you can be actively a part of what was going on.
Now, we did run into your family a little bit here. Did they know you were at the event, and did they check in, or what was the moments like after talking to family?
Yeah, they did know I was going to be there. I was actually there with another one of my friends, and immediately afterwards it was trying to figure out what was going on, talking to random other people that are running past, that are screaming, crying. Some people are sprinting, some people are angry, some people are shouting, some people are really yelling, and trying to figure out what had just happened, and then immediately calling family. Obviously not wanting to call mom, let mom process and deal with it after the event. There was one shot. There was no more than that. It wasn't something that I was terribly afraid something more was going to happen, and so I wasn't terribly concerned about, oh, I need to...
Is that who you're calling Bubba?
...solve this problem. The problem had passed. And so it was calling and informing them and saying, something crazy just happened. Something terrible just happened. And trying to figure out how to process that through communication with loved ones.
And now you're here with a friend who was also at the event. How's your friend holding up?
Doing okay. Probably doing better than I am, I'll be completely honest. I think the biggest...
TJ Hutch!
It's only been a few hours.
Welcome in, friend.
It's still in that stage of processing and trying to figure out what actually happened, and trying to figure out, honestly, what that calling is for what I need to do next, right? I feel like there's this sense of urgency that was not present before to be more...
Both these guys are Kid Rock fans.
Not be afraid.
And that's what's wild. Kid Rock brings
even in light of something,
honkies of all stripes together.
Pictures that are up behind us, they're setting up for this vigil. What's going through your mind right now, being in the Capitol?
I hope that this brings to light a new sense of ownership of our own thoughts, our own ideas, our own struggles, and being willing to...
It's the Capitol. They probably have their own printer.
Understand the issues that bother us beyond understanding the surface level. I think that's one of the big things that Charlie Kirk brought to the table, is that he knew the issues deeper than what most people did, and that's why he was able to have conversations about them. Is people would come to him with these
Oh, CJ's big mad in the chat. We're sorry we hurt your feelings.
Many of us bystanders, the people that follow or watch these videos,
oh yeah, this is totally a young Republican.
Trying to understand some of these different issues.
Hey Justin,
and now it's on our own shoulders to do the research ourselves, to be able to understand what's actually going on, and to take a more active role in our own lives, because all of these decisions affect us directly.
Thank you so much for talking with us, Jonathan. I'll let you get back to your friend, but very intelligent and well-spoken. I appreciate it. Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. So tonight, that vigil will be at 7 p.m. here. They're getting ready for it. As you can see, they've actually set up some pictures, kind of a little memorial behind me for this vigil. It's open to the public. There is expected to be more security with this, in light of what has happened. And then the flags are at half staff, like the governor has orders as well. Now, usually on nights like this, there's yoga in front of the Capitol. That has been canceled tonight in respect for this vigil that is happening. There's people out on the front steps, people in the rotunda, and just people gathered all around for this vigil that starts at 7. And we'll carry that live here. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you. Live at the Capitol, Brian Will there, where a vigil will be happening this evening. We are on the campus of Utah Valley University, where it feels oddly quiet right now. There is still a police presence around us, but we do know the suspect they had in custody has now been released. They don't have a shooter. And Brian, I don't know about you, but I think we're all processing this as we go throughout the day. I started with just sheer panic when my son called me earlier today as he was running away from the scene and was there as those shots, that shot was fired. Anger and now sadness, as I've been listening to so many people talk about what they experienced today and how it's changed them. You see this happen on the national news. We talk about it. Shootings happening on other campuses across the country. It's happened here in Utah, and we hope this day wouldn't come.
Well, in words of those that spoke earlier today, political assassination happened right here in Orem, Utah today. And it is something that you're very valid to have those emotions as mom, so closely connected to what happened here today with your son that was running from this after seeing it firsthand. And so many people, as we've spoke to earlier today on the north side of campus, that, by the way, I didn't go up to anybody and ask them to talk to me. They all came to us wanting to share what happened, which is to put myself in a very
overflowing emotion. Yeah.
Overflowing emotion. I did not approach a single person to ask them to share with me. They all came to us, which I thought was very unique. It's not something that always happens, and people will normally
go the opposite direction.
And people came up and said, "Hey, I'd like to."
Does the left have to sacrifice somebody? Is it Hassan? Is that the equivalent? I feel like Hassan is way bigger
in that circumstance
than Charlie
like
Kirk.
The young high schooler that came up to me and wanted to talk around.
You gotta have somebody the equivalent. David Packman, right?
Watching the
that's about the Charlie Kirk equivalent.
And them searching through the brush and going and looking in windows.
Who do you guys nominate?
Knocking on doors and looking in windows of cars. And he came up and said, I was there with a lot of my high school, classmates, which I didn't know high schoolers were there.
Really? Charlie was bigger?
On a college campus. And that was the first time I learned that there were plenty of high school kids that were there as well.
U.S. history credits.
Right,
yeah.
History credits. And so there's a lot of vulnerability to be had here, not just with the people that
Austin, welcome
are
in.
being asked to talk about it, but with the people that felt compelled to share what happened. And I felt that through the conversations we had here.
I feel like people have way too strong an opinion on
Jonathan was just
Hassan.
speaking with Brian Will at the Utah State Capitol.
Glad to have you there. Austin from Houston.
Recollection in some way of what took place there.
It's a Texas double hitter.
In a very difficult mental state, everybody differently, and I know that we've been looking into this.
How flash did you like that?
Our crew has also been taking a look at here tonight.
And while this happened on a college campus, I think one of the focuses, I know at KUTV over the last couple of years as things have changed at our schools, as we've been watching shootings on campuses, whether they be universities or in schools, we've been talking about school security. The legislature has been looking at ways that we can build a fortress around our students when they're at school. We want to make sure they're safe, but we also want to let them go out in the world and have experiences like they had today. And so it brings you to the question of how much security can you have? Can it stop something like this? Or is it just a risk of being alive these days and being a part of society when you go to an event with a big crowd that something like this could happen? I hope that that's not our reality.
Well, I didn't experience the open campus model until after graduating high school. Our high school was you go in through secure doors, you stay inside except for maybe physical education or after school sports. Yeah. Everything was inside. And then you move out from the East Coast, West Coast, everything is outside centric. There's a lot of schools here in Utah that are very open space. College campuses, open space. It's something that people frequently love about college campuses, the ability to walk out of one building and mosey through the beautiful courtyard and go to your next class or go to your dorm or all these things. And it creates that beautiful atmosphere on a college campus, like the situation where Charlie Kirk was speaking today, in the perfect setting to have that dialogue, to have that conversation, an amphitheater where people can just sit down on the grass or on some of those little, brick pillars that are right there, that people can just sit and take it in and then maybe come and go as they please if they had other things to tend to. And it was made for that setting. So how do you secure that setting? I think there's a lot of ideas that are out there, especially after what took place today.
And I think a lot of you, I don't know if you're like me, but every time I'm on a college campus in the fall, I think, I want to go back. I want to be a student. I love those days when you were young and you were exchanging ideas and you were figuring things out and you were on the right and then you were on the left and then you had a friend that talked you into this or that and you're listening to different ideas. And it's such an exciting time for our youth.
That didn't happen to me at all.
Talking to other people about different ideas. And today, a very sad ending to an opportunity where our kids had a chance to go and talk to each other, to exchange ideas, and do it in a way that was friendly and they could walk away learning something from someone else.
Today's event ultimately was about freedom of expression and freedom of ideas.
She misses when she was in college and
for so many
she was free sexually, I bet.
Seeing and witnessing something so horrific right in front of them.
Nothing wrong with it. I was too.
We're hearing from lots of folks that have weighed in on social media or in person to have these conversations about just kind of reacting to the real disturbing reality of what took place today on the UVU campus. Here's Senator Mike Kennedy.
A hotbed of sexual anarchy.
Violence will not.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Of the United States of America. Charlie Kirk, he spoke his mind, and under threats, he continued to speak his mind, and I find that to be admirable. And he and I and my constituents will not be intimidated by violence.
I don't think you'd be intimidated by much, bro. I don't know that you have emotions.
And I know you had the chance to speak with John Curtis.
Yeah.
I kind of want to go back to that because you have this conversation scheduled. It was about to speak about what was going on in our society, and you were going to address the Tree Mountain situation, which he had talked about. But then you flipped the script, and he knew that was coming, I imagine, and we were going to talk about the unfortunate instance that took place here on campus today in Orem.
And there were a lot of heated topics we wanted to talk about. We wanted to talk about a looming deadline coming for Congress for the budget that comes up on October 1st. There's debate going on right now from both sides about Epstein and all these other things, but all of that ended when this happened in the shooting on campus today, and the focus was on how can we fix this political discourse? Why is there this edge that we've come to in the United States of America where those political conversations are getting to the point where it ends in violence?
Did he meet Charlie Kirk at all? Do you know if that,
did that
come up in conversation?
I didn't even ask him. When we were rushing to talk, we were talking a little bit about the emotion of the moment and the politics. But I'm not even sure. I guess I should have asked him that. I guess that's one of those things when the emotions are rolling in a day, you think about the questions you should have asked.
I was just curious because I know that a lot of folks have, and a lot of, like we've heard with Mike Lee, they have a clear relationship where they were speaking together just last week about Charlie coming to Utah, and that video was published on social media. We are live on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Let's send things back. Go ahead, Heidi.
We're running out of Colin and a whole lot of talking out here. We want to send it back to the studio. We know Ariel Harrison has also been talking to a counselor about how to talk to your kids about this, or also if they
hope you're okay, bro.
Here today.
All right, thank you, Heidi and Brian. Yeah, this is something that takes an emotional toll on people, and it will be for quite some time. You can't help but look at the images, the photos and the videos that have been coming in of people just terrified. One photo that we keep showing, and I can't help.
Charlie looks terrified in that picture.
Who's carrying what looks like a little girl on her back, piggybacking on this woman, as they're trying to get away from the gunfire that they were hearing. Ariel Harrison is now joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about how people can cope? You had a chance to speak with a psychologist about this because this is something that people are going to be very vulnerable about, talking to people dealing with this. And of course, trying to get their feelings out at the same time because they don't want to be bottled in.
Right.
And they want to get it out so they can have some sense of relief, but at the same time processing this traumatic experience.
Yeah, we know people who weren't there have seen it because there's been so much online shared, and then also the people who were there where we've seen video of them running and you kind of describing that mom with the little girl. I spoke briefly with a child psychologist today to ask about this very thing. I mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, weren't there around 3,000 people they're guesstimating at this event? There were thousands of people there. That means a lot of people were there present and saw this happen as it happened. I asked about that. He mentioned to me, this is Dr. Douglas Goldsmith. He practices child psychology. He's a child psychologist here in Salt Lake County. He told me that, you know what, reactions will differ. Some people will be able to, you know, move on in a sense when it comes to their mental health relatively soon and be okay. But then there will be others that those images
continue to play in their minds as they think on it and hear the gunfire, especially again if they were present. He said both of those reactions are normal. He said that the first step really for those people who were present on campus today is to take time and rest tonight and focus on the fact that you are safe and that there is an investigation underway.
Okay, and even for those people who are trying to get through this, the other part of the coin is some people may not want to talk about it because it's reliving that trauma of witnessing someone die right in front of them.
I love that Cash said the suspect was in custody.
Shared about
Like as the press conference was going on.
Well,
the cop at the press conference was like, no, we have a person of interest.
Really interesting. He said that it's just really important to continue to remind, especially if you had college students who were there today, that this was an isolated incident, and to use it to talk about the importance of being able to have.
And here's the wild thing is Charlie would post his L's
peaceful dialogue
and just say that he owned people. It was wild.
And then there were also the little kids. We know that there were schools nearby, Jamie, around 5 in the
Him getting destroyed at Oxford. That's on his channel.
How do you talk to those little ones who come home and have questions about why the school was locked today? We know that Alpine issued security protocols where they locked the buildings. They even had law enforcement present, and there was a time that they were just isolated to their classrooms.
Oh, is Trump speaking right now? Oh, hold on.
Be coming home tonight asking mom and dad, why did this happen? And then hearing more that a man was shot and killed that had come to speak at UVU, not very far from their schools. He told me this. He said to tell them that the safety protocols worked. Tell them to treat it as a successful safety drill because they are familiar with those safety drills. Tell them that they are safe now. And then in the bigger picture, just for everyone, he said, don't let fear convince you that this will happen all the time. He stressed once, again and again, isolated incident. We need to learn how to handle our differences calmly.
Ariel Harrison, thank you so much. Of course, this is something that it's going to be difficult to get past. We still have unanswered questions as far as tracking down the shooter in this particular situation. We do have
good night's got a comment.
We have crews that are out near UVU at this point. We also have our Brian Schnee and Heidi Hatch there as well. This hits very close to home for our own Heidi Hatch, whose son was also in attendance.
I was just thinking about some weed.
It's unreal to think that one of your loved ones would be so close to a tragedy like this, and thankfully he's okay. We're going to go ahead and turn our attention back to Heidi and Brian.
My foot's kind of cold.
Allowing them to catch a little bit of a breather as this has been a very long afternoon for everyone, especially for those out in the field today.
Jimmy, thank you. Yes, absolutely heartbreaking. As you mentioned, my son was in attendance today with thousands of other students. I'm joined by a couple of other students that were there today. My son's friends from our neighborhood, they grew up together. They're still in high school, but they came down to the events today. Grace Dishman and Grace Baird, two Graces with us today. Was this something that your teachers said was okay to do, or did you decide it was cool to get out of school and do something new?
They actually encouraged us to get parent excuse. We tried to get it to be like a field trip.
Line one up, tip one back.
It just didn't work out, so they were like, yeah, you guys should all still go, parent excuse, it'll be a great event to just learn more, be educated.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about why you wanted to come.
I've just seen Charlie Kirk on social media, and I've been involved in Turning Point and Club America for a long time, and so I just wanted to see him live and in action because I've always seen these debates, and it's good to see both sides of the spectrum, I guess.
And you were hoping to meet him today.
Yeah, we tried to get working on staff, but it didn't work out for us to miss that much school, so we didn't end up getting to meet him, and then
Before we get to what happens today, I was walking around the neighborhood the other day earlier in the week, and one of your dads came outside and told me that there was a lockdown at Bingham High School and that there was a scare where you guys were worried because it was time to close the windows, close the doors. Is this the first time that had ever happened to you at school before?
Yes, it was actually, and I was just telling Grace a little bit earlier how the calls my mom has been getting this week is crazy. It was last week a lockdown at her school, and that was obviously the worry that there was a shooter or that's the first thing going through my mind. And then today I call her and tell her that there really was.
These poor young ladies.
unreal. Like obviously we still haven't even like processed it yet. It's probably gonna take a long time, but just stuff like that should never have to happen to high school kids.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of worried moms, myself included today. I personally feel nauseous. It's been a lot to think and grapple with today. How are you feeling and what are you thinking?
That is exactly how I feel. It's just like sickening. Like physically, it's like, I don't know, I'm like still like kind of shaky and just like, obviously can't get the image out of my head. Like we had like a clear view and it was just like, it's like not even just mental, it's like physical too.
Yeah. Tell me where you guys were standing. Were you close to Jordan where he was standing in line to ask questions, or where were you guys at?
Yeah, I think we were accidentally in the line. We were probably 10 feet back from where Jordan was, so it was to Charlie's right, I think, and just straight to the shot time.
We were like shuffling around trying to get a better view because we had just gotten there, and like it was not even like 2 minutes after we had finally like gotten a good view, and like we were like, oh, this is so cool. We finally like get to see him and like hear what he's talking about when everything like went down.
It happened quickly. Some people said they thought a balloon popped. Others said they knew a shot was fired. What did you think when it happened at first?
I think when I heard the pop and saw Charlie fall, I like knew it was a shot. But just the pop alone, I was a little confused. But
yeah, it was almost like
I didn't know what I was watching when I watched the video.
Draw back before we even like heard the shot. Like I immediately knew someone had been shot, so it wasn't even like there was no question. I was just like, okay, gotta get out of here, like fight or flight.
So you guys all
It just said pray for Charlie Kirk.
Close to each
and
other,
I clicked on the video not knowing what was going to happen.
Just trying to get to safety.
And I laughed.
There was 4 of us that had come together, so we just stayed together and just ran to the nearest.
I'm a horrible person.
Tried to get to safety.
Yeah, we like kind of locked ourselves in the bathroom with a few of like the college girls, and they had no idea what was going on at first. Like we were literally on the phone with 911, and they hadn't gotten any calls yet. They were like, by the end of the call, they were getting like so many calls that they were like, okay, I have to like get on the other line, but just like stay where you are. And like they were like asking all these questions. They were like, is there a few people? And I was like, no, there's like 1,000 at least people here right now, and like somebody's been shot.
And you were the first to report it to 911.
I think so, as far as we know. That was just like our first thought for some reason. She was like, call 911, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, when I was talking to Jordan, your friend, and my son on the phone too, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, should I hang up, tell him to run? Should I call? Should you call? So definitely a lot of confusion. Stick with us.
I would assume that
it is about 7 o'clock. We're going.
They
to
have emergency services on the
right now.
campus.
Thank you for being with us. If you're just joining us here, we're live on the campus of Utah Valley University, where earlier today, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk with Turning Point, Utah, was shot and killed in an assassination-style attempt shooting. Was shot and killed here on the campus.
This is breaking news on 2 News at 7.
We're back out here live. We were talking to 2 seniors in high school from Bingham High School. They were here on campus today wanting to hear Charlie Kirk. I want to talk to you both a little bit about this. Grace, you said that you've been involved with your brother with Turning Point. Tell me a little about it. Do they come and talk to kids on campuses? Because a lot of what they do is trying to get kids excited about politics and having these conversations. So how did you get involved?
Yeah, I mean, it was partially my brother and like him telling me about it, and just he was the president when it was at Bingham, and then like handed off to one other girl, and now it's to me. And then also Charlie Kirk was all over social media, and when we were doing like Club Rush a couple of weeks ago, everybody knew who Charlie Kirk was because they've seen him all over their Instagram, their TikToks.
Do you feel like kids your age talk a lot about politics these days, or is it just not something they're interested in? Where do you think it stands?
I think a good amount talk about it, but it's not like we're having political debates in the classroom or anything. It's mostly just people are involved.
Yeah. Does this change how you feel about politics after what you've seen and felt today?
Not a ton, I'm gonna be honest. I think I still have like some very strong core beliefs and values that I think have stayed pretty much the same.
Just a little more like timid about like coming to events like this. Obviously, like after that, it's kind of like, what do you even like, should you be involved? It's like kind of questioning like whether or not it's like worth it to try and like, you know, make a difference. I mean, I think in the long run it is, but obviously like when lives are being lost, it's like a much deeper like issue than just us going to like some event to, you know, learn and like be educated and support.
It definitely changes things. I know it's a difficult day and you guys are both still processing. Thank you so much for talking to us. I know your moms are waiting for you to get home so they can hug you as well. I think everyone needs an extra hug today, so thanks so much for talking to us. Right now, we want to get back to Brian Will. He is at the Utah State Capitol.
Shelly, I'm not so sure that it's I mean, I was kind of surprised that NBC National News was covering it, but it's not like they're like live on it right now, because we're just watching the local news, and of course it's a big deal to them. And then I think, you know, it's going to be a big deal in the Twitch world, YouTube world.
And multiple speakers tonight. You can see people are carrying.
But in terms of, you know,
more than 100 people gathered here at the Capitol.
Your average person isn't going to give a shit.
They're saying.
Oh, this is the start of the vigil at the state capitol of Utah. I've got a police chase for you guys at the end of this. They have a helicopter. We have seen the helicopter following the cops. I would like to watch the manhunt, but if they have no idea where this dude is, you know, it's kind of hard to go with a manhunt.
That's Because we love him, we appreciate what he did for us, and we appreciate what he died for. Thank you, Lord. So we make it in prayer. Father God, we come before you right now.
So that was a live look at the vigil taking place at the Utah State Capitol. The audio a little bit difficult to hear. We're going to try to get that resolved for you at any of our cost here that we can. So we'll try to get that taken care of so you can watch it and listen to it. It's just another step in what has been a horrific day for so many that witnessed what took place here in Orem earlier today. So to kind of give the timeline of what was going on, Charlie Kirk was a political activist, talked to as many as a conservative, was here on his tour. So typically he will go around to college campuses all across the country, talk with students, have that dialogue, and take questions and debate about political topics or heated topics on many dinner tables across the country, and share his perspective, but also hear other perspectives, and then kind of go back and forth in an open debate sort of lifestyle with Turning Point USA.
Yeah, let's get some other news in. We'll come back to this here in a second, because that's what we do. We find out what that news be doing. It feels like my responsibility. So one of the big stories I wanted to talk about tonight is Nepal and the fact that their parliament got burnt down. Their prime minister has resigned. It's a whole issue. This is going to be a news story. Hold on. Yes, here we go. Channel 4 does fantastic reporting. We will get the lowdown on what is going on here.
Look carefully at the guy in the green.
That's a badass!
Hit at speed, but then gets himself up. At least 20 people have now been killed in anti-corruption clashes in Nepal, with hundreds more injured.
Corruption! We are fighting against corruption! This is the motto of our protest, fighting against corruption!
High-velocity water cannon and tear gas were the weapons of choice for police against what organisers have dubbed the Gen Z protests. So how did this all start? Young people have been taking to the streets to rally against a government social media ban that saw the likes of Insta, X and TikTok taken away.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
The Nepo Kid campaign put the spotlight on the lavish lifestyles of the children of politicians. But the problems run deeper. Youth unemployment is high across Nepal and claims of government corruption are rife.
All the Nepalese citizens are fed up of corruption. Every youth are going outside the country, so we want to protect our youth and make the country's economy better. For that, we need a new youth, new power, and new politicians who are well educated to move the country forward.
Under pressure, the government lifted the ban and the Prime Minister has now resigned. They had said after an emergency meeting on Monday that they made decisions to address the demands of Gen Z. But the government had justified the ban by saying they wanted to tackle fake news, hate speech and online fraud, an argument young protesters just weren't buying.
Our demand and desire is for peace and to end corruption so that people can actually work and live back in the country. We will work to continue pressure on the government.
The clashes haven't stopped. Kathmandu's international airport suspended flights and the former Prime Minister's residence has been ransacked by protesters. But with the indefinite curfew seemingly being ignored and protests spreading to other regions, anger towards the government shows no signs of letting up. Well, we're joined now by Nayana Prakash, who is a research fellow at Chatham House. Thank you so much for joining us. I just wanted to start by asking, what's your reaction to what we're seeing in Nepal?
As much as it may seem that these protests have come seemingly overnight with very little provocation, the idea of, the frustration with corruption in the current and, the former government has been there for quite some time. And the social media ban is only the kind of the straw that's broken the camel's back in this instance.
What did the government say? What was their reasoning behind the social media ban in the first place?
So social media bans like this typically happen when the government wants social media companies to comply with governmental norms and the way of doing things in that particular country. It's not unusual in South Asia. We've seen that happen in India, obviously in Nepal's neighboring country, obviously China not far away as well. So social media companies simply had to register with the Nepalese government
Headshot, welcome in.
Doing business in that country. Many of them failed to do so and were thus banned, which triggered protests which were sparked by but not limited to social media.
And what are the protesters saying?
Rest in peace.
And what do they want?
Charlie Kirk.
So there's quite a variety of responses from the typically young protesters on the streets in Nepal. We're seeing that a lot of them refer to themselves as being Gen Z, as being youth protesters, many of them in their 20s or younger. They referred to frustration with the corruption of the government. They referred to frustration with the fact that obviously many social media platforms are used for employment purposes and commercial purposes, as well as being tools for keeping in touch with friends. There's also a frustration with the tiered society in Nepal, and what's a hashtag that's been kind of prominent in this is hashtag Nepo Kid or hashtag Nepo Baby, which is a reference to the idea that the prime minister's children or the children of ministers often enjoy a much more privileged lifestyle than many people do in Nepal, especially with unemployment rates rising, with tourism in decline. The protests kind of amass a great deal of frustrations with the way things are in Nepal, and social media is the tool and the vector through which a lot of young people have understood how different life can be both in Nepal and outside.
And it's a way for them to vent their frustrations and to see what's going on in the world, and they see that as being taken away by the government. Do you think that that is why they've reacted so strongly?
Yeah, I think that there's been a sort of trivializing of what social media can mean to young people, both in this protest and across the world, in that, you know, social media isn't just a way that we chat to our friends, etc. It's a way that we feel connected to any kind of network society, both locally and globally. And it's also kind of plays a role of citizen journalism. And we've seen that with protests over the years in various contexts, whether it's Black Lives Matter in the US, whether what's happening in Gaza and Palestine. It's a way for people to understand what's going on in other parts of the world. And I think when that tool is taken away, we should see it as a clampdown on freedom of speech and a form of censorship. And I think the young people in Nepal have been quick to react to this because Nepal is historically a country that's allowed some kind of greater level of freedom of speech than some of its neighbors. And so I think that the protest by young people reflects the importance of social media and the role it stands in our society, not just in Nepal, but across the world.
For those who might not know, what is media regulation generally like in Nepal? Is it because there's actually been quite a broad acceptance of different voices, or is it quite narrow and clamped down? I just wonder why young people have reacted in this way.
Yeah, it's historically a more democratic country than, as I say, some of its neighbors. There's not been a massive clampdown on social media platforms before. You know, arguably freedom of speech is more highly tolerated in Nepal than
I think the
India
leftists are in opposition.
Bangladesh, which are some of the countries that
I'm not exactly sure.
compared to. And yet at the same time, it is necessarily influenced by its proximity to these neighbors, and certainly India's relationship with social media companies and the clampdown that it's put social media companies under is a really important comparison, and may indeed have been some of the points of comparison that the Nepalese government drew from when they, you know, created this new method of registering social media companies.
What we're seeing today is protests continuing. The Prime Minister might have stepped down, but that hasn't seemed to stop young people going forward and protesting. I wonder, where do you see this ending?
Well, I think, you know, tech companies are back. These social media platforms are back online. The Prime Minister has resigned, but as I said, this isn't just a frustration with one single Prime Minister. It's perhaps a frustration with government writ large. And some of these protesters are protesting for things that don't have easy solutions. Like I said, you know, more jobs or like rising unemployment rates. These aren't things that can be sorted out overnight. And I think there's also very much a frustration and an anger at the speed with which the government took to putting the army on the streets. And I think the violence and bloodshed is really significant and something that we should bear in mind. I think protesters who were angry before are likely to be even angrier, even more upset with the government, which clearly, you know, has clearly created a separation between the civilians and the government. And I think that we're likely to see, if not more bloodshed, at least more frustration, more anger, more protests. And this has just kind of been, you know, the dams are open now, I think. I think
just one more point I wanted to add. You mentioned other countries like India and Pakistan. Do you see this Gen Z protest almost spreading to other countries in the area? Would that be a possibility?
Well, I think it's difficult to compare with India, which is a much larger country, and also the government enjoys a level of support that that this government in Nepal did not necessarily have. The Indian government's much more familiar with clamping down on protest as well, and in the light of recent events with Pakistan, has, you know, got a popularity boost basically. But I think on a more regional level, you know, in states, you know, we've seen other major protests in India as well, and I think there's no reason why this kind of protest shouldn't be seen in other post-colonial countries outside of South Asia, or indeed in other countries through the world, because this form of Gen Z youth protest is something that I think has become very normal in the last decade, and is something that we'll definitely see more of.
I feel like everyone still wants to talk about Charlie Kirk, so we'll go. I was going to do a little more foreign affairs news. We'll go back to Charlie Kirk. We actually have the...
Instead of on tearing everything down.
We have the audio of the vigil.
Charlie used technology and his talent for debate to trigger a cultural great awakening. He said, the next American revival won't happen on TikTok, and it won't be spurred by political triumphs alone. It will show up in rising church attendance, marriage rates, and childbirths.
It's a big hat, Utah boy.
These actionable ideas will amplify Charlie's light as
his light? He ain't got no light.
Strengthen our resolve to stand together and to speak against the evils of extremism and violence. This is a moving bit of the eulogy by Earl Warren for President Kennedy that I feel is applicable here tonight. Quote, what moved some misguided wretch to do this horrible deed may never be known to us, but we do know that such acts are commonly stimulated by forces of hatred and malevolence, such as today are eating their way into the bloodstream of American life, end quote. Frederick Douglass, reflecting on Lincoln's legacy, said, quote, his death, which was a calamity to the nation, has not silenced his voice. His words and deeds still live and will continue to inspire generations. I hope and am confident that we will all be able to say the same of Charlie Kirk. Coretta Scott King, in a speech after her husband, Martin Luther King's death, said, quote, the bullet that pierced the heart of Martin Luther King Jr. could not silence the truth of his message. His dream lives.
Why do they keep comparing him to MLK?
With love and courage. This underscores how MLK's call for equality and justice persisted in spite of
disgusting. Jinx.
We hope Charlie's suffering family will take comfort in the words of the psalmist, quote, the Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit, end quote. Just as Charlie inspired millions through Turning Point USA, his radio show, and his tireless activism, we must honor him fearlessly by continuing the fight for freedom, sense of life, and the principles that unite us. Let's rally to keep his voice alive. As Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first prime minister, in a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi said, quote, you can kill a man, but you cannot kill an...
And now Gandhi.
I pray... I pray
Gandhi was a creep.
we will all turn our hearts to God and ask Him to save our nation and our republic. His assassination will go down in the annals of history, like Martin Luther King and JFK, as the shot heard around the world, and as a turning point in America.
Absurd.
Thank you. That was inspiring. We will now have a moment of silence. Please join me.
There's no profanity filter. Boo! Boo!
I want to thank everybody who has come tonight again. And I want to thank especially the women who had the forethought to bring lots of Kleenex. Thank you, thank you. There's a young woman in the audience.
Oh, maybe there is a profanity filter. I'm sorry.
Memorabilia that she would like to share with anybody.
I have no idea how anything works.
She's right over here after the program. And we will now hear the closing prayer from former Representative Brian King, who was the minority leader in the House for many years. And thank him for being here.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we come together this evening in sorrow and concern, in mourning for the senseless act of political violence that we have seen today in our beautiful state. We come here, Heavenly Father, not on one side of the political spectrum or another, not as Democrats or Republicans, not as Team Red, not as Team Blue. We come here as Americans. We come here as Utahns. We come here with a love for the basic freedoms that we enjoy, and most importantly, the freedom that we have to express ourselves with diverse viewpoints and perspectives, and doing so with the right to share our opinions without violence and without disrespect, but recognizing that the bonds that keep us together as Americans are greater than the differences of opinion that at times we may feel strongly about. We pray specifically, Your Honor, or Heavenly Father, for
Your Honor,
the Kirk family. We pray for Eric, and we pray for Charlie Kirk's two beautiful children who will now grow up without their father. We pray that thy spirit might be with them, that thou would help them, calm them, comfort them, and that they might know of
Wendy's breakfast, like a breakfast Baconator, sausage breakfast burrito, or into OMG, OMG, OMG. This is from a delicious fast. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
Customized mortgage at a lower cost with Rialpha Mortgage. We specialize in VA.
That's on their channel. I didn't do that.
With access to hundreds of wholesale lenders. Rialpha Mortgage.
Like, it's not like my ad blocker's not working or something. They just cut away
cost with Realpha Mortgage
from the Vigil.
We specialize in VA loans but deliver the best mortgage for every buyer every time with access to hundreds of wholesale lenders. Realpha Mortgage. Mortgages made easy.
The Nest invites you to
I didn't do this.
Across America and the crimes that turned them upside down.
I was also that was hot.
City.
I was eating
knife strikes from
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
It's a killing room, no question.
Because I haven't had anything to eat today, and I'm kind of getting a little lightheaded.
Motive, work backwards.
He's talking about dropping a body in a marsh.
Still have too many loose threads.
I got Smokey.
She lied to us.
Oh, he's a handsome boy. He's so cool. He's like the fucking coolest cat. Buddy, you can't sit here. I'm eating. Why do you always want to get in my lap at the worst times? I do have a different channel. We can go to a different channel here. Back to the Charlie Kirk Vigil.
Excuse me.
They don't know the other verses, do they?
No, we only just like certain.
Hey, what other songs you guys know? Don't know anything else. I think today is the National Day of Mourning for Kirk. We're doing it. We're doing it right now. Oh, I think they can open carry in their capital. Standing here singing songs that they barely know the words to. I want to go back to the manhunt. They cut me off. It does feel kind of like a Christmassy event. We're just all getting together and singing carols. Maybe they lost their feed. Go back to, okay. This is the other channel. Yeah, they got a few little what are those called, motifs? It'll be Christmas time before you know it, bitches. I've been saying it all year. It's getting ready to be really true. Charlie! Komratsky! Now that Komratsky's here, let's smoke. Stick around, I got like not one but two police chases for you. Both of them involve minivans, I believe. Well, I don't think it's the same minivan. Komratsky DP in a vape, hell yeah. Getting DP'd by two vapes. You know, Curiouser bought a vape this past time. So she went and saw 9 Inch Nails again. But like we might start having to keep a vape on hand. MLKKK. There we go. Ponder Muggy nailed it. This is the Vigil. People wrapped up talking at the Vigil. Yeah, I think they got shitty service inside there.
That was staring me in the face all the way down here.
I went looking for a good supercut of all his fails. Nobody's really got one. Maybe it's up to me. Maybe I should put that together.
Chatting with you would be a great way to start. Yeah.
Charlie Kirk's most embarrassing moments, all is one supercut.
367
5309. Yeah, this is at the Utah State Capitol.
Sweet, I live in North. Oh, well, we can just meet in North or something. Yeah, practice. Absolutely. Yeah, awesome.
I know.
We're getting a good shot of this dude's crotch. And his patch that said, fuck you. I want to go back to the manhunt. That's what I need in my veins. Yeah, how did the shooter miss his head? That's the $95,000 question. Fucking Tim Pool's still yapping away. I want to go back to the manhunt.
If I can have your attention for just one last moment.
That's the part of this that I'm into.
Can I have your attention for one last
I guess they're edging me.
now that I cannot hear. So the program is over. We really appreciate you coming. You are welcome to stay as long as you want, and anybody who wants to come up and use the microphone to share some thoughts is welcome to do so.
We love Charlie.
They love Charlie.
Good evening, fellow Americans.
Oh yeah, of course they want to speak.
I did not plan on talking to anybody. I'm very antisocial.
He was the first one up there.
I don't actually care to have large groups.
She hadn't even all the way walked away yet. He was like, I'm antisocial.
But I spent the last few hours crying in my room as a 40-year-old man who most people would consider fairly stoic.
Brother, that's sad.
It's very interesting to me because I've watched Charlie Kirk for at least the past 8 years talk to people that he disagreed with. And while there's many issues that I thought that Charlie Kirk was wrong with, mostly
Jewish.
What's happening with Israel right now.
I knew it!
But one thing that I really truly admired about Charlie Kirk.
Yep. That is the shooter. That's what happened.
People that would try to boo down people that spoke or had an ideology that was opposed to his. And his response to his own supporters was to let them speak.
He's got a shit ton of Nazi supporters and then a shit ton of like conservatives that love Israel.
Automatically react with violence, as I have many times in my life. Before I was 18, I'd already been arrested 27 times on violent-related charges. I found it unique.
He needed us to know that too.
As intelligent as he was, could hear people say something that he completely or gun control or even the war in Palestine, he would tell his supporters to let them speak, to let them say what they think, they believe, what they see, and then he would so kindly try to tell them his viewpoint and why he thought they were wrong. We are coming to a point in this country where we may not be able to talk our way out of what is happening. We may not be able to vote our way out in our politics. But if we don't first...
Didn't your side win?
...to speak to each other, then we will never be able to say that we did our best to try to fix this situation before the tree of liberty needs to be fed.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the lefties are the violent ones.
It's not too late, but I do feel like it is approaching a cataclysmic event. I think we've all felt it. I think we all know that things...
The violence comes from the right. That's what I'm saying. The shooter is going to end up being a right-winger. Mark my words. Take it to the bank.
The government appears to have their priorities set on the benefit of corporations, foreign countries, the never-ending war.
3 kids died today in a school shooting.
But us fellow Americans, if we talk to each other, if we can just disagree, but share our... He changed my mind on many things. I don't know Charlie Kirk personally, but the way he approached things was beautiful.
At least 2 died. I know that, Tones.
I do not believe in God.
Oh, was it just injured? I've been very busy with the Charlie Kirk thing.
Because what happened to Charlie today...
Okay, I'd first seen 3 injured, then I saw 2 injured.
It deserves retribution.
It deserves retribution.
Someone chose to assassinate him, to silence him. A voice in this country that has spent the last 8 years telling his followers, people that wanted to hear what he had to say, to be quiet, to let the people who you disagree with speak their point. That is what made this country great. We disagreed, but we spoke to each other about our disagreements, and it changed minds. And the people that do not want us to talk to each other silenced him. They left his wife and his children without him. And to be honest, again, I don't know him, but if he's anything like me, he wouldn't have changed what he had done. Because he knows that one life is worth sacrificing for the salvation of a country that is in deep turmoil. I wish you all the best. I don't hate anyone.
I don't believe that, sir.
You all, I don't want to talk to you all. I'm not a public speaker. I can't even look you in the eyes. I'm just staring above. But I hope we can all take home at least one thing and remember at least one thing. Killing somebody who disagrees with you It's not the American way. I love.
So I did find Trump's statement here from about 40 minutes ago. This is Trump speaking from the White House on Charlie Kirk's death.
But this was the moments just a little bit ago, and the governor as well as the police.
Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared.
It does look kind of weird, doesn't it?
Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst
Mama, good evening.
Mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organization.
The hands are tiny.
As well as those who go after our judges.
So I guess it's really Trump.
And everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father.
Pissing Trump's ear. That's a new one. Usually I'm talking about pissing in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy.
To the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others.
I would join you in pissing in Trump's ear.
Too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died. The values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Bill O'Reilly calls this the dawning of the age of Aquarius. I'm sorry. The dawning of an age of a new age of evil.
Is a familiar guest on the show and a constant
resources.
Look at these two sexual harassers.
Coincidence that his latest work, Confronting Evil, is one of the top books in the country, and it puts him in a sweet spot of helping us understand what we are once again living through in this country. Bill, thank you for joining me on such an important night. Of course, it's a shock and it's a horror given his age and the stage he was in life and that young family he had. But what do you do with a situation like this?
Well, first of all, let me provide some hard news perspective. We are entering a new age of evil. The last age we had was in the 1930s, with the rise of the dictatorships all over the world that led to 100 million people dead in World War II, the Holocaust, on and on. Now, I wrote this book, Confronting Evil, to signal people that it was coming. And it was a harrowing day for me today. I was born today in 1949. And I got up, and the first thing I heard was that Putin shot...
Happy fucking birthday, you disgusting piece of shit.
All right? Putin is as evil as they come. He's on the cover of Confronting Evil, my book. He is a psychopath who is looking to slaughter human beings. That's what he wants to do. You don't shoot missiles at a NATO member unless you are trying to upend the entire world in an evil way. And then a few hours later, we have the Charlie Kirk assassination on the eve of 9/11.
Those two things are
where we lost 3,000 people to evil. So I started the book's research and writing about a year ago, and I knew, as you say a lot in your monologue, that things
Poland shot down some drones.
This is not an American problem. This is a world
NATO shot down some drones over Poland.
And my opinion that I inject into the book, backed by facts, is that too many people in the world and in this country are looking away. We are looking away. And we're allowing evil to gather power. And you can just analyze it from every point of view.
Who's he talking about, Trump?
To sell heroin, we're not even going to charge you in major urban centers. It's okay to slaughter African Americans on the south side of Chicago, thousands of them going on for 20 years.
I think he's actually recovering from some kind of cancer, if I remember correctly.
We're not going to demand that it stop. And then when there's an offer of increased protection, we're going to attack the federal government who's offering that. It is beyond belief. And what it's going to come to is a breaking point. I think we're at the breaking point with Putin. And I'm warning everybody.
How is he making this about Russia?
With this man, it's got to be tamped down soon, or it's going to be World War III. All right, that's how bad this evil man is. And if you have to break him with the banks, whatever President Trump and NATO has to do it now. It's not going to get any better. And then you go to Charlotte on the bus, okay? And then you watch this poor woman, all right, slaughtered because a man was let out on the street by a judge who knew the man was dangerous and let him out anyway. The judge looked away, wouldn't confront the evil in front of her face. She had the power to restrain the man, to put the man in custody. She did not do it. And this happens thousands of times across this country.
Yes, the problem with this country is we don't lock up enough people for long enough.
Too many Americans and people all over the world are so self-involved, so selfish, so weak, so afraid that they are allowing evil to grow at an exponential rate, a rate that is...
Did Bill have anything to say about the white guy that did this about a month ago?
That's why I wrote Confronting Evil. And I back every single word I've just said up with facts.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our news.
Let's go to Phoenix, where Charlie Kirk supporters have begun laying flowers at the headquarters of TP USA.
All right, just some more reaction here to Charlie Kirk's death. Still, people in shock right now, given the news just happening earlier this afternoon.
Mind Pandas, welcome in.
From people about Charlie Kirk and his legacy. Let's go right now out to TPUSA's headquarters out in Phoenix. That is where we find Kenzie Beach with Fox 10 Phoenix here with the.
What up, Kenzie?
Kenzie, what are people saying right now?
Yeah, so to just kind of paint a picture of what has been happening here at the Turning Point USA headquarters right here in Phoenix, Arizona, a lot of people in the valley coming to pay their respects. A very large, growing memorial. Flags are at half-staff here, actually ordered by President Trump all over the country. But I kind of step out of the way to show you what they have just unveiled here, a new memorial they stuck into the ground. It says, "May Charlie be received into the merciful arms of Jesus, our loving Savior." And as we move over to the left, you can see Turning Point photos of Charlie, people bringing flowers, balloons, coming to pay their respects. It's a very emotional and somber time here, but
my friend,
FBI director,
I would assume most Christians and Christianity, people who believe Christianity, are liars.
The person
warlord
for shooting and killing CEO and founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. Now, they have now taken 2 people into custody and released those 2 people into custody. So the suspect is still on the loose. Now, they evacuated that college campus. We spoke to, our Fox 10 affiliate in Utah, spoke to a lot of witnesses describing what that was like, the moments before and after this shooting. And we've also seen aerials. This was not just college students on this campus, but families as well.
Just one shot straight in Charlie Kirk, and that was it.
He was talking about guns right when he was shot.
And then he fell over and slumped down, and everyone
isn't it ironic?
Screaming, and then we all ran.
Don't you think?
Got down. Everyone was so scared, and I just grabbed her, and my boss is with us, which is her mom. She was like, "Run!" And we finally got up and followed the crowd, and I just kept holding her. I don't even have my shoes on. I left my keys, and everyone's just scared. It's traumatizing.
Not only the public safety director of Utah, but also the FBI director, Kash Patel, talking about they believe this was a targeted attack, a single shot directed at Charlie Kirk. And as I mentioned, we're here at Turning Point headquarters in Arizona. Not only are the headquarters here, but Charlie Kirk and his family spending a lot of time here in Arizona. They got a home here, and it's somewhere where Charlie Kirk spent a lot of time prior to the 2024 presidential election, and that's what Turning Point is about, reaching out to young voters on high school and college campuses, and that's exactly what Charlie Kirk was doing today when his life was taken. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, here we go. Here's a live shot.
Charlie Kirk was one of the most influential figures on the right, reaching a wide audience. He's amassed millions of followers on several popular social media platforms, including TikTok and X. Kirk was best known for being CEO of Turning Point USA since he founded the group in 2012 at the age of 18. The powerful conservative youth organization is now active in more than 3,500 college campuses. He was a backer of Trump during the president's initial 2016 run, working with the campaign as an unofficial advisor. He also became a talk radio host in 2020, launching the daily 3-hour The Charlie Kirk Show. Turning Point USA said the show was downloaded up to 750,000 times a day in 2024.
I'm not getting an update on the suspect.
In 2024, and President Trump's outreach to to young voters. Kirk was a speaker at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee last year, showing how he would boldly pitch the party to young voters. Take a listen.
To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success.
We will continue to follow the latest throughout our show. For more updates, head to thenationaldesk.com. Police say 2 teens, including the shooter, are in critical condition tonight, and one sustained non-life-threatening injuries after a shooting outside a Colorado high school. The shooting happened around noon at Evergreen High School, located about 30 miles southwest of Denver.
I am trying to get us an update on the suspect.
If it was inside the building, authorities confirming the shooter suffered from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The emergency declaration behind the federal
But it doesn't look like we are going to have one.
Expires today, according to the mayor's office. Trump can't control the city's police force more than 30 days without Congress. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine saying some out-of-state National Guardsmen will remain in the Capitol through November at the request of the Trump administration. Some D.C. residents say they don't want Trump to be involved in their city.
Posting bullshit.
Homicides, car thefts, robberies, and violent crime are down since the takeover. Also, an update tonight as we take a live look over Chicago, where the president is now setting his sights with Operation Midway Blitz. ICE agents say.
All right, so we're going to say goodbye to YouTube, Rumble, Kick, the podcast, Twitch people. Stick with me. We're going to watch a police chase.
The operation was announced earlier this week and is part of a third.
Let me get you animal video. We need an animal video, don't we?
Dangerous criminals off the streets of Chicago.
Or I can play Charlie Kirk getting shot again.
Stabbed a young Ukrainian refugee on the city's light rail. DeCarlos Brown Jr. has reportedly told.
Anonymously, good evening. I need to get you an animal video before we get the fuck out of here. Oh, we got to talk about Nancy Mace tomorrow. For multiple reasons. She's had another outburst over Charlie Kirk now. Nancy. I could fix her. Well, speaking of animals, I got one right here. Sports cards, it seems like they have no leads. So it's hard telling. It is hard telling when they can make an arrest. This could take a long time. We may not even know tomorrow. They may get away. This is going to be wild. This is a short animal video, but I think it's worth it. To all the titty havers in the chat.
A titty slap!
Come on now.
Everybody but Twitch. Light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol, live.